This almost complete abuse test directly had a serious impact on the 3 views of the monkeys. He really couldn't believe it was in the world. There would be such a powerful person. The strongest person he has encountered before is not much stronger than him. In a normal fight, although he can't win, he won't have the power to resist. As long as he thinks of a way, sometimes he may even get a tie or even fight. Gotta win. But the soldier in front of him let him know how naive his previous thoughts were. Think of a way? Hee hee, what a joke. In front of this kind of strength, he has no choice but to use a gun. I used to sit on the well and watch the sky. The monkey thought it was ridiculous when he thought of his previous self-righteousness. But the monkey is also a person with a strong mind. But he can stabilize his mood in a few seconds. And with so many people standing around, lying here thinking about life is a bit too embarrassing. The monkey stood up quickly. In addition to loss and emotion, there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It was an expectation of becoming stronger. Since someone can be so strong, it means that he is still far from the limit of human beings. He still has a lot of room to rise. Although the soldier in front of him defeated him, he also gave him a goal. Walking to the soldier, the monkey smiled and said, "I admit defeat. I am not your opponent. Accept." The soldier also nodded and said politely. Tang Qing knew that this was definitely not what the soldier wanted to say, but the learning function of the command room, because these war machines had no polite words in their minds, only strong, weak points. After all, what's the deal to defeat an ant, let alone a monkey? It's just 10. For a second-level fighter, it's a matter of 1 person, 1 second. I saw the soldier's expressionless face and indifferent eyes before. The monkey thought he was pretending to be X. But now that he sees this expression, his heart can't help but smile. It turns out that he doesn't like him at all. It's like him in the eyes of others. It's just a weak chicken. You take the liberty to ask, "Where did you train?" The monkey asked curiously. Although he knew it was impolite, he couldn't help but wonder how the warrior in front of him was so terrifying. "Sorry, confidential, no comment." The soldier stunned and went back. The monkey who heard this naturally became a state secret. This kind of fighter can only be trained by the state, so he didn't dare to ask anymore. In the future, he will strengthen the training. Once the mountain is erected there, he again with unlimited motivation. The other side. "Mr. Tang, where did you find your friend's bodyguard?" Lu Gan, who was shocked, turned his head and asked Tang Kai curiously. To be honest, he was a little eager to face a bodyguard with the strength of a soldier. "I don't know about that." Tang Kai shook his head and said. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Tang Qing again. This kind of bodyguard lent to himself almost indefinitely. "I want to come to that friend, and there are many such people." He became even more curious about the identity of Tang Qing's friend. "I used to think about paying these 2 fighters a salary of 500,000 yuan per person for more than a year, but now it seems that 1 million yuan per person is not expensive." This kind of bodyguards used to think that they were more professional than those in Bangkok by 10 blocks. But I didn't expect them to be 10 blocks or more in strength. If this group of fighters were still proficient in firearms, he really couldn't imagine the lethality of such a person. "I really envy you," Lu Gan said with emotion. He didn't dare to ask Tang Kai's friends if there were any such people. He was not stupid. Those who could take out this kind of bodyguard at will, his subordinates would definitely pay back. With such a person, it is definitely impossible to lack money. If there is no strong relationship, don't think that the other party will give him face. "What's the matter? Go in for a drink." Tang Kai changed the subject. He also didn't want Lu Gan to be entangled in the issue of fighters, because he was at a loss now, and no one could understand anyone's confusion. Haha. Well, I won't be drunk or go home today. After talking, a group of people walked into the villa and went to the table to continue eating. The 2 fighters still returned to their original positions to protect the target with due diligence. But at this time the eyes of the other 2 fighters were different, and their eyes were full of admiration. This was a respect for the strong. Of course, with the exception of Tang Qing. Although he still can't beat such a fighter who is proficient in all soldiers' skills. And even if the secondary mode of Shao Er's support mode can make him suspicious of life, he believes that he will become stronger and stronger. A second-level fighter has only 200 attributes. Now these robots can't be upgraded. So I told Shao Er that the next level will only open the upgrade function of the robot. Tang Qing is a little depressed when he thinks of the upgrade cost of these robots at the next level. This system is good for everything, but always asks for money and death. Although the things are not expensive, they are even complete in terms of value. It's the price of cabbage, but that's also money. I don't know when I spend money on it for a long time in units of 100 million yuan. Just like online games, there are always places where you can spend money. Try to think about it. Cheating your money. Black heart system. Deception subsystem. Dead money system. Tang Qing spit out in his heart. Even if the system ignores him, he will let out a sigh of relief. Gongzi and the monkey also stood back to their original positions. Seeing the monkey, Gongzi, who was a little disheartened, came over again and said, gloating, "Monkey," still clamoring for someone to fight. Although he was shocked in his heart, he did not let go of the opportunity to fall into the hole to avenge the despised hatred by the monkey. Of course, this was not really gloating, but watching the monkey lower his head in thought, thinking that he had received a huge blow. I want to change the subject for comfort, but it's not the sissy way of don't take it to heart. While going, these two people are not easy. The monkey looked up at Gongzi and said irritably, "Nonsense, I'm not blind. Can it be a simple person who beats you all over the floor?" Gongzi said contemptuously. The monkey didn't get annoyed when he heard it. This was originally a fact, and he said emotionally, "I really don't know where they came from. This may be a height that I will never reach in my life." Although he ignited infinite hope just now, as a Lianjiazi, he just thought about it carefully. If he wants to reach the level of a fighter, it is really a bit hanged. Not only the method, but also the age. After all, his age is also it's not in her early 20s, but it's almost 30. It's not easy to break through physically. Well, this kind of perversion hasn't been encountered only once. What's the matter? Just don't provoke him, Gongzi said comfortingly. Anyway, he didn't have much interest in martial arts training. Over the years, he helped Lu Qian take care of his gray business, and he had too many temptations to get in touch with him. Yeah, it's best not to provoke this kind of person, otherwise, I'll be a dead end if you come again. The monkey nodded in agreement. Yep. After the fighters showed their strength, the meal became more interesting. In Lu Gan's eyes, Tang Qing's background has become mysterious again. He thought that Tang Qing's background had been basically eliminated. When he learned of the identity of Tang Qing's second uncle, he thought he knew the backstage of Tang Qing's demise. Instructed, but now it seems that what he knows is far from enough. Everything became confusing again. Regarding the origins of these two fighters, like the monkey, he thought in his heart that it was a person cultivated by a huge force, even a person cultivated by the country, because he had also met the super second-generation personal bodyguard he had met before. When the monkey went to visit, the monkey also played a friendly match with each other. At that time, the monkey was defeated after dozens of rounds with the opponent. Both sides basically used most of their power. Finally, he heard that the man was a retired master in the Central Defense Bureau, but now Tang Qing suddenly appeared next to him. The Niuchan people killed the monkeys that had taken dozens of rounds to defeat the masters of the Central Defense Bureau, and Tang Qing's background suddenly became blurred. He still couldn't figure out how many great gods there were behind Tang Qing. So Lu Gan spent the entire dinner inquiring about Tang Kai's information, trying to get some clues from it. But although Tang Kai didn't have as much money as Lu Gan, it didn't mean that he was stupid than Lu Gan. On the contrary, he was intrigued with people in a foreign country. Tang Kai has more times than Lu Gan, therefore. Tang Kai's probing of Lu Gan has been mentioned in one word. Except for the normal business of the company, other Lu Gan Lung did not get the slightest useful information. Old fox. Lu Gan couldn't help but feel depressed. Small, you are still a little tender, Tang Kai thought triumphantly. Of course, Lu Gan couldn't always follow Tang Kai to ask questions and questions. After all, there were still a lot of people on the table, so under Lu Gan, a master of atmosphere adjustment, the whole meal naturally enjoyed the guests and the host. After eating, taking a break, and drinking some tea, Tang Qing and his party left. The second uncle's Mercedes-Benz carried Tang's father and Tang's mother, and Lu Gan's Rolls-Royce Phantom carried Tang Qing and Qin Yugong's family. Just as the driver, Tang Qing also drove this super luxury car on the way. But it still feels the same, except that the driving experience is a bit better than that of the second uncle's Mercedes-Benz, and there is nothing special. After Tang Qing walked, "Monkey, from the Tang family, what do you think?" Standing at the door of the villa, Lu Gan frowned and asked softly, The monkey thought for a while and said solemnly, "You can't provoke, rich, powerful, and such a terrifying expert guard. You can't be enemies, but friends. I don't know the future of their family." "You are right, I think so too. Who do you think those bodyguards will be?" Lugon nodded and said, "At least at the level of a soldier king. Apart from using modern weapons, I must die with 2 tricks." The monkey said with a loss. Facing this kind of opponent, he really felt powerless. Hee hee. "That's all. Don't take it too seriously. Work hard. I believe you will reach their height one day." Lugon patted the monkey on the shoulder and comforted. "Well, I will work hard," the monkey said firmly. Watching Lugon's Rolls-Royce Phantom fade away, after holding back for a long time, Qin Shichi exhaled and said, "Huh, I'm finally back." Although she had met Lugon before, it was in someone else's house. It was still in a villa that big and big. A living room was bigger than their houses combined. She didn't dare to be presumptuous, so the whole dinner was just with her sister Qin Shiyu, quietly eating vegetables on the side, catching Qin Shiyu's hair and curling it up from time to time, and Qin Shiyu has long been accustomed to it. After she curled up, Qin Shiyu straightened it carefully, and the 2 sisters had a great time playing. She was listening to the various conversations of the adults, not to mention it. It was really interesting to listen to the conversations between Tang Qing and Lugon, 2 mall giants, yes. Basically do not understand. How to make a meal is like torture you. But today you are quite honest. You are finally a little ladylike. Tang Qing joked. "I am a lady, okay? And you are not the same. You have been lowering your head to eat, hum." Qin Shichi glared Tang Qing and turned back. Tang Qing was speechless for a while, thinking about it. He really didn't say anything during this meal. Although he and Lugon cooperated a lot, it didn't matter whether it was Fo Wei, Xingtang, Tianyan, or Mingyun Group. He reminded Lugon not to say anything, then. They really have nothing to say? Lugon couldn't praise Tang Qing for his good grades like a child. Lugon felt embarrassed to say this. Therefore, like his 2 cousins, he ate with his head buried in his head. He looked like, "I'm just a quiet and good student," honestly in front of passers-by, giving a little smile from time to time. Lugon actually felt so strange. He didn't understand why Tang Qing didn't let him talk about these things. He couldn't say that he understood the other things. Others were serious business, but since Tang Qing asked for it, there must be a reason. He did it. That's it. Even from the conversation, he found that Tang Qing seemed to have no knowledge of Tang Qing's industries. When it came to the Mingyun Group, which he controls, Tang Qing didn't change his expression at all. This made Lugon also confused for a while. Didn't Tang Qing's money come from Tang Qing? Qin Shichi saw that Tang Qing was contemptuously speechless. Her face was full of triumph, and she turned yearning and said, "I also want to live in such a villa one day. It's really big, great. Smelly girl, don't think about these messy things. You have no life." Aunt gave her a basin of cold water directly. She didn't really feel that her daughter was not dead, but she was afraid that her daughter would go astray, and there would be too many temptations to go into society. At least at this age, she must not be allowed to develop the thought of worshipping money. Why not I? By that time, you have made a lot of money, brother, and give me a villa of this size, okay? Qin Shichi knew that she could not argue with her mother, and said with a grinning look at Tang Qing next to her, Okay, I'm afraid you dare not want it." Tang Qing wanted to go back, but suddenly remembered that when his previous aunt wanted to give him a house for his marriage, he stopped talking. This is the plan when they have money. Uncle and aunt are definitely unwilling to go to the sea to do business, so he can only give it away, but it's not the time yet. It's okay to agree to it first, and then they will accept it a little bit. Cut, if you dare to send it to me, dare to ask. Qin Shichi said, "I am young and have a big appetite. If I want to, I will try my best to earn money." Uncle patted Qin Shichi on the head with a smile. Qin Shichi said with a smug face, "I'm not stupid. I can't make so much money if I try my best. So, brother, have you heard? For the villa dream of such a lovely, beautiful, kind and virtuous sister like you? Make money. Remove all the adjectives, or move to Sister Shiyu. You look for a fight. Go back to Uncle's house." Qin Shichi jumped back to her room and counted today's gains. Although she refused in every possible way, Lugon still gave a lot of things to her 2 cousins. After receiving such a gift these days, Qin Shichi felt like a dream, which was given by Tang Qing. She only got 500 for her 50,000 yuan, which made her feel very depressed. Qin Shiyu and his aunt went to wash first. At this time, Qin Yugong asked suddenly, Tang Tang, do you know the origin of your second uncle's bodyguard? What kind of friend borrowed it from him? He held back this sentence because the strength of the fighter just now was so great. It's amazing. This kind of person, if they do bad things, is completely a killing machine. At least if the people he knows are fighting in close quarters, no one is the opponent of the warrior, and going up is to give the head. This kind of terrifying guy suddenly appeared in by Tang Kai's side. He was also a little frightened. If he didn't know it was his own, he couldn't help but report it. I don't know, what's the matter? Tang Qing said with a dazed expression. It seemed to his heart that the soldier's performance was a bit overdone. The purpose was to show Lu Gan, but he did not expect his uncle to do it. So concerned. It's nothing. I just want to see if there is a chance for him to teach our police some fighting skills. Qin Yugong said. This is the truth. He also wants to see if he can discover the origin of the soldier from the opponent's moves. Then it seems that there is no chance in a short time. The second uncle will go back soon, and the two bodyguards will naturally follow. Tang Qing said, shaking his head. Qin Yugong also nodded and said, well, it seems that I can only wait for your second uncle to come back next time. I'm the first person I've seen so much in close combat. He right. Tang Qing said with a smile. Smelly boy, I don't believe you can't tell. You haven't learned martial arts with Han Long. Qin Yugong glared at Tang Qing and said with a smile. Hey. Fun day morning. At the entrance of Tianfu Hotel, Tang Qing's family members all came here to send Tang Kai off, and Lu Gan was also present. He was also returning to the provincial capital today. At this moment, he was talking to Wu Zhengfeng, and Wu Zhengfeng nodded respectfully. Big brother, I will leave this car for you during this period of time when I am away from China. Tang Kai handed the key to the brand-new Mercedes-Benz car to Father Tang. Father Tang stupidly took the key and said in surprise, we won't be able to open it either. Haha, you don't know how to open it, but Tang Tang will make it easier for you to go out in the future. When I chatted with Mr. Lu last night, he said that he would also return to the provincial capital this morning, so I simply took a ride. Otherwise the car is not abandoned when driving back to the provincial capital, and there will be a storage fee. Tang Kai laughed. He actually had this plan when he bought this Mercedes-Benz, and he bought it exclusively for his elder brother's family. Otherwise, he would not buy such an expensive top-fitting Mercedes-Benz. The reason for thinking at the time was similar to this. Now there is Lu Gan. With this assist, he also saved a lot of words. When he was having tea with Lu Gan in the hotel last night, he took the initiative to ask Lu Gan to talk about this matter. After hearing this, Lu Gan readily agreed to help Tang Kai arrange this. But Mr. Lu can't sit in this car either. Father Tang said, looking at Lu Gan's Rolls-Royce. Don't worry, there is also the general manager of a branch of their group who went back with Mr. Lu. I will let the bodyguards ride in their car. Tang Kai pointed to the Audi A6 behind the Rolls-Royce and said, Father Tang didn't know what to say. At this time, he had already faintly thought of his second brother's plan, but Tang Kai was right, and he had to pay for the storage fee when he drove back to the provincial capital. Tang Kai hurriedly said, Brother, what is this? It's not for you. I just lent it to you. There are a lot of things going back this time. When I come back next time, I think Tang and Tang will have finished the college entrance examination. Come back and celebrate. After that, Tang Kai winked at Tang Qing. Tang Qing immediately said knowingly, Thank you, Uncle, Dad, don't you? Hee. Finally, a luxury car is driving. After speaking, he grabbed the key from Tang's father and put it into his pocket. Smelly boy, don't mess around. Father Tang said with a face. He couldn't say anything when he saw the tree is done. I see, it will definitely not be messy. Tang Qing said with a grin. At this time, Lu Gan had already talked about the matter and came over, and Father Tang said, Well, Shao Kai, be careful on the road, Mr. Lu. I'm going to trouble you again today. Haha, Brother Tang is polite. They are all friends, meaningless. Lu Gan waved his hand and smiled. In the past 2 days, he used a little relationship and finally found out what Tang Kai committed back then. He also understood Tang Kai's current situation, but he was frightened again. Here are the enemies of Tang Kai in China. Tian II became a vegetative. Lei Peng didn't mean to retaliate at all. And Tang Kai's foreign opponents were also assassinated at home in the past few days. He had to think about the relationship between the two, whether it was Tang Kai's work or an accident. Lu Gan's brains are all confused now. If it's an accident, why it would happen in such a special period, not even more than a day apart, and if Tang Kai did it. Lu Gan looked at the soldier beside Tang Kai. This possibility was not small. Lu Gan is also messed up. Then I wish you all the best, Father Tang said. Okay, let's go first. Shichi and Shiyu study hard, and I will take you to Bangkok this summer vacation. Joshua, too, go with Tang and Tang after the college entrance examination. Tang Kai said, Okay, thank you second uncle, go slowly. Thank you uncle. You're welcome. Qing Gu, Lin Gu, sister-in-law, take care of your health. Call if you have any problems. So are you. Be careful over there. Okay, bye. Lu Gan's 2 cars disappeared behind the field of vision. Wife, what should I do with this car? Father Tang asked, looking at the car next to him. What do you do? Will you open it? Mother Tang said angrily. No, Father Tang said with a wry smile. That's all right. Tang Tang, you drive to your uncle, and we call you if we want to use it. Mother Tang said to Tang Qing. I'm a driver. Tang Qing pretended to be depressed and said, Why? Don't you want to drive your mother? Mother Tang said with a glaring look at Tang Qing. Yes, very willing. Tang Qing said with a smile. Well, I will go to the store with your Uncle Lin and clean up. The 2 stores are not far from here. We just need to walk over. You send your uncle and Joshua back. You are not allowed to drive out. Don't you know, you don't have a driver's license yet? Mother Tang exhorted. I know. Tang Qing promised. After Tang Qing sent his uncle's family back, Qin Shichi still yelled that he was driving him for a drive, but was strongly suppressed by a few words from her aunt. She could only look at Tang Qing pitifully, her eyes rolling, sure. Thinking about how to take Tang Qing Huyo out to play. There is an extra scooter out of thin air. Tang Qing also finds it very convenient. You don't need to use the Audi A6 under the guise of borrowing a car, but he doesn't have any thoughts that Sun Chao is superfluous, because he really doesn't like driving. After the uncle's family got off the car, Tang Qing drove Lin Joshua to her house. On the big weekend, he finally had the chance to be able to stay quietly for a while with 2 people. He wouldn't let it go. Originally, Tang Qing wanted to take Lin Joshua out for a drive, but it's better to think about it. $1 million broken car has to go out for a show. That feels so special. Second, the most important thing is that it is probably for I sent my second uncle off this morning, and I studied too late last night. Lin Jiaxu seemed to have not slept enough yet, with a tired face on her face, which made Tang Qing very distressed. After parking the car, the 2 came to Lin's house holding hands. As soon as he entered the living room, Tang Qing saw Lin Jiaxu covering her mouth and yawning, and said, Joshua, go back to the room and sleep. I'm not sleepy, Lin Jiaxu said with a gentle smile. Although he said so, Tang Qing's tired expression was still in his eyes. I'm not blind, don't force it, go to bed, and I will cook lunch later. Tang Qing deliberately said with a straight face. I'm really not sleepy, sit down, I'll make tea for you. Lin Jiaxu was about to make tea for Tang Qing, but Tang Qing directly hugged her in the princess hug. Lin Jiaxu didn't yell, she just hugged Tang Qing's neck and looked at him tenderly. Of course, she knew Tang Qing. Whatever he wanted to do, he didn't struggle, enjoying the gentle dominance of his lover. Tang Qing hugged Lin Jiaxu and walked into his room, put it on the bed, carefully took off her shoes, socks and coat, folded them on the head of the bed, and covered the quilt. It has only been more than 3 months, and the weather has not warmed up yet. Therefore, the temperature in the room was not high, so Tang Qing covered her with a thin blanket. Squatting in front of the bed, Tang Qing looked at Lin Jiaxu's eyes and said in a domineering tone, Sleep honestly. Lin Jiaxu looked at Tang Qing affectionately and softly agreed. Oh. In the past, Tang Qing's personality was not strong, so although she was younger than Tang Qing, she took care of Tang Qing like her sister, but since last November, Tang Qing seems to have suddenly awakened his masculinity with gentleness. Domineering and unquestionable, she has a lot of opinions, but she really likes this feeling. Feeling the love in Tang Qing's eyes, Lin Jiaxu just wants to be a little woman and stay by Tang Qing's side. Tang Qing gently stroked Lin Jiaxu's smooth cheeks again, feeling a little bit fond of putting it down, and said, get a good night's sleep. I'll go shopping later. What do you want to eat at noon? Whatever. Lin Joshua said with a smile. How can you be casual? No, you have to say one. Tang Qing pretended to be dissatisfied. Then, eat noodles. Lin Joshua thought for a while and said. She knew that Tang Qing would get her whatever she wanted, but she didn't want to bother Tang Qing too much. A qualified woman, even if she wants to eat, she will do it herself. What? Tang Qing asked. I just want to simply eat some noodles at noon. Instant noodles are fine. It seems that I haven't eaten instant noodles in a long time. Lin Joshua said with a smile. How can this work? How can I let you eat instant noodles? Well, yes, I will make you bashful noodles. It is absolutely nutritious and delicious. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said. She knew that Lin Joshua didn't want to be too troublesome for herself. She cooked for herself every time she came. Will you? Lin Joshua asked curiously. Tang Qing's cooking is basically taught by her, and she has never done it. Of course it will. Don't underestimate me. Hurry up. Go to bed. I will prepare first. Tang Qing said triumphantly. And good. Lin Joshua said softly. Tang Qing straightened Lin Joshua's messed up hair, straightened Lin Joshua's quilt, got up and walked out of the room, closing the door. When he came to the living room, Tang Qing was still going to clean up, but it doesn't need to depend on the situation. With Lin Joshua, how could she tolerate the existence of messy things? Although she doesn't have the obsessive-compulsive disorder of her cousin Qin Shiyu, she loves cleanliness. Tang Qing watched the news for more than an hour in the living room. Seeing that it was late, Tang Qing began to make noodles. He was familiar with Lin's kitchen. Add water and make noodles. It only takes 10 minutes. Next step, go out to buy groceries. There is a vegetable seller at the gate of the community, right next to the fruit seller. Carrots, tofu, eggs, meat. Tang Qing bought them all in a short while. When he came back, he bought a lot of fruit, because Lin Joshua's fruit didn't have much, and only a few oranges and bananas were left. Tang Qing had to buy it when he saw how this worked. There are different ways of making bashful noodles in various places, but many places use dried noodles rashly. If you eat at home, it's okay to use dried noodles, but it's a bit of a shame if you open a store and do business with this kind of noodles. Tang Qing dare not look directly at the face, and she has no appetite when she looks at it. Even if the face is delicious, it can't be saved. This is a failed work. In his opinion, the importance of the face in the face is almost the same as that of the face. Tang Qing had eaten smoky noodles from many places in his previous life, and they all had a common feature. That is, the noodles that were rolled out were real smoky noodles, or really delicious smoky noodles. Beat the eggs in the noodles, roll them into a large dough crust, sprinkle with cornmeal to avoid the dough sticking together when folding. By the way, wrap the outer layer with a layer of cornmeal, and finally cut into half-centimeter wide noodles. Hey, if Xiangzi does well, it will taste just one word, cool. Crack. Just when Tang Qing was carefully preparing the embarrassed son, the door opened sounded, and Lin's father and Lin's mother came back. Mother Lin walked to the kitchen and saw Tang Qing alone. She smiled and asked, Tang, you are cooking, Joshua. Looking at Tang Qing in an apron, she became more and more satisfied with this son-in-law, Mother Lin. If it weren't allowed by the law, she must have taken the two of them to get a testimony. Such a perfect son-in-law, she was afraid of being caught in college. The other bad girl snatched it. She is sleeping. She probably didn't rest well last night. Tang Qing turned his head and smiled. So, you are making noodles. Mother Lin said in surprise when she saw the noodles that had been cut on the chopping board. Yes, I learned it with my classmates. You can try it later. Tang Qing said. Well, let's eat ready-made. Mother Lin said with a smile. Just then, Lin Joshua's door was opened, and Lin Joshua walked out already dressed. Mom, you are back. Well, did you wake up? I told you to get up early today and read the book that night. Mother Lin asked with concern. Get used to it. I'll go and wash my face first. Lin Joshua smiled, and then went into the bathroom. Lin Joshua, who had washed her face, came to Tang Qing to help, and after a while, Qianzi's noodles were ready. It's delicious. I didn't expect Tang that you still have this hand. Father Lin took a mouthful and praised. Mother Lin couldn't help but thumbs up. With this craftsmanship, opening a shop is definitely full of business. But she knows Tang Qing, how could it be possible to open a store to sell this thing? Regardless of Tang Qing's ability or Tang Kai's support, Tang Qing has a promising future. It's delicious. By the way, Uncle Lin, how is your jewelry store set up? Tang Qing asked while eating. He remembered that the one Lin's family chose was the previous Mingyun Group's store. Decoration was basically unnecessary. You could buy glass cabinets and safes at most, or make small decorations as needed. Lugan is also very good at handling things. Even the landlord communicated the basic cabbage price of shop transfer fees and gave a very low preferential price. This kind of right and influence is also Tang Qing's next step. What you want to seek, after all, you can't find Lugan or ask someone else for everything. It seems that Tianyin should set up a public relations department. The decoration is almost done. The decoration is ready, as long as you buy some cabinets to recruit people. In a few days, your second uncle will be able to open the business when the goods arrive. Lin said. They used to have a good location for the condiment shop itself. In addition, there were many regular customers in the past, so Lin and Lin's mother were very satisfied with the transfer price. These jewels are settled once a year. They don't even have deposits, brand royalties, and so on. Even if they are damaged, they can be returned for new ones. As long as the shipping costs are good, they are almost discounted except for the new store. In addition to the extreme rent and payment methods, there is still a lot of spare money left in my hand, and all this smoothly feels like a dream. And all this was brought by Tang Kai. In this matter, they had to admit that they had inherited a great affection from the Tang family, but thinking that they would be their own relatives in the future, the two easily accepted it. Anyway, no matter how much money I earn, I won't give it to my daughter in the end. Well, that's good. So you will be easier than before and earn more. Tang Qing nodded and said, yes, if this continues, you and Joshua will be married by then. Even if you buy a larger house in the Shanghai stock market, it should be enough, said Father Lin. Although houses in the Shanghai stock market are also very expensive now. If the second uncle Tang Qing said that he can earn millions of dollars a year, relying on the financial strength of the two families, then a 123-flat house is indeed a trivial one. Even Tang Qing, as the only seedling of the Tang family, is not impossible for Tang Kai, a billionaire, to directly give Tang Qing a house. This is still a few years away. Uncle Lin, I think you should buy you a house in Qingyan City first. Tang Qing suggested. Yes, this old building is indeed a bit old. Well, not to mention 1 million. If I can earn 30,000 a month, I will immediately buy a big house with a mortgage and find a better environment, relatives and friends. It's easy to live here. Father Lin looked at the old house rented by his family and said, Uncle Lin, rest assured, more than 1 million a year is definitely no problem. When buying a house, tell me that I have a discount card from Tiangon Group, which is very favorable. Tang Qing said quickly, earning 1 million only. Even if he didn't, he would pay them his own pockets to catch up. He has even decided to give 2 jewelry shops a good start in the first month of opening the shop, and then encourage his parents to buy a big house to live in. Now both Tang's father and Tang's mother are still renting. This is something that must be done in the next month. It's the company of Mr. Liu today, right? Father Lin asked. Yes, he has developed real estate in the whole province. Tang Qing said. Will it be bad to take advantage of others like this? Father Lin said with a frown. It's okay. He and my second uncle will also be partners in the future, and I know my uncle again. It won't be a hindrance. Tang Qing explained quickly. Well, I can only see how the business is going. Father Lin nodded. Uncle, rest assured, it will be fine. After lunch, Father Lin and Mother Lin went out to see their jewelry store again. Both of them were very enthusiastic about this new business starting point. The condiment store had already been transferred out yesterday afternoon. The one who came to help them from their hometown, the little girl, gave her a few days off to go home to visit her relatives. In a few days, she went directly to the jewelry store to work. Otherwise, there would be a big electric light bulb, and Tang Qing would not be so comfortable today. There is also the idea of leaving room for Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue. They are not afraid of what will happen to the two of them. It has been so many years, and it will happen long ago. Tang Qing has too many opportunities to prevent it. Now, even if something happens to the two of them, they don't think that Tang Qing will abandon their daughter. They believe in their own vision. So throughout the afternoon, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue watched the TV series at home. Tang Qing put her arms around Lin Jiaxue's waist smelled the fragrance in her hair, cuddling each other, discussing and evaluating the plot inside, and seeing what exciting Tang Qing just asked Lin Jiaxue to play a kiss game. No matter how to play it is not enough, I can't stop it. As long as Tang Qing's hands don't mess up, Lin Jiaxue will never resist this, and has been working hard to cooperate. I have to say that as the number of times increases, Lin Jiaxue's kissing skills have soared, the quality is getting higher and higher, and the time is getting longer. This is so special about life. Next time Tang Qing wants to try to challenge for an hour. After eating dinner at Lin's house in the evening, Tang Qing drove back to his uncle's house. Fortunately, there are not many private cars now. Otherwise, it is estimated that there would be no parking space in the area of uncle. I said hello to my uncle and aunt and went back to my room, just sat down for a while. Qin Shiqi sneaked in sneakily, closed the door, turned around and slapped her waist in glaring, and questioned Tang Qing. Frankly explain, did you drive out with me behind your back? Why? I haven't been out today. I have been watching TV at Jiaxue's house. Tang Qing said with a wry smile. Qin Shiqi pouted her mouth and didn't believe it. Huh? You must be out to play? I don't care. You will take me out to play someday. Where are you going to play? Is there anything around here that you haven't played before? Tang Qing asked. Qin Shiqi thought hard for a while and said, really, I think about it. Yes. Next fun day we will go to the flower base in the southern suburbs to see how it will be. I didn't get it last year because of a cold. I will definitely go this year. Okay, just go, but you can talk to your mother first, Tang Qing said with a smile. Just look at me. I have already figured out a solution, Qin Shiqi said with a smug look on her face. After speaking, he happily left Tang Qing's room and forgot to close the door. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head, got up and closed the door. He could think of what Qin Shiqi said with his butt. It must be to pull Qin Shiu's assist first to sell cute and act like a baby to persuade Uncle Qin Yugong, and then the three of them went to persuade Aunt. I will definitely be taken by her too. In the evening, Tang Qing fell asleep after practicing a small copybook. Tomorrow Monday, but he has to take a half day off because the basement of the Sky Eye headquarters has been capped the day before yesterday. Although the template has not been demolished, this does not affect the placement of the communication server. The next day, on Monday, after Tang Qing had breakfast, he asked Sun Chao to pick him up to the headquarters under construction in Tianyin. The second uncle's big run stopped at the bottom of his uncle's community. He didn't dare to go out during class. Fortunately, he had a little money in his life, otherwise he would definitely be. All day long, I worry about whether there will be a bear child paddling the car. Tang Qing suddenly discovered that this is really a problem. There are not many vehicles in the community, but many of the cars are scarred. However, they are all old cars, and they will be scratched after scratching. His second uncle is brand new. Mercedes-Benz, although I won't feel distressed if I am scratched, my mother and uncle will definitely feel distressed for a while. It seems that I have to find a way to communicate with my uncle and park in another place. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing came to the new headquarters of Tianyin. At this time, the new headquarters of Tianyin was a huge and busy construction site, with the beating of workers and the roar of cars, and various trucks were constantly transporting the earth back and forth. From the perspective, Tang Qing knew that this was the earthwork of the artificial lake. Because of the rush period, the Chu army had been working on 3 shifts 24 hours a day for continuous construction and excavation, so it was so fast that the bottom of the basement was capped. But fortunately, the floor is not too high, otherwise it will take a long time to wait for the foundation to settle. After all, high-rise buildings are not like small second floors in the village. You can build a house by digging a hole and building a strip foundation. Knowing that Tang Qing is coming, Tianyin's deputy general manager He Zixin and Chu Jun, the boss of the construction company, came to the construction site early. Today is not only Tang Qing coming, but also the day for phased acceptance, but there is no Tang Qing. What's the matter with He Zixin? A representative of Party A with a major in construction will do it, and it can only be said that it just happened to catch up. Tang Qing saw a bunch of people standing at the gate of the construction site from a distance. He Zixin was in front of him. Chu Jun was chatting with He Zixin from time to time. The smile on He Zixin's face was supposed to be a compliment. Besides, there were a few others there. Waiting, apart from a chief engineer of the Design Institute, the other Tang Qing didn't know anyone. Seeing Tang Qing's car coming, the group immediately stopped chatting. He Zixin also straightened her clothes, holding a folder and standing upright. When Tang Qing got out of the car, He Zixin hurried forward and greeted with a smile. Good for Mr. Tang. Manager He, I'm just here to take a look. It's not a big deal. You also come here specially. Don't do this next time. Tang Qing smiled. Although he said so, he knew in his heart that the other party would not listen. The domestic workplace culture is like this. It should be said that the workplace culture in the world is basically the same. Subordinates are based on the principle of getting close to the boss. It's not that you are not allowed to do anything with a straight face, and you can't stop yourself from the concern of the people's masses. What a workplace culture. Yes, and I also want to see the progress of the project. It hasn't come for more than a week. The changes are really big. He Zixin said with a chuckle. Yeah, I really hope that it will be as beautiful as the design. Tang Qing nodded and said, then turned his head to jokingly at Chu Jun standing aside respectfully. Boss Chu, you seem to have lost weight recently. President Tang has good eyesight. I have been busy with engineering during this period of time. I have lost more than 2 caddies. Chu Jun said with a smile. During this period of time, he also worked hard to catch up with the construction schedule. He is very motivated to do a good job. As for the project that trapped him in the quagmire, it has gradually improved. After so many days of work stoppage, the boss is also a little anxious. The key is to buy a house in a hurry. You don't need to start work. Asking you to refund the money, so he is also busy on both sides now. That's good. Then please trouble Mr. Chu to take me around. Tang Qing said. He did not go to the storage tank first, but was going to check the construction progress first. These are all planned and designed according to his wishes, and they can be regarded as half of his works. It is also a pleasure to watch these works slowly take shape. Otherwise, he doesn't need to come at all. Okay, Mr. Tang, brother's son, this is a helmet. Chu Jun handed Tang Qing a white helmet. The others also took a safety helmet on the table at the door. Although the template of the main building had just come out of the horizon, Tang Qing had no interest in violating the regulations that the construction site must wear safety helmets. Then Chu Jun led Tang Qing and his party around the entire headquarters. President Tang, now the basement on the ground floor has been capped, and we will ensure that the building above will rise at a rate of 1 floor for 6 days. In 1 month, you will be able to see your complete office building, and the cafeteria and dormitory have also begun to emerge from the ground. It is estimated that even the decoration can be done in a month. Now ours is the earthwork of the artificial lake. This does not need to be built. We are the last to dig. Chu Jun explained carefully all the way, in order to leave a good impression on Tang Qing, the super second generation. By the way, he also called his own company's model project, so Chu Jun knew the whole design plan well, and he kept an eye on the progress and quality every day. After basically all the transfers, Tang Qing was very satisfied, turned around, and said, Yes, President Chu, take me to the basement to see. Okay. Chu Jun quickly agreed, leading the way. At this time, the workers were supporting the formwork of the first basement, and in many places they were tying the steel bars of the floor slab, which was carried out in sections. Go to the second floor of the basement. At this time, the formwork has not been removed. The steel pipe is standing horizontally, and there are many wooden squares and concrete blocks on the ground. It is very inconvenient to walk, but it does not affect the use of this reservoir. A group of people came to the place where the reservoir was located. Tang Qing only saw a huge circular slit and a small iron manhole cover. Chu Jun began to introduce. Tang, the entire storage tank has a diameter of 6 meters and a depth of 12 meters. According to your requirements, it has an independent deep foundation to ensure that the storage tank will not undergo settlement. At the same time, the storage tank is separated from the main building structure as a whole. It is ensured that even if it is filled with molten iron, the sinking of the reservoir will not affect the safety of the main structure of the building. The shaft wall is 1 meter thick, the bottom is 1.5 meters, and the top half a meter. The impervious concrete is used. All the others except the manhole are sealed with concrete. After the introduction, Chu Jun paused, looking at Tang Qing. He thought this reservoir was used for firefighting or emergency irrigation. Open that well cover. Tang Qing took the flashlight from his pocket, squatted down, and took a picture of the cave. a master ladder, and a dark space up to 12 meters deep. It is enough to put down the entire communication server. It can stand around the width of 2 people. If the height is high, the highest point of the server is 2 meters from the top. Although the server weighs 170 tons, it is originally designed to carry 400. It weighs more than 1 ton, only 170 tons. Even if it is filled with water, it will not sink too much. Well, very good, President Chu. Immediately find someone to clean the inside. Also, after the cleaning, use concrete to plug the upper manhole for me, and leave a pipe with water. I will ask someone to try it at night. Give it a try, Tang Qing said with satisfaction. When Chu Jun heard this, he quickly agreed. Okay, President Tang. No problem, I'll arrange for someone to do it later. Although he was curious about what Tang Qing was going to do, Chu Jun didn't dare to ask. If there is any curiosity buried in my heart, it is annoying to talk too much. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Tang Qing, he was ready to leave. Actually, he could not come this morning. Seal a hole and clean up. It was just the same as He Zixin explained. He also wanted to see the changes here, because next time he came, it is estimated that it will be built here. Tang Qing stood up and said, I will see this place today. Let's go first, President Chu. Then we will do a good job with quality and quantity. Money is not a problem. President Tang, don't worry, there is absolutely no problem with quality. Chu Jun nodded quickly and promised. After speaking, the group walked out of the basement. Main entrance. Mr. He, wait for the acceptance. I will not accompany you, Tang Qing said with a smile. President Tang walks slowly. He Zixin said, bending slightly. Chu Jun also hurriedly said goodbye. He knew that Tang Qing was still a student and should be at school today, so he didn't dare to leave him for lunch. After sending Tang Qing away, the people present were all relieved. Although Tang Qing was young and dying, who called him the big boss, they were shut down when they weren't nervous about eating. Mr. He, do you have time at noon? Let's have a meal together, Chu Jun said enthusiastically to He Zixin. Today, after passing the inspection, Tianyin will immediately pay a part of the project money, nearly 5 million. He knows that the entire project money has already been in Tianyin's account. Now that Do Jiao, who has never been masked, is not there, He Zixin, the deputy general manager, naturally has the right to sign, also has the right to choke his neck. Although Tang Qing said that as long as he pays well, it is not a problem, but it does not mean that he can neglect He Zixin. Thank you for the kindness of President Chu. These days are quite busy, so let's go. He Zixin shook his head and said, she doesn't have much interest in rewards. As for rebates, to be honest, she is indeed eligible for kickbacks in her position, but she is not such a person. That. Okay, Mr. He walked slowly. Chu Jun said. Yep. After finishing, He Zixin left the construction site. 10 p.m. 2 soldiers drove a Dongfeng pickup truck to the construction site. Tang Qing watched the soldiers' actions in the command room. He didn't need to go personally. The teleportation node was also recovered by him. The basement of the clothing store in Bangkok has already prepared enough supplies. In fact, there are not many supplies, just some. Money and a little ammunition supplement, but not too much, after all, relying on the close combat strength of those fighters. There are really not many opportunities to use a gun. At this time, the construction site did not work overtime all night, because the work that did not fully consider the process problem was basically over. For example, digging the foundation, you can work in 3 shifts 24 hours a day, but it is not possible to repair the house, and it is not a steel structure or an assembled concrete. It takes time to reach a certain strength. Even if there is an accelerator, it only accelerates its hardening speed in the early stage, but it takes time to increase the strength in the later stage. This is why the first floor is 6 days. In fact, the first floor is normal for 5 days, but the army has to leave a room for himself. If there is an emergency, such as a 1-day power outage, he shouldn't be dumbfounded. The gate of the construction site was slowly opened by a guard soldier. That's right. As early as last week, Tang Qing had replaced the guard here and replaced it with 2 fighters. The working relationship was under the name of Heaven's Eye. At the same time, no outsiders were allowed to stay at the construction site from the beginning. Even the construction unit is not allowed. This requirement surprised Chu Jun, who had been doing construction for so many years. Generally, construction sites would find a place to build board houses for workers to live in. The most important thing is that these materials are not Tang Qing's, but the construction company, and they still need to find a place. People took care of these materials, and finally Tang Qing asked the Chu army to agree to provide subsidies while ensuring safety. He only thought that Tang Qing had some cleanliness. Boom, boom. As soon as the pickup truck entered the door, the big wolfhound at the door screamed fiercely, and at the same time several wolfhounds in other parts of the construction site also screamed. In order to prevent someone from stealing things, the construction site usually has dogs. If the construction site gets bigger, it's common to raise a dozen or so. 8 great wolfhounds were raised on the construction site of Tianyin, which was extremely ferocious, but under the perverted fighting power of the soldiers, all dogs had to clamp their tails. Quiet, my own person. The soldier who opened the door glared at the wolf dog and said. Hearing the reprimand from the master, the wolf dog continued to lie down. Looking at the 2 strangers, the wolf dogs in other places also stopped yelling. 2 fighters drove the pickup to the entrance of the main building. One of them came to the storage tank, and the other matched the high alert of the other 2 fighters nearby. At this time, the upper manhole of the storage tank has been sealed by half-meter thick concrete, leaving only a water pipe with a diameter of 5 or 6 centimeters to pass through, and there is a smaller pipe next to it for exhaust. Otherwise, when the water is discharged, Tang Qing really hadn't thought of how to get the air out of it before. It should be those engineers who made it add. Even the water pipes have been laid, ready to put water in at any time. One of the soldiers came to the pipe and took out a glass ball-sized bead from his pocket and stuffed it in, but within 2 seconds, there was a sound of the glass bead falling to the ground. That's right. Tang Qing had turned the outer layer of the teleport node into glass before. Seeing that the server in the teleportation area was ready, Tang Qing ordered, "Shower, start teleportation." Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The number 657 teleportation plan has started, and the countdown is 10, 9, 8. Inside the reservoir. Although the inside is pitch black, if someone is there, you can still see the translucent shield slowly rising and expanding until it basically covers the entire space. On the one hand, this shield provides protection, and on the other hand, it is used for detection. The size of the space in the location prevents an elephant from being passed into the refrigerator. So how can I play it? At the next moment, the pitch-black server appeared in the confined space. It looks very strange, unlike any electronic device outside. It is a flat hexagonal sharp sword that rises up from a cone-shaped table, pointing straight to the sky, as if the proclaimer's own extraordinary and powerful. 2 seconds later, the transfer node disappeared instantly, and the server fell directly to the bottom of the pool. Although it was only 1 centimeter high from the ground trembles slightly after 100 tons of things fell into the ground. Except for a few barking wolfhounds, no one nearby noticed the vibration. After the communication server landed, the dark cylindrical surface slowly turned up various dark red stripes like circuits. First, thicker trunks emerged, slowly branching out various fine branches, and finally the lines were subdivided into the dark red lines became smaller and smaller, and the surface became uneven. If you put it under a microscope, you will find that all the dark red stripes are slightly higher than the dark cylinder. The front and sides of the stripes are slowly protruding like countless pieces of components, as if they are combining something. If you look at it more closely, the whole change has reached the atomic level. After 2 minutes, the whole change ended. Everything is calm. There is no sound of the machine running. Dispatch center. Command room. Tang Qing lay comfortably on the soft chair, nibbling on melon seeds, while Tang Yi stood upright by the side. A progress bar on the projection screen was walking backwards quickly. After half a minute, the progress bar is finally over. At this time, Xiao Air's voice sounded. "Commander, the control system of the number 1 communication server is started, the connection is successful, the data exchange limit test is completed, and everything is running normally." After hearing that everything was normal, Tang Qing was also a little excited, thinking that he could finally use Xiao Air in the future. I watched movies online. This is not a joke, but Tang Qing's real thoughts. When I am boring to practice calligraphy at night, I can come here to watch movies on the internet and relax after playing games, just like the simulation in the command room. The sound effect, tut, is definitely not worse than the movie theater. The communication server can access the entire internet of the outside world wirelessly, and at a high speed. It is not subject to geographical restrictions and is not subject to the network address filtering control of communication operators. It can directly access almost all internet networks in the world, except for local area networks, and is highly concealed. No one can trace the real address of the viewer. Tang Qing suddenly thought of another question at this time and questioned, "Shower, what does number 1 mean? Do you still have many such servers here?" "Yes, Commander, the dispatch center has a backup communication server. If the first server is damaged or abnormal, it can be replaced and upgraded, but the two cannot be used outside at the same time." Xiao'er replied. "Why?" Tang Qing was like a curious baby. "Return to the commander, because Xiao'er has only one communication server connection interface device, which cannot be added. But the interface device has no data transmission flow limit. So when the data exchange traffic reaches saturation, the server can be upgraded." Xiao'er explained. After listening to Tang Qing, he understood that Xiao'er has a device here to connect to the communication server of the outside world, but there is only one such device, which can only provide one-to-one service, which is really true. It's so rub. The most important thing is that special upgrades must cost money. Dead money system. Tang Qing couldn't help but vomit. "Then how fast your communication speed is, don't upgrade it in a few seconds," Tang Qing asked. "It's nothing right now. If one day in the future, if he gets his brain to let Xiao'er monitor the global camera image information, that data center will not be able to withstand it." Back to the commander, the server's two-way communication rate per second is 1p. Xiao'er said. "AP?" Tang Qing said in surprise. "Yes." Xiao'er replied. After being confirmed by Xiao'er, Tang Qing was also shocked. In the early stage, the data transmission speed was p per second. What is this concept? This means that even if he is reborn in more than 10 years, this server will be able to bear the data exchange traffic of the entire internet around the world. Do you want to be so hungry? I haven't been mentally prepared yet. You just started to pretend to be. No, start over. Xiao'er, are you sure it is the external flow conversion unit 1p? Tang Qing confirmed again. "Yes, Commander." Xiao'er said. "Hiss." Tang Qing took a breath. He used to think that this server would be at most hundreds or thousands of gigabytes per second. 1p this. How many GS are it? There are more than 1 million GS. Do you want to be so mad? This bandwidth. In which month and year can I use up this bandwidth? This is every second. Not every day, not every second. Hour. What? Tang Qing seemed to have thought of something. With a smile on his face, "I can sell it if I can use it up." "Correct. Sell." Xiao'er, can the server receive the signal from the mobile communication device? Tang Qing asked tentatively. "Don't be happy too early, lest you fall too hard." Return to the commander. No. The communication server has only two functions. The first is to provide data transmission services to all your own devices installed with the quantum communication module. The second is to access the external internet. In addition, it cannot provide wireless to third-party devices communication service. Xiao'er explained. Tang Qing was speechless. To put it bluntly, this thing can only be used by yourself. He would like to ask Xiao'er, "Is it a pity that you have wasted such a fraudulent communication traffic?" Wrong. A glimmer of hope ignited in Tang Qing's heart. "Xiao'er, can the communication modules in those bugs be used to transmit images?" Tang Qing asked again. Back to Commander-in-Chief. "No, these chips are all specially designed and can only transmit specific information." Xiao'er said. "Well, you won." Tang Qing said disappointedly. He had an idea just now, an almost crazy idea, that is to replace the internet. That's right. It replaces the internet and replaces the physical transport layer of the internet. The core thing is the quantum communication chip. Since that server can communicate with two devices equipped with quantum communication chips, can he install these in devices such as mobile phones, computers, and network servers? Can't they communicate with each other? And through the server, all chip-mounted devices can achieve ultra-high-speed wireless internet services. All traffic is separated from the physical lines of the existing operators. Copper cables, optical cables, and optical fibers are all eliminated. But now it seems that there is nothing more to play, because he can't get the right chip to come. The currently known chip types can only transmit voice and text. This function, even if it is built, is just a big brother. Even if there are military computers in the mall later, You can deduct it from the top. But how expensive is this? Sell a bunch. Xiao Air, when can we make chips? Tang Qing asked again. Back to the commander-in-chief. There is not enough information to inquire. Xiao replied. Tang Qing didn't get entangled anymore. If you can't, you can't. Anyway, you don't have to rely on this to make money. It's okay. This server can be used as your own trump card. Once it's safe, you can make phone calls and surf the internet. Don't worry about being eavesdropped on. I don't use your line, just eavesdrop on it. It can also provide safe, high-speed, uninterrupted network connection services for future people or companies. Not bad to think about it. Therefore, Tang Qing, who had passed his excitement, didn't want to make money from it anymore. To be honest, he didn't like the protagonist in the past when he had to sell everything that was good and sell it if he lacked money. And if he didn't lack money, he would sell it, attracting a bunch of flies and mice, which was annoying. So in the future, except for absolutely necessary things or technology, Tang Qing will never show it to others. Seeing nothing to himself, Tang Qing was ready to go back. Tang Yi, you have the rest. Tang Qing stood up and said to Tang Yi, Yes, Commander. After speaking, Tang Qing flashed back to the room. As soon as the communication server was released, according to the plan, Tang Yi would begin to partially implement the previous internet monitoring plan. The initial stage is very simple. Some people do the work of intelligence collection, mainly just the number of the intelligence collection plan established before. These are all done by people, and the system doesn't care about these things at all. And Xiao Air can only complete classification and storage work, as well as some things such as facial expression analysis and combat assistance. Therefore, the super multitasks accumulated before can only be done slowly now. Of course, these tasks are basically impossible to complete. After all, the information on the internet is not complete. Many things need to be investigated on the spot or sent inside to understand. It is extremely cumbersome, but it is better than nothing. Just do it for fun first. A small number of talents in the plan will do monitoring work, mainly to see if there will be some information harmful to Tang Qing or his interests on the internet, and at the same time borrow the traffic monitoring of the public security system to provide support for those targets that need protection. On the whole, in Tang Qing's view, this plan will be of little use within a few years and will not generate any benefits, but after a long period of time, it will play a huge role, such as monitoring the global camera information to locate people and so on. Now, let's do some miscellaneous work first and make preparations. There will be more to do later. After Tang Qing left the command room, the soldiers on the construction site also started to move. A soldier outside turned on the pump and poured water into the hole where the server was. No way, the construction site is not connected to the city's tap water pipe network, but groundwater is used. Due to the large volume of the entire reservoir and the insufficient water supply capacity of the water pump, it was almost half filled in a full day. This is because the server base is relatively large. If it is fully filled, it will take at least 2 nights, because water is also used at the construction site during the day. In fact, Tang Qing had thought about pouring all the servers in directly with concrete, but after thinking about it, he dispelled the idea. Treating a high-tech device in this way is really too rude. It is better to be gentle with the water. The release of the communication server has also greatly reduced the work of the soldiers. They no longer have to hold the receiver for monitoring and tracking. Everything goes directly to the command room. A country in Africa, inside the huge villa estate that was sold to Tang Qing's American and German accounts. It was daytime here, but there were still big men in black patrolling around the villa with guns and dogs. In the huge basement, dozens of people are still busy. In addition to handling the account opening information of global customers, they are also responsible for maintaining and mining and self-operating some transfer money laundering businesses, but the scale is small. The group of 2 who received Tang Qing last time is doing their own things. One is watching a movie, the other is knitting wool. Yes, I was knitting a sweater, which looked like a scarf. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked like a supervisor quickly walked over to the group. When the 2 saw the visitor, they also stopped their respective entertainment activities. As long as there is nothing wrong, they can do what they like. The organization is not strict about this. After all, in this African country where birds do not sht, although there are usually various activities, they are far less than in China. Jack, do you remember the person who bought 200 accounts last time? The supervisor came up to sit on the table and asked with his hands. The tech-savvy nodded and said, "Of course, I remember that when I bought so many accounts in both countries at once. How could I forget? What's the matter, boss?" "Do you know who he is?" the supervisor asked. Jack shook his head and said, "I don't know. He uses an encrypted browser. I can't see the other party's specific address information here. You can only check with the browser company." It's not that the supervisor was stupid to ask questions. Although this information was recorded in the organization at the time, these programmers often made some gadgets and were likely to get valuable clues. It's just that the purpose of the organization is not to track the location of customers' information, so some people won't tell them even if they get something or have any guesses. It has never been enforced before, but this time things are too special. Well, I see. This is the login method and monitoring authority of that company's browser server. We received an order to find out the specific address and information of the other party. The supervisor passed a note and said, "This kind of authority is not high. Basically just being able to go in for a look. The level of confidentiality is low, and it will be deleted in a few days." Jack took a look at the note and said, "Oh, what's wrong with this guy? Even if he is an enemy of the US government, this kind of account shouldn't be checked. I haven't given such an order in years." He still remembers the types of these accounts opened by Tang Qing. Even if the U.S. Taxation Bureau knows that these accounts will not be managed during money laundering, and they will jointly maintain certain rules of the game. Don't ask the extra. I heard that the account transaction volume was too large, which attracted the attention of a vampire. The supervisor said, "How old is it?" Jack said curiously, "I don't know. It's very big anyway." The supervisor shook his head and said with a smile. In fact, he knew how big it was, but he couldn't believe it, and he didn't dare to talk nonsense. In just 2 months, that person or force transferred nearly 20 billion US dollars, and then the money disappeared. Although only a small banker is paying attention at the moment, many bigwigs are already watching the issue of incomplete security. "Okay, no problem. What are they going to do?" Jack said. "What does it matter if the supervisor said it was true or false? Cut off his capital flow, wait for him to contact us, and we don't care about the others." The vampire also sent a master to stare at. "If you don't need you to talk to each other, this matter will not involve us at all. You will try to delay the time. That's fine." The supervisor said, "Okay, no problem. I'll log in and check his last internet address." 3 minutes later, SHD, it was deleted. What do you think? Or else you still need to use this method? Yes. After Tang Qing woke up, he started to operate arbitrage trading as usual. Last week, he started to increase arbitrage online with various sources of funds. Now it is 60 million euros at a time. The total daily transaction volume is 600 million euros. Profits are more than 29 million yuan per day. To be honest, Tang Qing is really a little scared watching his own funds grow at a rate of nearly 30 million every day. With 30 million a day and 900 million a month, you can earn 10.8 billion renminbi in a year. This is only now. If you are bolder, 20 billion is not a problem. But the premise is that no one will notice. But does anyone really take a break? Tang Qing didn't believe it at all. Just like now, the daily transaction volume of 600 million euros is 18 billion euros in 1 month. How about a year? 2016 billion euros. The entire transaction volume of more than 2 trillion people's currency. It's crazy. It is as dazzling as a firefly in the dark night sky. In fact, he thought of this risk at the beginning, but there was no way. There was no money at the time, and there were millions and tens of millions on his body, and there were a lot of money to spend. Even if it was dangerous, he had to take a gamble. So he was mentally prepared for every transaction recently, and his account was frozen at any time or the funds disappeared after the transfer. He was not afraid of the former and could directly unfreeze it for 1 million, but the latter would be troublesome. Once the other party did this, just like the plan made by the command office, they had sufficient backup means. After issuing the transfer order as usual, it's normal that the account didn't arrive in 1 minute. It didn't arrive in 5 minutes. It's okay, and it's not that I have never encountered it. The account didn't arrive in 10 minutes. Well, maybe the system is busy. Half an hour passed, and there was still no information on the account. Tang Qing knew that something might have happened. A little later, looking at the empty account, Tang Qing knew that something must have happened. The other party has already prepared his pocket, waiting for him to get in. Nima, what is really afraid of? Although he was prepared, but his own money was seized, Tang Qing couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The reason for the nervousness is not money. Money is a small matter, 6 billion yuan. He doesn't care so much anymore. But he is afraid that the other party suspects something and doesn't know what the other party knows. But one thing is certain, he needs to solve this matter immediately. Then Tang Qing stepped forward and entered the command room again. What's more, Lao Tzu's 600 million people's coins are so gone. Don't spit it out to Lao Tzu and see if I'm not playing with you. Humph, who wouldn't let me eat? Don't blame me for making you poorly eaten or even lift the table for you. Enter the command room. Tang Qing has been frowning. He doesn't know how things will develop today. If the talk collapses, it will mean that I can no longer rely on this arbitrage method to make money in the future. This is my main source of income now, and it will definitely hurt him if he loses it. If the talks are harmonious, and the other party acquiesces to his kind of transaction in the future, even if there is a limit on the amount, everyone is happy. But, no matter what the final result is, he has to show his strength to the other party, so that the other party will not dare to have any crooked minds in the future, otherwise nothing can be reached. Food is not qualified to negotiate terms, and they cannot even decide on life or death. Tang Yi, take down this website, the address is. Tang Qing, who had decided, set an address and a redirect method. Yes, Commander in command. Tang Yi replied, turning around and uploading the task to Xiao Air, then dismantling and distributing it. Although Tang Yi also understands, he is not a technician, but a commander. This kind of thing only needs to move his lips. Xiao Air formulates and dismantles and distributes tasks according to the process. Tang Yi is responsible for supervising whether the tasks are reasonable and complete. Leave the rest to the intelligence analysts. Otherwise, he won't be busy alone. In the past, special anonymous browsers were used to surf the internet outside, but they are not needed from the command room. Not to mention that no one can find the address, even if it is released to the outside world. Relying on the strength of these analysts who are proficient in binary computers, it is not easy to track down their addresses. After receiving the task, dozens of intelligence analysts immediately turned into computer masters and joined forces to invade the website. It is very high, but it is actually very simple. It is nothing more than using various vulnerabilities in EB to obtain permissions. In order to make it easier to friendly access to the outside world in the future, some analysts have studied Microsoft's system and major development languages early on, constantly testing and discovering new useful vulnerabilities. Otherwise, how did you share the data and information of several national police stations and various agencies? The vulnerabilities they have found so far are varied, as many as hundreds. And these loopholes come in handy right now. But because it is not certain which vulnerabilities can be used, an analyst tests several. Because they are usually too well prepared, coupled with these people's natural talent for this kind of information processing. In just 3 minutes, analysts got the administrator rights of the website server, and then a larger scale invasion has begun, not only the network server, but also the computers and various communication devices over there, such as routers and switches and all network devices. After control, all the information that can be found is extracted. Africa, that huge basement. A bunch of people huddled together. The person in charge of the organization here and the supervisor watched by Jack, waiting for his good news. They knew that Tang Qing's transaction time was concentrated at this point. So when the first transfer order of 60 million euros was issued, the bank blocked the money. They were waiting for Tang Qing, who was anxious, to contact them, and then track Tang Qing's location to see if they could confirm the other party's information. In Jack's view, this kind of thing was very simple. They also considered that if Tang Qing didn't want the 60 million euros to run away, this situation is not impossible. After all, a huge amount of nearly 20 billion US dollars would be transferred in such a short period of time, and 60 million euros would be transferred. It's not too strange to just be drenched. Of course, they still have a fluke mentality, betting that Tang Qing cares about this little money and will contact them. If they really don't care, they will have nothing to lose, and they can still get so much money in vain. They are not afraid that someone will dare to trouble them. Behind them are the shadows of major banks. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are doing dirty work for them. Of this group of people, the U.S. government may not be able to move them. But you still have to live up to your face. You can't always dangle under people's eyelids. Otherwise, they won't come to this kind of place. Just when a group of people happily waited for the fish to take the bait, Jack, who had been staring at the computer screen, suddenly sat upright and yelled, "Oh, my God." His face was full of surprise, as if he had seen a ghost. "What's the matter with Jack? Have you found the position of the other party?" The supervisor said happily. "Boss, we're done," Jack said with a wry smile. At the same time, he put his hands on the keyboard away and leaned weakly on the chair. "What do you mean? Which bank is the other party?" The supervisor said curiously. Anyway, he couldn't understand the 6 screens that were just installed in front of Jack. He thought he had tracked down which bank account, but he was not afraid. He would apologize if he misunderstood. At the same time, he secretly scolded the messenger for being nosy. But Jack's next sentence made him feel like falling into an ice cellar. "Boss, our server here was compromised," Jack said with an ugly face. "What? It's compromised? How can this be possible? We have all kinds of security software installed here. How can it be compromised? It only takes a few minutes. Even if the world's first hacker team comes, it is useless." The alarm didn't go off either. The supervisor refused to communicate. This news was too horrible. He didn't believe it. After so many years, they have encountered countless cyber attacks, but no one can enter. They have spent a lot of money to hire a lot of companies, experts, and even hacker teams to improve their defense system. It is much stronger than those firewalls on the market. "Boss, that's right. I wrote a small humble software and put it in the code of the server and computer. It is useless, mainly to count the number and status of users with various permissions. Now all servers and routers and switches here, computers have already added a super user. Remember to add. There must be only one super user for those devices, and he can forcibly add another one. This is not scientific at all," Jack slowly explained. Although he didn't want to believe it, this completely illogical thing happened. When the supervisor heard that the matter was overwhelming, he hurriedly said, "That will tell people to cut off the network as soon as possible." Jack shook his head with a wry smile and said, "It's useless, it's too late. With the internet speed here, all customer information in the database will be copied in just 1 minute, and it's useless if it's broken." "What do you do then?" The supervisor was gone, and in 1 minute, he ran to the tightly protected computer room for more than 1 minute. Jack spread out his hand and said helplessly, "Let's tell the situation above. We can't handle it. Now I guess I don't have the authority to do useful operations. Look, our super user accounts have all been deleted. Other low-level permissions. All the accounts are gone. Boss, we may have provoked people who shouldn't be provoked. Who shouldn't mess with." The supervisor was silent after listening. Of course he knew that it was someone who was not easy to provoke. Otherwise, how could he invade and control all the devices connected to the internet in every minute? He did not expect that the other party's revenge would come so fast, so sharp, and everything about them. The defense is just like paper, torn to pieces with ease. The sheep turned into wolves in an instant, so fast that they were unprepared. He didn't know who the other party was for a while. It might be the owner of other banks. After all, Tang Qing has the ability to conceal the flow of funds, but it is also possible that he is from other powerful forces. Anyway, things are tricky. Dididi. At this time, the phone in the supervisor's pocket rang, and he quickly took it out to pick it up. He knew it was from the tracking team, who also stared at Tang Qing. In 3 minutes, he answered 4 calls. He explained each one carefully, and their person in charge didn't say anything, turned around, and went back to his office to inform the instigator that he had gone. Put down the telephone supervisor and said with a wry smile, "Jack, you are right. The management authority accounts of the people they invited have all failed with us." Jack is about to speak. Just then, all the displays in front of Jack are black. In the next second, a big question mark appeared on the middle display. Then there is a line of words, "Hirazmi Moni," written in English. Several people looked at each other. I don't know what to say. Now the other party almost knows everything about him, and this work log is also recorded. If he lied, the other party might do something drastic. They are not afraid of ruining their equipment here, because there are backups, many of which are paper backups. What they are afraid of is this kind of strength. The plan was to fool Tang Qing, but now that the other party knows about this, he can't go on. Just when they were ready to wait for the person in charge to come out with silence. Now, the speaker next to the computer made a harsh rubbing sound. Everyone in the basement covered their ears. Several people instantly understood that each other was reminding themselves not to pretend not to see it. Think about it. This kind of big guy is getting angry, and if you ask you questions without saying anything, you will lose your temper. Just when Jack wanted to unplug the audio cable, there was a mechanical voice inside. Director use, put on your headphones. The supervisor was helpless when he heard that. The other party already knew his name, and even called his name. What else could he say if someone else had a bomb? Hughes picked up the headset carefully and put it on. At this time, the voice just came from inside. Director Hughes, how can this matter be solved? The problem is simple and straightforward. Hughes took a deep breath and organized a few words and said, "First of all, I apologize for our unreasonableness. I'm sorry, but we are also obliged to act. Please wait a moment. What is more, I am also waiting for us." News from the person in charge. He didn't dare to say a word about this kind of thing, so let the big guys worry about it. But he believes that the big guys are not stupid, and there is no need to offend such people. Even this one is among the big guys. Maybe even one of them. The more you think about it, the more possible it is. Otherwise, how can you seamlessly conceal the flow of funds? There is so much money, and this kind of invading power. The other party is definitely a superpower, the possibility of other bankers. It's also very big. Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. I want to know the result, but tell you, if my money is gone, you don't even want to run away. There was a cold voice from the earphone. Yus didn't know how to answer. It is not good whether it is or not, and he can only respond in silence. Then he quickly put down the headset and walked towards the person in charge's office. For 10 minutes, he didn't dare to bet that the other party was playing. Because the entire Villa network was taken over and disconnected by Tang Qing's people, the others also stopped their work, but no one was worried because they believed that the big guys behind it would be settled. It was just shocked by the strength of the other party, and unexpectedly took over and controlled their entire network without noticing it. Many technical houses have begun to worship. They have a deep understanding of their own defense system. To be honest, it is impossible for 100 of them to break in silently. Command room. Tang Qing looked at the video of the basement and the surveillance. Due to Jack's obstruction, they also put out the idea of disconnecting the internet. Anyway, there was a feeling of being watched out, and they were too lazy to hide it. So Tang Qing asked the analyst to download the downloadable surveillance video, which was useless except to confirm the person. It's just a little bad, there is no sound. Well, he asked too much. After this invasion, he also learned some of the situation of this organization. It is roughly the same as what he knew before. The main business is to open money laundering accounts for people in need in various countries. Some are cooperating with banks, and some are cooperating with underground banks. After all, not all banks will do this kind of thing. State-controlled banks generally do not do it, because their interests are consistent with the state. In addition, they also control underground banks and foreign exchange black markets in many countries, and help many people launder money through their powerful money laundering network, which is their biggest source of profit. There is also some messy work, which is all related to the illegal transfer of funds anyway. It has a cooperative relationship with many countries. For example, in island countries, in their organization's records, some people in island countries provide financial support for their overseas agents or intelligence personnel, using their channels or accounts. Many countries around the world do this. After all, some money is it's hard to see. If it weren't for Tang Qing's transfer of funds too large and the funds were eventually lost, no one would come to bad rules. Although it contains information about all the banks that opened accounts and customer information that they have investigated and confirmed, there is no background information about this organization. They are all business information. At the same time, Tang Qing also determined the location of the other party. It was about 10 kilometers away from the capital of an African country. This was calculated based on the optical attenuation between the two routers that existed there. It can't be determined because of the communication service. None of the operators have records of detailed addresses. Well, just know which country you are in, just send someone to check it. He doesn't dare to take this kind of organization with global connections all over the world. This is a battle in itself, until one side loses its threat completely. Within 5 minutes, USS walked out of the office with their person in charge. Hughes picked up the headset and said cautiously, "Are you still there?" "Well, say how to solve it." Hughes hurriedly said, "Hello, this is a misunderstanding. We will give you your money, but someone wants to talk to you." "Who?" "One of our shareholders is also a man of great power." "Contact details." "You can contact the other party through this website." After finishing the call, Tang Qing fell into contemplation for a while, because he suddenly discovered that maybe this was the other party's true intentions. The other party is not asking for money, but looking for him for other things. Otherwise, it will only cost 60 million euros, which is not as small as the fraction of the organization's annual income, and there is no need to break the rules. Haha, interesting. Tang Qing smiled. "Depending on what tricks you are playing, I will take it all." Tang Qing asked Xiao Air to log in to the URL given by Hughes, and instantly, a very clean web interface popped up, which was really clean. Just 2 text boxes, input and output. Just like the chat room long ago. It's so easy. Tang Qing couldn't help but vomit. He didn't know why the other party didn't directly call or use other communication methods, but this must be considered by the other party. The dialog box is good, just like a penguin chat. There is enough time to think about how to answer. If you talk directly on the phone, there are too many things that can be revealed. The voice is still a trivial matter. The most important thing is the way of speaking, the character of the character, and the language habits. Wait, if it weren't for acting, those psychologists could analyze a person with just a few sentences. It's pretty scary. It's much better with this stuff. Tang Yi, stare at this website. Tang Qing ordered. "Yes, Commander in Command." Tang Yi replied. Then the task was issued, and the intelligence analyst became nervous and busy again. Even so, Tang Qing did not have any expectations. Since others already know their network strength, they will definitely be prepared. It is not normal for them to find any useful information, and they cannot believe it because they want to. There are not too many ways to evade network address tracking. Most people go online, and their address can be seen from the operator, but for special people, he can ask the operator not to make a record, and it is useless to find the network address. 2 minutes later, the other party's server, including the computer, is controlled. However, this is a wild website. Apart from obtaining the network address, there is no other useful information. Although the test data shows that it is in Texas, the operator does not have any registration information for users of this network address. Well, I knew it would be like this. Fortunately, Tang Qing did not expect much. The method of tracking individual or small groups of hackers using network IP addresses is not at all useful, and even the MAC address of the device has not found any purchase information. Tang Qing typed on the virtual projection keyboard on the desk. "Who are you?" Of course, they are all typed in English, so the Chinese characters are not exposed. 10 seconds later, a message is displayed above. "Hello, I am embarrassed to bother you so presumptuously, but there is no way. We didn't have the slightest contact information for you, so we made a bad decision. Please forgive me." Although the other party had a good attitude, Tang Qing didn't appreciate it. This kind of person is just such a cheap mouth, and will never be soft and hesitate when stabbing someone in the back. Tang Qing curled his lips and typed. "Did you give me my money back before talking about it?" Talking about things must be equal, and the other party is holding his own money and talking ass. "No problem. Your money will be credited in 1 minute. As a sign of sincerity, we will talk again when that time comes." Tang Qing did not reply, but waited for his money to arrive. Sure enough, in less than a minute, he received the arrival notice, but the number was wrong. 80 million euros. An apology fee of 20 million euros and 200 million yuan is added. Is this sincerity? But what exactly does the other party need to discuss with me? And what does the other party think of? Huge financial resources? Haha. If this is a bit of a pitfall, it's not that money that I'm going back and forth, it's just being transferred by the system, and I can really get less than 200 million US dollars. Or is it the concealment ability of one's own funds? It's also possible that the system does things, and they can find out that there are ghosts. It is also possible to get to know yourself as a deep water predator. Forget it, I don't want to, and it's useless to think about it, so I'd better ask. Tang Qing immediately typed and said, "I received the money. It's 20 million more." "What do you mean?" "Hello, 20 million is sent to you as an apology. Next, I hope that our conversation will not have any impact due to the previous misunderstanding. Using more than 200 million renminbi to eliminate misunderstandings is really wealthy, but don't let it go for nothing. How can you vomit out if you get in your mouth? That's okay, I will accept it. As long as it doesn't let me stop this kind of thing in the future, I think our next conversation will be very pleasant. Tang Qing said. He is not willing to give up the profit of 30 million yuan a day. You can rest assured that we don't need you to stop this transaction. We just hope that your money will continue to be transferred between our banks in the future. What do you mean? Tang Qing asked. He immediately understood the problem. We? Obviously not referring to all arbitrage banks now, because he was using these channels in the first place, and there is no need to remind him. Does the opponent also have different camps? We don't need to know the purpose of your huge assets. I just hope that your money can go through our bank channels in the future. Didn't you just follow your channel before? Tang Qing asked pretendingly. Of course not. We are also divided into different camps. For example, the organization you just captured is ours. Other camps have their own similar organizations. Okay. Tang Qing knew right away that this was coming to him to stand in line. With the advantages of first contact and channels, he was the first to win Tang Qing, which was a bit like a bank collecting savings. But it would be naive to really believe that the other party is doing it for the reserve. Why? Do you want that transaction fee? Tang Qing asked again, pretending to be Xiaobai. It was not at that time. We were not interested in that transaction fee at all. As for the purpose, we keep it confidential. If you want to transfer money in the future, you can directly transfer to several accounts designated by us. We will transfer your designated account to the corresponding currency and handling fee. You will also be exempted, and all will be exchanged for you at the international exchange rate. Is there any benefit to you doing this? Tang Qing asked curiously. If you look at this kind of thing from a regular business, you won't get any benefit from the other party. Unless… Excuse me, please forgive us for not telling me about this matter. Tang Qing was silent. Obviously, the other party needed his money to do some special things, such as transferring assets, laundering money, etc. Also, you can't use the bank's primary assets to launder money. Even using forged customer loans to launder money is easy. Or is there any greater benefit? Forget it, it's up to him. Anyway, it is the internal affairs of Western countries. As for trying to harm him, kidding, no one can find him. However, it seems that you should pay attention to the use of transfers in the future. This transaction method is too unique. He was not prepared to use a foreign bank account in real name until he did not think of a solution. And he has to start a new layout. Is there a limit? Tang Qing asked. Yes, 600 million euros a day. That's why we are looking for you so urgently. Tang Qing was speechless. He originally wanted to improve a little bit, earning him 100 million a day, but it seemed like a delusion. But he was not disappointed either. This amount is already very high. Earning 100 million yuan a day, that is absolutely crazy. That means that the annual transaction volume is as high as 6 to 700 billion euros, and many people will go crazy. I agree. Tang Qing agreed. At least for the time being, it will not cause any harm to oneself, nor will it cause any harm to one's own country. If you disagree, it is not fun for others to directly cut off his arbitrage channel. Before, I thought that the other party swallowed his money or wanted to slaughter him, or even threatened or something, but the other party did not. Then there is no need to conflict with others at all. He is a master who eats soft but not hard. However, even though the other party does not say anything, he still needs to figure out the other party's purpose, otherwise his heart is itchy. Thank you for your trust in us. You will directly deposit money into the following bank accounts in the future. We will immediately follow the current international exchange rate. The corresponding euro is credited to one of your frequently used accounts. I hope we will have a happy cooperation in the future. Then the other party sent 6 accounts, 3 American banks, 3 German banks, and 2 of them were not the banks he used for arbitrage. I think these are banks in the opposing camp, but they are certainly not all banks in their camp. At the same time, I also sent a website for future contact. Just like before, this is a wild website and a wild computer. No useful information can be found. Then the two ended the communication without too much nonsense. From the beginning to the end, the other party did not inquire about Tang Qing's information, nor did he talk about it, only talked about the business, which was very self-disciplined. But it is certain that the other party must have paid great attention to his information. Just like Tang Qing, I want to know the other party's information. Both parties will spare no effort to investigate each other next. But these things can only be done, not said, as everyone knows it well. Tang Qing sat in a chair, closed his eyes, and calmed down. He always felt like he was being molested. In the big evening, the other people exploded themselves, and then everything turned to the other side's thoughts. With an apology fee of 20 million euros, I still couldn't get angry. It's really beeping. Now he can't be sure who the other party is. The other party just said that it is the alliance of some banks, but there are many banks. It is completely unclear whether the other party is a shareholder or professional manager of a certain bank or their bank supervisor. Maybe that person was just a little guy who was pushed to the front desk just now. There are so many possibilities that Tang Qing can have a headache. He hates the feeling that this kind of thing is not in his grasp. Investigate it honestly. Tang E. Immediately make a plan to find out the specific information of this alliance and several other alliances and figure out the purpose of their use of the money. But to be a little bit concealed, I don't want to be so positive with them. Tang Qing immediately ordered. Actions that are too obvious or too radical are obviously inappropriate. Yes, Commander in Command, Tang Yi said. Seeing Tang Yi turning around and busy, Tang Qing felt distressed, not for Tang Yi, but for the money, because once such a large-scale plan was involved, he would definitely have to pay out money again. It's true that the more enemies there are, the more money you spend. Forget it, spend it, spend it. Don't spend anything if you have money. Most of his money in the future is estimated to go to the command room, or even the integrated service center. But from the current point of view, its cash return rate is much higher than that of investing in other industries in the past. So Tang Qing is also willing to invest money in it. He is not a master of stocks. He does not know how to speculate in futures and foreign exchange, and he does not remember any sports events to gamble. All he can remember is the subprime mortgage crisis in 2008. Maybe he can make some money, maybe he can't, because he doesn't know the money he won't be able to see by then. His path is not to be a miser to make money, but to become a miser. The closer you get to the core rights of this world, the smaller the role of money, and no one will look at you because you have a lot of things that I have printed. For money, Tang Qing's desire is not strong, as long as he can satisfy development. With systematic mandatory goals and various functions currently displayed, what he is fighting for is the right to speak in the world. At that time, it was too early to say this. It would be foolish to think too far. Just walk forward step by step honestly. After half an hour, the whole plan was fresh out. Tang Qing glanced roughly at the table of contents. It's really expensive. A total of 500 million yuan is required. It was less than he expected. He said that some of the people who used the surveillance plan did not need to add too many intelligence analysts in the command room. This time they will be sent on a large scale. Tang Qing took a closer look at the content of the plan again. It was very true. Speechless, fully carried forward the dark style of these guys. The core purpose of the plan is to clarify the equity information of those banks, so that we can determine who is behind the scenes this time. But shares are not that easy to investigate. Layers of holdings and cross-holdings can kill people. In addition to the announced major shareholders, there are also those humble minority shareholders. There are countless large families in Europe and the United States, and there are more than a dozen or 20 familiar ones. But are these the top forces in the world? Obviously impossible. Ordinary people know it very well. Then these big guys have no face, and Tang Qing does not fully believe in it. In the information age, what you want to know is what capital wants you to know. If you really believe it, that's it. What about the mallets? This plan is very large, and the things involved can scare the average person. There are a total of 4 lines in the plan. The first is the entire history of Europe and America. Yes, it's just such a nonsense. Anyone who has read the history of Europe and the United States knows that family marriages in Europe and the United States are very common. Relations, if you don't investigate and study well, you can't figure out the relationship, and you can't tell who is who. The second point is to investigate the equity information of all key companies in European and American countries. First, find out who is whose industry. It is the same as when he asked Tianyin to count the information of domestic enterprises above the designated size. But this plan is more detailed and compulsory. It must be clarified. and the workload is huge. Then there is the third point. Get the equity registration information of all companies and institutions in all offshore centers around the world as a supplement to the second step. The methods are very simple, both online and on-site. On-site inspections are not difficult. It is enough to find the key person to require. If this kind of information is difficult to obtain by formal means, but as long as there is no bottom line, there are really not many secrets in this world. Otherwise, those intelligence organizations can survive by friendly negotiation alone. What a joke. The last point is to see if you can find useful information from the African side. If it is possible to even penetrate into them, it can't be forgotten. This is not too forceful. The 4 lines go hand in hand, and the means are much gentler than the Bangkok plan. This is also no way, because one day I will come to the front desk and be known by this group of people. If you get too messy and make too many enemies, you will probably start a full-scale battle in less than 2 episodes. It's a bit difficult to end. To be honest, there is actually no need to engage in such a big battle, but Tang Qing thought about it and realized that these things are very necessary. In the future, whether it is the layout of various industries or finding alliances, if the relationship is not clear, he will be caught in minutes. I don't know what happened after I sold it. It was suffering from his own wallet. The 500 million yuan was beaten to Tang Yi, and there was not much money he could mobilize freely. And at the end of the month, Lugan's 300 million will be returned. TSK, let's hurry up and earn money honestly. Immediately, Tang Qing started a new way of arbitrage trading and entered the bank account designated by the other party. Within a minute, the Euro account received the arrival notification. It's pretty fast. After 9 times, Tang Qing calculated a new arbitrage profit of 36.23 million yuan a day. Gee, it feels good to make money. By the end of the month, Lugan's 300 million loan could be paid off. After completing today's make money task, Tang Qing directly sent it back to his uncle's home, and he didn't care about the next things. Just leave it to the group of robots. Tang Yihui sent 2 dedicated fighters to the teleportation node to various places according to the plan, leaving behind the fighters and equipment to perform the task, and then move to the next location. Since there is only one transmission node and the country spans a wide range, it takes at least 1 week for the delivery of more than 100 people of various types. Tang Qing feels entangled when he thinks of this. Why is it so difficult to do something? It takes so many people, so much money, and so much energy. In the end, he always feels that the system doesn't care about everything, and it's completely let him. Free to play. For example, the current loan task, he has basically no intervention, and there is no profit in doing it. He does not know why the system continues to publish this task, and it is still the most important evaluation indicator before the 10th level. There is no one, except for the loan task. The punishment, the system does not have any other restrictions that can make him OVR. Are you reminding yourself not to forget the original intention? Or are there other deep meanings? Tang Qing couldn't think of it for a while, and the system didn't take care of his problems at all. Hey, I really envy the system that can chat with the owner and talk nonsense. Forget it. I will know sooner or later. Let's go to bed and let it go slowly. Although I can't sleep now, it's okay to squint and stay warm in the bed. Just when Tang Qing was lying on the bed and counting the lambs. United States. Near a remote town in Texas. Inside a farmhouse. An old man in his 60s was standing by the window and taking the call respectfully. The computer behind him was the web page chatting with Tang Qing. Sir, as expected, the other party has agreed. The old man said humbly. Well, that's good. Inform your technical teams and try their best to investigate the other party's information. I will also send someone to assist you, but you must pay attention to the means. This kind of unknown force hasn't figured it out. It is not advisable to have a direct confrontation before the other party's details. There was a voice that was neither sad nor happy. Yes, sir. Is there any covenant that the other party is doing business? After all, the transaction volume is a bit too big, but the technique is not very similar. I have never seen such an operation method. Can't help asking. Hee hee. Old man, I know what you are worried about, but what does it have to do? It doesn't affect us at all, and we don't have a conflict of interest in this matter, do we? The man chuckled lightly. The old man nodded and said, I see, sir. I will find out the details and purpose of the other party as soon as possible. Well, Keep an eye on the X-72 plan of the Bright Biological Research Center. If the second phase of the test is successful, I will be notified immediately. I am useful. Yes, sir. In the next few days, Tang Qing was honestly attending classes at school, enjoying a comfortable school life during the day, and went to the command room to watch movies after practicing the calligraphy at night. He had the perverted first-class intrusion ability of that group of analysts. It's not too simple to get the high-definition source of each blockbuster movie. Coupled with the image optimization ability of Xiao Air, it looks much clearer than the large screen of the movie theater. The sound effect is also leveraged. Although it is large, it will never feel harsh. Of course, these will not affect the work of other people in the command room, because their smart seats are equipped with something similar to a ring-shaped energy shield, which can selectively isolate sound and dust, and even have preliminary defense capabilities. I heard Xiao Air said that it can resist the continuous shooting of ordinary firearms. If it is sold out, it will be very profitable. However, Tang Qing is not short of money, so why do you want to sell it? The relevant department will definitely come up in minutes if you take out this kind of stuff. We can just hide the good things by ourselves. From this thing, Tang Qing also saw a glimmer of hope of having a future weapon. Especially a seat is so stubborn, the system UI will sell weapons in the future is not good, it can be said. However, even if the system can sell large-scale vehicle weapons in the future, to be honest, Tang Qing would not dare to use them blatantly, because those good things are not like firearms and the output is large, and they are all in various countries and munitions. There are those that have been filed by the merchants, and one more suddenly pops up. Those arms dealers will go crazy. Even if you have an arsenal, it will not work. This represents a serious leak of technology. It is definitely not a relationship that will never give up if you don't understand it. It feels like this is the rhythm that forced him to become an arms manufacturer. It was sunny on March 26th. On Saturday, after so long of preparations, as of yesterday, dozens of Shengtang clothing stores in the province have all opened, and daily newspapers are coming every day. Looking at the daily increase in sales, Tang Qing is very satisfied. Although he will get less than a dime in a short period of time, and will even try to pour money into it. This is his first company, and the only one at present a holding company and operating externally. Although according to calculations, by the end of this year, if not counting the investment, Shengtang Apparel's profit was only more than 30 million yuan, which is equivalent to his daily arbitrage. However, in this company, he is not making money. It's a pleasure to watch it grow and grow. Anyway, Tang Qing didn't expect how much money he would earn from doing business. At the same time, today is the day when 2 jewelry stores opened. Speaking of the preparations are still a bit rush, it only took a week, but the 2 families are a little impatient. The second uncle's goods arrived, and they started to be nervous, with Lugan's initiative to help, and all the procedures and licenses were handled. So fast, Tang Qing couldn't push it off. There were also 2 Chinese from the second uncle's company who followed the goods. The 2 countries were next to each other. There were a lot of Chinese who came to Bangkok to make a living. The second uncle also gave priority to the Chinese in many cases. Tang Qing heard that the second uncle was still there. The vice president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, anyway. It's just a useless virtual title. The main purpose of the 2 people here is to provide short-term training on the furnishings of the goods, staff training, and some basic jewelry knowledge and business skills. They will stay for a month until the 2 people can fully afford the normal operation of the store. Go away. Early in the morning, Tang Qing asked for leave and drove Mercedes-Benz and his uncle's family to the Tang's jewelry store. Lin Jiaxue, a good student, went to school naturally. Parked the car to the side of the road. Tang Qing and his party got out of the car. There were no firecrackers, only some flower baskets were placed at the door. They were sent by the second uncle and Lu Qian. Tang Qing did not go to join in the fun, because the entrance of the jewelry store is really not big. It is located in a prosperous commercial area where people come and go. When it was still open to traffic, the flower baskets of the 2 rich local tyrants had already filled up the available space. At the same time, Tang's father and Tang's mother invited an elderly band to beat gongs and drums at the door, and later they would wander with advertising banners nearby. Boom, boom, boom. Take a look, take a look. Don't miss it when you pass by. Open a big bargain, genuine and licensed. Fake one pays 10. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of gold as long as the first 100 customers will have a 10% discount, and there will be fine gifts as a gift. Tang Qing felt so embarrassed when he heard these slogans that could be regarded as advertisements. I don't know why, maybe it is. It's too grounded. When I sent my business cards to Monday in my previous life, I heard the slogans of various businesses the most. Sometimes there were performances and I stopped and watched for a while. Now that I think about it, I still miss the life of my previous life. Fart, whoever loves to go. Of course, the person who shouted was not Tang's father and Tang's mother. They weren't so busy yet. Since the hands and feet are not as diligent as young people, both of them are acting as hands-off roles in the store. They go to help wherever they are needed. It seems weird anyway. Tang Qing and his party walked into the shop. As soon as they entered the door, Qin Shichi took her sister around, looking excited. At this time, there were already a lot of people to join in the fun. After all, what they sell here are jewelry, not Chinese cabbage. They are not cheap, and the new year is over. This brand is not loud, and naturally not many people buy it. At this time, Mother Tang was sorting out the gold necklace in the container. Tang Qing realized that she hadn't seen it for a few days. His mother was also very good at stealing herself. She outfitted herself with a few pieces of jewelry, gave her hair, and painted some light makeup. The rich state is much younger. Mom, busy. Tang Qing stepped forward and said grinningly. Listening to the familiar voice, Mother Tang immediately looked up and found her brother's family and Tang Qing, who was skipping class. She said suddenly, Tang Tang, you stinky boy, you skipped class again today. Hey, it's just one morning. It's not a problem. Uncles and the others are going to see flowers in the southern suburbs. I will act as a driver. Mom, how about you? Do you want to go together? Tang Qing suggested. Mother Tang closed the cabinet and said, how can we have time? There are so many people today. Although there are many people hanging out, we can't leave it alone. How's that going? Is there any business? Tang Qing said curiously. Hearing about the business, Mrs. Tang's face became a little unoptimistic, and she whispered, since the opening of the business, we have sold 7 orders, but we are not in a hurry. Our early publicity was too hasty, so we distributed flyers for 2 days. It's not high, but people from your second uncle predicted that business will only pick up in half a month, so don't worry now. Mom, don't worry, business will definitely be good. Don't forget to buy a house when that time comes. Tang Qing smiled. With him, he can make the business of the 2 jewelry shops so good, but now it's not in a hurry. It's only the first day of opening, and wait a few days. Otherwise, the traces of deliberateness will be too obvious. Mother Tang was also very happy when she heard her son's words. No reason. She just believed in her son. How can it be so fast? Your Uncle Lin said that when you can make a net profit of more than 30,000 yuan a month, you will get a mortgage. This is the first month. Not necessarily. Don't worry, Mom. It's only 30,000 renminbi a month. It's completely trivial with our such a big shop. Tang Qing said with a smile. If you add the rent and labor costs, the monthly profit must be calculated by the profit margins of these jeweler products over 50,000 yuan. Only about 300,000 yuan in sales per month is almost the same. Hiss. Very cheap. Really so few. It's just a fraction of the odds he earned in a day. No, let's round it up, 500,000 yuan. Every family spends 500,000 yuan on jewelry every month. As for what to buy he really didn't think about it. Forget it. Let's give it away later. But who to give it to, entangled? Seeing Tang Qing's strange face, Tang's mother only thought that Tang Qing was worried about her sales target, and she was very pleased. At this time, the 2 sisters Qin Shichi also finished shopping and came over. Shichi, Shiu, you are here. Hurry up, take whatever you want, and my aunt will give it to you. Mother Tang said with a smile on her face. She was really willing to give anything to her brother's 2 daughters, not polite. No, Aunt, I have a lot of jewelry. You don't feel that these are suitable for our age? Qin Shichi shook her head and said, she is really not interested in gold and silver jewelry, and diamonds and gems are not appropriate to wear out. In comparison, she still likes gadgets of a few dollars. Yes, sister-in-law, you also come to choose one, and I will send you to you. I saw these things. The price quoted by Xiao Kai is nearly a third of the average price here. It's quite cheap, so don't be polite to me. Today you are not allowed to go if you don't choose one. Mother Tang said in a low voice. In the past few years, Tang Qing has stayed at her brother's house, and Qin Yugong's family is not good to her son. Compared with the importance of her son in her heart, the gratitude in her heart can be paid off with a little jewelry. It's so much difference, it's more money-making. And exclaimed in a low voice. This, you can make money when you sell it. Mother Tang smiled bitterly. My aunt nodded, looked around and said, how much is the value of the goods here? It looks so much. Mother Tang said, I looked at the invoice. The total value is more than 9 million. If you sell it all, you can make more than 3 million. If you want to make 1 million, you need to sell nearly 1/3 of these goods. 1/3? How long will it take to sell? Qin Yugong said, looking at the full cabinets in the store. Mother Tang said with a smile. Xiao Kai said that it will not be long before, because his company has already started to establish branches in the mainland. When the time comes to promote and post various activities, discounts and word of mouth, Xiao Kai said it is not too difficult to meet this expectation this year. That's it. That's good. Let's go first. I wish you a prosperous business. Qin Yugong smiled. Okay, let's go play. Tang, you must go to class in the afternoon, you know. Mother Tang exhorted. Understood, Mom, I'm leaving. Tang Qing promised. Drive slowly. Father Tang, who was receiving customers, raised his head and said again. Know it. After talking, Tang Qing drove his uncle's family to Lin's father's shop again. It was more than a kilometer away from here, and the couple were too busy, so they just greeted a few words of congratulations and left. After leaving Lin's shop, Tang Qing took them to the flower base in the southern suburbs. It is also crowded here. Tang Qing feels the same as tourist attractions, but it is not surprising. Although it is a flower base, it is next to the largest park and zoo in the city. Looking at the various flowers inside, the two cousins were very excited. They fumbled and looked at them. There weren't any too expensive flowers. The ones that could be touched were cheap ones, and the expensive ones were surrounded, or someone is watching. Looking at all kinds of beautiful flowers, Tang Qing kept nodding his head admiringly, looking like an expert, but there were only a few flowers he knew, and some were just a little familiar, and most of them didn't listen to them. Over. Forget it, don't pretend to be compared. He doesn't feel much about these things at all. I still like cold technology products. Tang Qing and uncles and aunts are strolling slowly in the flower base. Qin Shichi can't stop wherever he goes. Pulling a helpless look, Qin Shiyu of Qin Shiyu walks fast. When you see any interesting and beautiful plants, you have to come over to take a look and smell it. From time to time, she pulls Qin Shiyu with a reluctant face to smell it. And sometimes she has to force her to express her opinions, Twitter nonstop. Okay, Tang Qing once again observed a few seconds of silence for the future cousin, who will have a headache in the future. Fortunately, Lin Jiaxue is not such a person. Thinking about it, we are so happy. Not long before Tang Qing saw two cousins standing by the flowers in front, Qin Shichi was waving at him vigorously. Tang Qing quickly walked over quickly. This is not Qin Shichi's kindly trying to pull him to look at the flowers, but summons the camera hung on Tang Qing's neck. The camera was a gift from Lu Qian before. The price is its tens of thousands, but he hasn't used it until now. Qin Shichi has been playing with it all the time. He didn't take this coolly when he went out today, so Qin Shichi just hung the camera on his neck when he got out of the car. Tang Qing's use and understanding of this thing actually stopped at the switch and shutter. Think about it sometimes. Is it a disability? Brother, come and take a picture for us. If the picture is not good, you should look good. As soon as Tang Qing approached, Qin Shichi said loudly, with excitement on her face. As for Qin Shiyu, who was on the side, she was not interested in taking pictures. She had no interest in taking pictures. Interested, only smiled embarrassed on the side, vowing to be a quiet foil. Tang Qing said helplessly. Okay, come on, 3, 2, 1. How about it? Not bad. He couldn't say the word eggplant because it felt silly. After taking the photo, Tang Qing handed the camera over. Qin Shichi jumped over, zoomed in on the picture, and said angrily, "Why did I close my eyes?" Tang Qing spread his hands and said that it was none of my business, and said, "Who told you to blink? I am only responsible for taking photos of you and the flower. Look at how good my composition is. The most important thing is that the flower is really beautiful. You don't even talk about eggplants. I didn't prepare them. No, please give me another photo I won't blink this time. Of course Qin Shichi quit. What's the use of beautiful flowers, and people have to pretty? Okay, you are the boss. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Take a picture. How about this one? After that, Tang Qing took another picture of her. Let's not talk about eggplant. Regardless of the difference between the eggplant and the photo, Qin Shichi rushed over to take a look, took a closer look, and nodded in satisfaction and said, "Yes, it's pretty, but it feels that the light is too dark." Feel. Want a remake? No, we must not let Qin Shichi have such dangerous thoughts. It's okay. I'll find someone to deal with it for you when I go back. Don't take it anymore. I promise to deal with it to your satisfaction. Tang Qing promised immediately. Let Qin Shichi choose photos for future selfie-crazy demons? What a joke. Really? Qin Shichi stared at Tang Qing suspiciously. It's definitely more than what you said. Tang Qing quickly raised his hand and promised. The friend he was talking about was naturally the second. Relying on Xiao Er's image analysis and modeling capabilities, optimizing a picture is not a matter at all, especially through the exchanges during watching movies these days. He also discovered another powerful use of Xiao Er. That is to do special effects. Even that is far beyond the scope of today's special effects. That was completely remade a movie. As long as the face and body information of the characters are collected, a nearly real dialogue or environmental scene can be simulated in 3 dimensions. To put it bluntly, as long as there is a face, the whole movie does not require human participation, which is quite a fraud. However, these are currently used for military purposes. Let's just forget it for making movies, but you can consider that you are interested in investing in movies in the future. The special effects will be done by the second person. Not to mention that they are better than those Hollywood special effects, but they are definitely affordable. After all, those special effects cost hundreds of millions at every turn, don't need to spend a dime in shower, and they are extremely fast. If someone is instructed, it is not difficult to finish the special effects of a movie in one day. This also adds various detailed modifications. Otherwise, if the second person understands the real desired effect of the director, then the second person is a perverted calculation. In processing power, the special effects of a movie can be completed in less than 3 seconds. It's another way to make money. Good idea. Then we can open a movie company. We also want to play movies, only making science fiction films. Forget it. It's not YY. Back to reality. Tang Qing just stepped back after saying that sentence. Sure enough, Qin Shichi immediately realized that Tang Qing was saying that her credit was not as good as him. And of course she did not agree. What? You stop for me. I do not. Tang Qing ran forward fast. There was no way. He had to kneel any trapeze if he wanted to run. Don't worry, I won't scratch you. Qin Shichi chased behind and said, The mouth is wrong. Then what are you doing after me? I don't believe you. Tang Qing laughed loudly. After speaking, I went around and returned to the original place. I'm so angry, sister. Catch him for me. Qin Shichi gasped and said. Tang Qing continued to run forward, came to Qin Shiyu's side, looked at Qin Shichi who was still running, and said, Look, Sister Shiyu can't bear it. At the same time, she made a face. You? I'm exhausted. Let's make peace. Qin Shichi saw no one to help him, and stopped chasing him, panting, and said with her waist in her waist, Yes, speak 10 feet away from me first. Tang Qing stepped back 2 steps. You? I mean it. Really? Okay. Then you swear. Okay. I will send 4, and I will never scratch you. I'm still sending 5, try again. Uncle and aunt watched the 2 siblings fighting, watching the theater on the sidelines, and they didn't help each other. Many passers-by who were onlookers couldn't help but laugh. This family is really interesting. Of course, Tang Qing naturally lost the battle with Qin Shichi. Women's words cannot be believed. Since it is a flower base, of course there are flower sellers. In the end, Qin Shichi was threatened. Tang Qing looked distressed and spent a full 300 yuan to buy a potted plant for 2 younger sisters. The 2 younger sisters have different hobbies. Qin Shichi likes flowers of various colors, and Qin Shiyu likes green leafy plants that do not bloom. The personality of these 2 cousins is so anxious. Seeing Tang Qing's face of poor fortune, Qin Shichi's face was full of triumph. Don't forget to fix the photo for me. If it's not pretty, I will return it. Qin Shichi said with the flower in her arms. Did you give me any money and return what goods? Tang Qing said irritably. Okay. Qin Shichi raised her eyebrows and looked at Tang Qing with a smile. Tang Qing hurriedly changed his face and said with a compensating smile, Yes, yes, Master Shichi is right, and you will be satisfied until you are satisfied. It's pretty much the same. It's not pretty to see how I teach you. Yes, yes, absolutely beautiful. By the way, brother, or you can teach me how to drive. Qin Shichi said suddenly. Tang Qing's face became straight after hearing this, and he shook his head quickly and said, No, the female driver is too dangerous, and she is still an immature kid. He doesn't feel distressed when the car crashes. The key is people, if they hit someone. If it's done, it will be troublesome. Why? Qin Shichi said with a look of dissatisfaction. At this time, Uncle Qin Yugong interrupted. Shichi, you are not allowed to learn to drive at this age. Although your brother is not his age, he drives better than me, and his mental quality is not bad. You are definitely taking the lives of others when you drive on the road. Safety is joking. I know. Qin Shichi pursed her mouth in dissatisfaction. After visiting the flower base, Qin Shichi yelled to go to the park again, and finally approached noon, and finally passed this morning perfunctory. But with Qin Shichi there, joy was indispensable. In the afternoon, Tang Qing went to class honestly. Last week's monthly test, Tang Qing got a full score. There is no way. Now if you want to deduct Tang Qing's points, only the composition can be deducted. But this time, Tang Qing's composition content can't be said. To the extent, the roll noodles were good before, but now Tang Qing has practiced the regular calligraphy for so long. The one-hand calligraphy is quite beautiful and clean, even to the point of pleasing to the eye. Then, these papers were shamelessly collected by our principal Chu, and the teachers were very distressed. But there is no way. Who would call someone the principal? The officials at the top level crushed people to death, not to mention the many levels. The next day, fun day, Tang Qing drove his second uncle's Mercedes to Lu Gan's villa. Naturally, you have to notify others before paying back the money, let alone Lu Gan, a busy man. So last night, Tang Qing called Lu Gan to make an appointment for the repayment. He learned that Lu Gan would be going abroad in the next half a month, so he decided to repay today, but the account funds were not enough, so he agreed to pay back the US dollar first. The US dollars that Lu Gan agreed to pay back was worth 200 million yuan, and the exchange rate was 1 minute and 8.1 second, which was equivalent to 24.7 million US dollars. The trunk couldn't fit, and there were 2 bags in the back seat. Due to the large transaction volume, Tang Qing drove the car directly to the villa's underground garage this time. A package of $2 million was used, and a total of 12 large packages were used, and the 4 people moved them all at once. Little Tang, you are enough for me to use for 3 months. Putting more than 24 million US dollars together is a wall, a green wall. Lu Gan also had to shine with excitement in his eyes. The monkey and Gongzi energetically brushed the money counter there. That's good. I will contact you if you need it in the future. The remaining 100 million yuan will be called to you on the 5th of next month. Tang Qing said while drinking tea. Okay, no hurry. By the way, Xiao Tang, I have something to ask you. Lu Gan said suddenly with a little embarrassment on his face. What's the matter? Tang Qing asked curiously. The thing that allowed Lu to speak like this was definitely not about dollars, but about personal matters. To be honest, when dealing with this kind of old fox, Tang Qing didn't believe what was on their faces. Expressions, this group of people, all of them are acting. Lu Gan groaned for a second and said, That's it. It's about going abroad this time. Would you like to ask your second uncle to lend me a bodyguard? I'll pay for it. After he finished speaking, he looked at Tang Qing, waiting for his answer. Last time when he returned to the provincial capital with Tang Qing's second uncle, he already knew that these 2 fighters had been introduced by Tang Qing to his friend. After learning the news, Lu Qian had been circled again. Before, he thought that Tang Qing's second uncle was the provider of US dollars, but he found that he didn't look like it last time, but he still had this idea. But after Tang Kai said that, he suddenly felt that Tang Kai really didn't know Tang Kai. Fortunately, he didn't talk nonsense about the dollar thing. Therefore, Tang Qing's mystery level has been raised to another level, so that his mind can't turn around now. Oh, is it unsafe for uncle to go abroad this time? Tang Qing asked. Obviously, his second uncle must have missed it, but it was originally a trivial matter. If you miss it, you will miss it. It can also increase your sense of mystery. It doesn't hurt. Lugan shook his head and said, "It's not. I don't go to war-torn countries, but the United States. I don't need to do dangerous things. This time I went to discuss business with a friend. Although there is no chaos there, but after all, I can't help but shoot." Tang Qing thought for a while and nodded and said, "Well, I'll go back and ask later. I'll give you an answer later in the evening, but there should be no problem. It's just a bodyguard. If you borrow it, you can borrow it." Basically, the direct threats were sent to the sky by those soldiers one after another. In addition, there are 2 soldiers secretly protecting him. No one can hurt his second uncle. Since Lu Gan has spoken, he must also give this face. Otherwise, others will be busy making friends with you to please you. "Can you help me if I have something to do?" Lu Gan said happily. "Okay, then I will trouble you." He had contacted Tang Kai before on this matter. After all, if he directly went to Tang Qing, he would be a bit leaning on the old and selling the old, using his identity to oppress others. So he obtained Tang Kai's consent, and then he asked Tang Qing to talk about it. If Tang Qing agreed, it would be easy to say, and it would be okay if he didn't agree. The whole thing had to be well-deserved for everyone. Tang Qing said with a smile. "It's okay. It's not too dangerous, not to mention paying back the money. I believe my friend will be very happy too, huh? The money is small. How about 2 million yuan for the 2-week fee? The board and transportation are mine. Don't be too small for your friends." Lugan said. It's okay. I just agreed to this reward for my friend," Tang Qing said. "It doesn't matter how much you give." Although this kind of bodyguards of 2 million yuan in 2 weeks seems to be a lot, Tang Qing doesn't have the slightest idea of letting them make money from this. These powerful perverted fighters are better to use by themselves. The next 2 chatted one after another. After ordering the money, Tang Qing left. Lugan is no idler, and Tang Qing is also involved. After putting all the money in the safe, Lugan went to the top floor of the villa and looked at the distant scenery. The monkey stood behind him, his face still a little excited. "Monkey, I can only help you here," Lugan said suddenly. "These days, I have seen monkeys training hard day and night, but he can also see that the distance from the warrior who defeated the monkey last time is still the same as the sky and cannot be crossed. Although the monkey is tough on you, it stands on such a big mountain in the face of face, the monkey can hardly be calm. Therefore, I have this time to borrow a bodyguard. I hope that the monkey can recognize himself, and I also hope that the other party can teach the monkey 1.5 tricks, not to reach the level of abnormality, but don't get killed by spikes at every turn. Hit people. Thank you, Brother Liu." The monkey nodded solemnly, his eyes full of enthusiasm. As a martial artist, his pursuit of strength is almost endless. With this mountain, he must work hard to catch up. 2 days ago, he remembered the feeling of seeing Tang Qing last time in the provincial capital, and these few times. Observation of the encounter, he found that Tang Qing's strength is definitely not weak. The pace, breathing, eyes, movements, and many places inadvertently reveal the breadth of Lianjiatsi. Tang Qing can learn, then it means that he also has the opportunity to learn. Leaving Lu Gan's villa, Tang Qing once again became a little man. Because in order to clarify Lu Gan's foreign exchange business, when he and his uncle's family came for dinner last time, he asked the soldiers to put a few small things in Lu Gan's villa, mainly the living room, roof, and courtyard. After all, he and Lu Gan is not an enemy. There is no need to go too far. But it's basically not needed now, because the database of that organization and the information in all network devices were obtained a few days ago, and there are a lot of information collected by that organization in various aspects. Among them is information about Lu Qian. It not only includes Lu Gan's detailed investigation information, but also his family history, relationship network, sphere of influence, and a brief introduction of exchanges over the years. Therefore, his investigation of Lu Gan is not so urgent, and he also knows Lu Gan's hen. He didn't participate in illegal money laundering and other activities, but Tang Qing did not withdraw the fighters who broke into Lu Gan's foreign exchange business. Anyway, there is no shortage of that person. Maybe it will be needed someday. And Lu Gan does not belong to that organization, not even the partner. Only those at the first level of the underground bank are eligible to directly cooperate with that organization. Lugan's foreign currency exchange business scale and relatively regular business content can only be regarded as it's the same as a lower-level field clerk, but Lu Qian's main business is not this. So this does not mean that Lu Qian's status is low, but the transaction volume is small. At the same time, in the internal information of that organization, the command room found the websites of other similar organizations. Then, a full-scale internet invasion began. But 2 days, under the efforts of those analysts, the entire global currency underground trading network was shown in front of Tang Qing. At that time, Tang Qing was shocked when he saw it. He was shocked by the breadth and depth of the sphere of influence of this group of people. At the same time, he was shocked by the illegal transfer of funds collected by various organizations inadvertently. They are really everyone. They also dare to earn any money and are not afraid to offend any country at all. Almost all countries have their presence. According to calculations by the command office, the total amount of illegal transactions by these organizations last year was nearly $20 trillion, which is equivalent to about twice the GDP of the United States last year. It is a deep-water giant fish, swimming in the world's slightly turbulent currency lake. But although the money seems to be too much to death, it is really not too much. This is transaction volume, not profit. And for example, if a person transfers 100 million renminbi out of the country, the conversion into US dollars will be counted once, and the person who transfers 100 million yuan will be counted once, and that person will be counted once again when it is converted into euros. Tang Qing was not too shocked by the scale, and he would not be surprised if $30 to $50 trillion were passed in a few years. Excluding duplicates, the pure transaction volume is about 1/10. Therefore, there is no detailed transfer flow of various banks around the world. This data does not have much reference value. It just looks big. At that time, I looked at the report from the command room. Tang Qing felt more and more like a villain, stealing things everywhere. But he can't help it. Except for this kind of steal method, it's impossible for him to get a star or a half. So since there is a bug in Lu Gan's villa, of course he heard the conversation between Lu Gan and the monkey just now. Although Lu Gan is also selfish, he also understands his thoughts on monkeys. One is not the first and Wu is the second. People who practice martial arts naturally want to pursue those on the top of the mountain. Landscape drove the car and parked on the side of the road not far from the villa area. Tang Qing dialed the second uncle's phone. At this time, Tang Kai was having a meeting in the group office. There were dozens of people sitting below. They all sat upright and listened carefully. The two soldiers stood behind Tang Kai, motionless, watching everyone below vigilantly. The people who looked at each other with the two fighters felt that they had been seen through. There was no panic in their hearts, and they all sighed that the boss's new bodyguard was too scary. Ding ding. Naturally, only Tang Kai dared to start the machine at this time. As soon as he saw his personal phone rang, he immediately took it out. The only thing he knew about this phone number was his family, and things related to family members were nothing trivial. When he took it out, it turned out to be Tang Qing's. Tang Kai smiled slightly and gave the dozens of people sitting below a wink to let them rest, and got up and went outside the meeting room. One of the fighters also followed out. Tang, there is no class today. Tang Kai smiled. Yes, second uncle, there is something I want to communicate with you. Mr. Lu from the Tiangong group just asked me to ask you to borrow a bodyguard. Tang Qing directly explained the purpose and passed it back through the soldiers beside Tang Kai. The news said that the second uncle was in a meeting, and he didn't want to say anything. Besides, there are so many twists and turns in the family. What do you think? Can you borrow it? Tang Kai said. He couldn't sell Lu Gan. Yes, after all, Mr. Lu has helped us with a lot of things. It's a bit too much to say if this is not helpful. How about, second uncle, my friend, these bodyguards are very good. Tang Qing said. He knew about one a few days ago. According to the news, those two fighters abused a dozen bodyguards under the second uncle, and Muay Thai masters and experienced soldiers are all scumbags in the face of absolute strength. Speaking of this, Tang Kai said with emotion, it's not just amazing, it's so strong that it makes my bodyguards obedient. A few days ago, I saw him bring back two bodyguards, coldly and out of place, and immediately became Tang Kai's personal bodyguards. They naturally felt very uncomfortable, but they weren't fighting bravely. They had been able to follow Tang Qing for so many years. The bodyguards are not villains, but the warriors only serve the strong, so they challenged one of the warriors during morning exercises. Then, the result can be imagined. The first one went up and was killed by a spike. The second went up and was still killed by a spike. And the last group of people went up, and no one was able to pass the two tricks under the soldiers. Then, they looked at the two warriors one by one like a god, not daring to say anything. In the end, Tang Qing came out to make up the battlefield and fabricated an identity for the fighters. So the two fighters transformed into a rigorous and professional fighting training from childhood. Later, they went to the Middle East and experienced countless wars of all sizes. In the end, the inspirational story of being tired of fighting and being a bodyguard. At that time, Tang Qing made up the lies on a whim, and all those people accepted them frankly. Since then, no one questioned the strength of the two, and then they came to look for abuse every day, to see who could insist on one more move would be victory. Tang Qing did not expect that the goal of his own group of bodyguards had fallen to this point, but so far no one has been able to go through 3 moves in the hands of soldiers. But this also aroused their interest, one by one more crazy training. Tang Qing was also very satisfied with this effect. That's good. Let him go with Mr. Liu at that time. He will also pay for it anyway, Tang Qing said. Tang Qing said, well, you don't have to worry about this. I'll contact him later. I accidentally said it when I went back last time. Don't mind your friend. It's okay. Why would he mind such trivial things? By the way, my second uncle, what's going on your side? What's the recent company, whether there are any difficulties, and if there are any difficulties, just say, whether it's people or money, it's not a problem with my friend. Tang Qing said. Tang Qing was very pleased when he heard that, although he never thought of asking Tang Qing for help. But Tang Qing is so sensible, of course he is happy. This is not the promise of ordinary businessmen, but the promise of his family. They are all sincere. Haha, your friend is really supernatural. But don't worry, the second uncle is not bad here. Everything is normal. There is no difficulty. Tang Qing smiled. Don't report the good or the worry, Tang Qing said. His soldiers followed the second uncle all day long, plus many other sources of intelligence. He knew that his second uncle's business was not so secure now, which was why he would ask this question. First of all, after the loss of Wei Jun's stable supply, the inventory of many things is not much. The second uncle has been trying to contact new suppliers recently, but the results are not great. Not many people are willing to offend that seizure. People from Wei Jun's home. Why? Your second uncle also knows a lot of people here, it's okay. Tang Qing smiled. He knew that Tang Qing might know something. But this is not the country. Even if Tang Qing's friends are in the country, they can't solve the problems of other countries, and it's not a question of money. Well, okay, second uncle, then you are busy. This weekend, I will find Joshua to play later. Tang Qing didn't say anything anymore. Saying more is useless. Doing it will be useful. Okay, then you drive carefully and call your second uncle if you are short of money. Tang Qing exhorted. Okay, uncle, goodbye. After that, Tang Qing drove to Lin Joshua's house. The two of them had been tired and crooked for a day and didn't go out. They just watched the rented discs on the way here. There are no good variety shows these days, and TV series cannot be connected. It was very anxious to watch, so when I watched a video store on the road, I went in and rented a few idle drama martial arts movies and so on. The two watched them with gusto. It's not really good looking, just because there is someone in love with me. Tang Qing returned home after dinner at Lin's house in the evening. Finished washing, Tang Qing closed the door and walked to the command room. He took a deep breath and said, Tang Yi, let's start. In order to make the second uncle's business unimpeded in the supply of goods, he has decided to directly take action on the guy who seized the site of Wei Jun's house. It's not enough to kill that guy. It is also necessary to provide a stable source of goods for the second uncle. This is not only related to the interests of the second uncle, but also the interests of his parents and his own in the Mengyun group. Sometimes I think about his changes during this period of time, and his heart gradually hardened. If it weren't for so many lovely people in his life, his current character would probably have been affected. At first, Tang Qing considered supporting Wei Jun on stage. After all, he has the basics, connections, and experience over there, so he will get started faster. Is also relatively orthodox. and for good reasons, and will not cause too much reaction from the surrounding forces. But after thinking about it, I dispelled this idea. Since this place was acquired by his own people, there is no reason to let others go. Even if Wei Jun was obedient due to his strength at first, what about the future? People's hearts will change, and no one wants to be a puppet, so he still doesn't cause trouble for himself. Instead of guarding and turning his face in the future, it is better to let his own people control the safety of coming over there now. Of course, it is definitely impossible to kill their boss in the plan and replace them immediately. It is not a beast, and you can directly take the position by killing the Beastmaster. But the beheading plan is still necessary. Just like in Bangkok, if there is no one who can hold the place, the monsters, ghosts, and snakes below will all appear one by one. Finally, fish in troubled waters. In order not to make it so obvious, this plan is similar to Plan 6794. The time span is given by Tang Qing. It took Tang Yi for a month to make the whole thing look reasonable and legal, without much controversy. The start time of the plan had already started a week ago. Until today, all the personnel have been put in place. Most of the fighters have become lurking, a small number of them have penetrated into the opponent's interior, and some have become the leader by virtue of their strength. Once the chaos, they will slowly gain higher positions. Just wait for the last net to catch up, and take over the entire area as a matter of course. It's 10:30 in the evening. Myanmar. There is a basin in the mountainous area of the southern part of Shabang, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and Thailand is 20 kilometers away. There is a huge manor here. Although it is a manor, only the area has been reached. Other conditions can only be said to be improvised. They are basically wooden houses. Due to the extremely inconvenient transportation and the rainy seasons, there are only 2 brick houses, which seems very uncoordinated. However, although it is remote, there are things like generators in this world, so it is not dark at night. The surrounding area of the entire manor was guarded by a group of gunmen. It looks like that, but the quality is a little bit poor, the work attitude is not serious. I want to come to a stable life. I think that there are still many people on the periphery, as the core area does not need to be too much. Cautious. A dozen people stood around one of the 3-story brick houses, dutifully sticking to their posts, and after a closer look, some of them fell asleep against the wall. This is the house of leader Naden. At this time Naden had finished drinking and fell asleep. For some reason, he was not very interested in women. In his opinion, eating noodles is more interesting than women. It was because my father kept talking about this before, and gradually the contradictions and dissatisfaction kept accumulating until after eating noodles, the anger in my heart broke out all of a sudden, and he rushed into my father's room with a gun and killed him. Afterwards, he regretted it, but it was no longer useful. In the end, he managed to suppress the matter by arguing and planting misfortunes. After allowing a lot of benefits, he calmed down the restlessness of the people under his father, which also caused him to lack money. Therefore, he took a fancy to Wei Jun's business, and finally desperately invited those battlefield guerrillas, purchased a lot of equipment, and took the Wei Jun's territory in one fell swoop. During this period of time, after selling jade and jewelry to Ba Song and others, his wallet slowly bulged up, cutting off the excess rice and other food crops on Wei Jun's site, killing many people, and staying in Wei Jun's site. The beautiful flowers were replanted on the ground. A few days ago, he learned that Bong was killed, but he didn't care. If Bong died, someone would replace him, or there were other Baisongs. Now he is not in a hurry. With 6 jade mines, 1 gold mine, and 2 gem mines under his control, there is no shortage of buyers at all. This moment, the manor looks so quiet and peaceful. However, the entire manor did not know that they had been targeted by death. On the top of the mountain near the distance, the soldiers bypassed various light and dark guards early and occupied high positions. 3 fighters with long-range weapons and 6 observers were already in place, staring at the every move of the people below the mountain and the entire terrain. Modeling has also been completed in the command room and updated in real time. The battle plan has also been drawn up long ago. The people here are all Naden's confidants, and they are also a group of people who enjoy the highest treatment, naturally. People who have committed countless crimes. After these days of intelligence gathering, every person with a gun here counts as one, and they all deserve to die. To this day, Tang Qing still remembers the visual. Images sent by the soldiers who broke into the opponent's interior a few days ago. Looking at the women who were imprisoned and ravaged, or even killed by them, he was full of fire. Therefore, there are more than 100 enemies with guns in this manner. He will not keep any of them. All the targets and the order of shooting have been worked out to ensure that they will not be discovered to the greatest extent, and the battle can be resolved silently. 12 o'clock. The action begins. 2 people stood on top of the 6 wooden guard towers. There are 12 in total. They are the first targets. At night, there have been no incidents for many years, so all of them have no energy, some chatting, some dozing off. Call out. Call out. There was a faint sound, and all the soldiers in action tonight were equipped with silencer pendants. The command room's firing order was reached. The 3 soldiers on the top of the mountain fired at the same time, 4 of each, cross-fired. Under the strong control of the soldiers and almost full-view aiming, 12 men fell in just 4 seconds. On the sentry tower, at the same time, the soldier who broke in the manor also started. He rested tonight. He sat up and looked at the dozens of people who were also sleeping in the wooden house. He drew a dagger from his body. This is not over yet. There are also about 20 people standing guard on the wooden fence. At this time, the 6 soldiers ambushing nearby also fired. At this distance, the firing speed is much faster than the speed of the snipers, almost 1.5 seconds. It took less than 2 seconds to complete the shot, in conjunction with the blocker in the distance. More than 20 lives are over again. There was no suspense in the next battle. The 4 warriors jumped straight and grabbed the top of the 4-meter-high wall, and they rolled in with force. The journey of eradicating evil has begun. In front of a large number of elite fighters equipped with silencers. Although these people are considered elite, they are also in the category of humans, and they are not enough compared to these powerful non-human fighters. At this time, the true role of the 6 observers is reflected. They are like battlefield scanning equipment. They monitor the entire area without blind spots, provide combat data for the soldiers, and ensure that the soldiers can basically walk in, lie down to the point of winning. 6 observers ensure that everyone in the entire manor can monitor in real time. The images transmitted through infrared and low-light telescopes are then used to model and track the characters in real time in the command room. Therefore, the entire field of view is different in the eyes of each soldier. Just like crossing the line of fire and opening the perspective plug-in, where there is someone or is blocked by others, the soldiers are clear, there is no personal thing that suddenly appears in the corner. This is the power of technology. In this way, the entire battle was over in less than 5 minutes, including cleaning up the garbage that was still asleep. Except before death, no one realized that an enemy had sneaked in, except for Naden and those innocent women. Naden's 138 confidants went to heaven and became a corpse. At this time, Naden was dreaming that he was swimming in the river, suddenly urinating, and then he peed. A warm feeling made him directly break through the dream, knowing that he was wetting the bed again. Drink too much again. This is where he is embarrassed. He often wets the bed and stays in the bed for a few seconds, which causes him to be disinterested in women all the time because it is too shameful. Naden opened his eyes and was about to change his pants, but everything in front of him blinded him. 4 men with weapons stood in front of him. One of them is still preparing to wake him up with cold water. All the enemies have gone to heaven. There are still many valuable things in Naden's mind. It is a pity to kill him like this, so why should I get some cost back? Tang Qing looked at the bedwetting Naden in the command room. The corners of his mouth twitched. Numb. How does this style of painting feel so nonsense? It can only be said to be a coincidence. Who are you? Come here. Where did you die? Naden stepped back 2 steps and leaned against the wall and exclaimed in panic, hoping to attract the attention of his own people outside. He didn't want to believe that his men were dead. Up, Naden. A soldier stepped forward and said coldly. Naden said silently, Who are you? What are you going to do, my people? Have you bought them? The next soldier's words made him like an ice cave. Don't worry, you will accompany him later. Before that, we have something to ask you. The soldier chuckled. What? They are all dead. Naden's face changed suddenly. And that was the number 100 people, so he died? What a joke. Who is it that has a grudge against him and sent this group of people in military costumes to kill him? Could it be Wei Jun? Yeah, the soldier said lightly. The warrior's answer made Naden. a person who had killed many people, feel cold all over his body. This is the person who truly regards life as grass, and he is scared. Who asked you to kill me? I will double, no, 5 times the price. Nathan said loudly. The soldier shook his head and said, no, 100 times is useless. We just want to get some information and send you to see your man. Like the original Bong, since he was about to die, how could Nathan be honest? No, I won't say anything. Hearing this, Tang Qing couldn't help but smile, as Ba Song said at the beginning. Standing in the command room, listening to Nathan's familiar lines. Although a long time has passed, Tang Qing still feels a chill in his heart every time he thinks of the whole process of the soldier interrogating Ba Song last time. At this moment, technology has overcome human nature and human thought and emotion. This reminded him of the terrible scene in the future era of big data. Because when a person's data is collected enough, basically his life can already be predicted, people will no longer have secrets, will no longer have real personalities, and all people will be seen through data only. When Tang Qing used to look at the civilian artificial intelligence developed by the protagonist or the convenient tools such as assistants, he didn't think there was much science fiction and yearning, but instead thought he was looking at horror. When that kind of thing masters all your emotions, sorrows, life habits, social relations, and family situations, you are like a transparent person to the company behind it. All your emotions and reactions are data, if possible if. These data can be sold. Sometimes I think about it. Is the era of big data really good? Tang Qing thinks that there are 2 sides. It is good for production and consumption and has great effect, but it is not so good for personal artificial intelligence development. It is not a joy to have things by your side to collect and dig deep into all your information. Anyway, if someone else develops this stuff in the future, Tang Qing will never use it. Even if he wants to use it, he has to make it himself. Inside the manor. At this time, the scene was very awkward. You don't need to say, we will know. The soldier said lightly. Nathan also looked at the soldiers in front of him like a madman. His gun was on a table in the distance, so he didn't do any extreme actions. After all, there were 4 fully armed soldiers in front of him. He was not in any way. It might be escaped. There's no way to want my money, Nathan said with a sneer. He has been living smoothly since he was a child. It is the little Earth Emperor here who can't hold back his face to beg for mercy, even if he is facing death. The soldier whispered. The cave 6 kilometers to the east, the secret door under the arsenal. Hearing these 2 places, Nathan said in a panic. How did you know? The latter is a warehouse, at best a secret warehouse. It is not surprising that these people know, but the former is his father's treasure place. If an accident happens, it is also the capital of their own comeback. They haven't been there for 3 months. Did this group of people stare at their own people 3 months ago? The soldier did not answer Nathan's question and continued, your bank account is missing now. You just die this heart, I won't tell you. Nathan said bitterly, Mada, a group of neuroses. He felt that he was dead wronged. The soldier did not answer, just slowly scanning the surroundings of the room. 2 of the soldiers rummaged around the room, and the last soldier stared at Nathan. Nathan was also at a loss at this time, and could only blame these people on the ranks of neurosis. 3 minutes later. Thank you. The soldier suddenly said something. Just when Nathan was surprised, the talking soldier walked to the window, smashed the bamboo window, and took out the paper rolled into a roll from the thick bamboo that tentatively called the bearing. Can this Nima be found? Nathan was dumbfounded for a while. At the same time, he was firm in his mind about the speculation of being stared at by these people for several months. When he thought of being stared at for several months, his heart was faintly cold, but he was not downhearted, because only a few accounts were written in Arabic numerals. Yes, but the passwords are ciphertext that you can only understand. Once you change them in a month, even if the other party gets them, it will be useless. Seeing that the talking soldier glanced at the piece of paper, Nathan stuffed the paper into his pocket and took out the gun at the same time. Just when Nathan thought that the opponent would threaten him with a gun, Nathan, who had already done a good job of I would rather die than surrender, heard the soldier's final farewell. Okay, you can go on the road. Wait, there is no password to see how you get the money. Nathan said quickly. He didn't want to ask for mercy, but it was so weird. He couldn't think of why the soldier didn't ask him for the password. Up him. 721541. Aren't you a reporter here? The soldier said with a natural expression. Listening to the numbers reported by the soldiers, Nathan looked like he had seen a ghost. You. This. How is this possible? I used my unique recording method. Nathan said with his eyes wide open and incoherent. Your diary is exposed. The soldier said lightly. Nathan still didn't believe it and said loudly. It's impossible, He knew clearly that there was no news about this kind of ciphertext in his notes. But before finishing talking, the soldier pulled the trigger. Boom. Nathan. Pawn. Tang Qing in the command room looked a little dumbfounded at this video. What's the situation? Don't even ask this time. When did Xiao Air hang so much? Tang Yi, how do you know the password? Tang Qing turned his head and asked curiously. Back to the commander-in-chief. Nathan has a habit of writing a diary. A few days ago, our soldiers sneaked in and obtained all his written information, plus so long observation, analysis and simulation, and the writing style shown by his secret code, and finally determined the 4 password forms and logics, and tried them out when I tried the second one. Tang Yi explained. Tang Qing heard only one sentence in his mind. Can you still play like this? It's not scientific. But this looks full of scientific elements. Here, forget it. I won't ask about the principle. You can quickly transfer your belongings. You should keep the $9 million in the card. After all, this will be our site in the future, and it will also need construction and spending. Money. Tang Qing took a deep breath and said. He once again sighed that fortunately it was not the enemy. Otherwise, it's really young. Yes, commander in command. Tang Yi said. Then the soldiers began to take out Nathan's collections in the manner according to the plan and gathered them to prepare to load them away. As for the property in the cave, they were moved to the place yesterday. These manor items are basically cash and valuables that are easily realizable. The money in Nathan's other bank cards was used by him to pay the last remuneration and to silence the generals of his men. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a deposit of just over $9 million, which can be said to be very poor. Half an hour later, the property in the manor was raided. Of course, it was impossible to take away all of them. Those jade and stones only took away a part of the valuables, and all the gold, jewelry, cash and other things that were drove out were loaded into the car. These things in the manor were calculated by the command room to be worth nearly 300 million yuan, and the various good things in the cave were also worth 500 to 600 million yuan. In general, the direct harvest of this mission was nearly 1 billion yuan. Although Tang Qing did not receive a dime on his account. But those things can be realized, isn't it? In order to avoid trouble, except cash, all other things were sunk into the next river. After all, they are not needed recently. It is inconvenient to take away a few tons of things, and they will be used later. Dig it out later. Tang Qing was not afraid of someone stealing it, because on the top of the mountain far away there were 2 warriors with long-range weapons staring at them. Tang Qing didn't want to make wedding dresses for other people. After the action was over, the soldiers released all the dozens of people imprisoned in the manor, and one person gave some property. Those who have been imprisoned for a long time looked at the corpses around the ground. Some were numb, some were crying, but they tried their best to control, so as not to upset this group of soldiers. They knew that the entire manor must be all by this group of people. It was solved, and the eyes of the soldiers were full of fear and gratitude. Looking at some familiar people on the ground, many people went up and punched and kicked directly, and the soldiers did not stop them. Some people even wanted to pick up their guns to avenge their anger, and they were snatched by the soldiers. At night, if someone fires a gun here, the soldiers may not be afraid, but it may be difficult for them to evacuate. The soldiers talked about the situation, and they were all honest. Next, a soldier led them out of Nathan's sight from a safe road. For this safe transfer road, a small outpost of more than 30 people was cleared on the side. At this point, the first phase of the plan is over. The rest of the plan will be carried out in an orderly manner. After escorting the women to evacuate, the soldiers lurked in the nearby mountains again, waiting for the next action. The night is thick. Everything is calm, leaving only the sounds of insects and birds decorating this frightening night. The next day, early in the morning, food delivery people drove into Nathan's manor. After 2 checkpoints, a very crude-looking small car entered the manor's guard range smoothly. Drove more than 2 kilometers. The car came to the location of the last checkpoint in the manor. This was guarded by Nathan's guards. Unlike the two outside checkpoints, the outside defensive circle was guarded by the Zhai owners below Naden. The driver is called Lu Xi. Both his parents are Chinese, and he grows rice here. He is a driver under Naden's influence. His daily task is to deliver wine, meat, rice, etc. to the manor and some to the women. We eat steamed buns and wodu. Although he grew up here since he was a child, he doesn't have the slightest affection for these pastry people, and he can't wait to kill all these scumbags. After being beaten away by Naden, he could only admit his fate, and he could not afford to have a family and a mouth. Near the checkpoint of the manor, he didn't care when he saw that there was no one outside. Sometimes these guys were sleeping late or gambling early in the morning together. Beep, beep. Lu Xi blew the horn a few times, and no one came to open the door. He didn't dare to move it by himself, so as not to be misunderstood by those on the alert and eat peanuts. Where did all the special people die? Lu Xi scolded quietly, frowning. Then Lu Xi got out of the car, bypassed the roadblock, and approached the door of the shed. The door is closed. Lu Xi leaned closer and listened carefully, but after listening for a long time, he didn't hear any sounds of drinking, gambling, or snoring inside. Damn, are you all asleep? Lu Xi cursed in his heart. Then he opened the door, but the scene before him almost frightened him. There were 6 people lying inside, 6 dead people to be exact, with unknown wounds, as if they had been beaten to death with bare hands. The first 2 checkpoints are normal. If something goes wrong here, then inside the manor. Lu Xi couldn't imagine it. It's only 200 meters away from the manor here. Usually, at this time, people in the manor can still hear the sounds of morning exercises. No matter how bad they are, there will be faint voices. But now it is silent and terrible. The sound of birds that used to be nice has now become like a horror movie. There must be something wrong inside, and it's still a big thing. What do I do? Lu Xi took a deep breath, and there was a cloud of mud in his head. It must be impossible to get in. What if he encounters a gangster and kills himself? Go back. Lu Xi made a decision immediately, then rushed out of the shed, drove the car on the narrow road, turned hard, and drove outside. He was calm when he came in, but Lu Xi's feet were soft when he went out. Yes, every time you step on the accelerator. There was also a constant cold sweat on his forehead. Seeing that Lu Xi's car came back so quickly, the people at the second pass hurriedly stopped. At this time, it was far from being able to unload the cargo on the car. Lu Xi parked the car and jumped off, but his legs were soft because of fright. He knelt on the ground as soon as he jumped off. Why are you back? A leader was eating an apple and asked. Lu Xi hurriedly stood up and said with a panic, over there, people are dead. Dead people? What do you mean? The leader wondered. He didn't think much about it. In this place, death counts people. People die every day. Lu Xi swallowed, pointing to the direction of the manor, and said, all the people in the sentry in front of the manor are dead. I don't know the manor. I don't dare to go in. Hearing this, the leader's face suddenly changed and he lost his voice. What? The people in the sentry are all dead. Lu Xi did not speak, but nodded vigorously. Knowing that something has happened, the leader quickly threw away the apple and said loudly, assemble all. Pay attention to caution. I will notify Guan. Hearing this, the more than 30 people in this outpost immediately stood on alert. Although they didn't know what was happening, judging from the expressions of their boss and Lu Xi, there must have been a major incident on the manor side. After finishing talking, the leader drove a broken jeep to the residence of Hijaiju. There is no signal tower here, and the mobile phone is naturally unusable. Even if there is a wired phone, it is in the manor and the first line of defense. He dared not go to the sentry. He didn't rush in directly, because they were Guan Kuen's subordinates and still had conflicts with the gang of guards inside, so they didn't want to die for Naden at will. The ghost knew what was going on inside. At this time, Guan Kuen, one of Naden's 5 Zhai lords, just got up and was washing, listening to the training sound of the men around him. He felt very pleasant. These are all his own cards, and Naden's men are nearly 1,500 people. Although Naden has reduced his subordinates many times, Guan Kuen is still the strongest one. There are more than 400 people under him. The combat effectiveness is also very good, and all kinds of weapons are complete. At this moment, his adjutant ran over in a panic and said, brother, it's not good. Something happened to Naden. Something happened? What's the matter? Guan Kuan wiped the water on his mouth and said lightly. Naden has always been troublesome since he was a child. What's the big deal when something happens? The adjutant said immediately. According to the food delivery Lu Ci, all the people in Naden in the sentry shed are dead, and the food delivery person is afraid to go in, saying that there is no sound of inside. Hearing this, Guan Kuan couldn't calm down. His face became serious and said, What? Who else knows about this? It's us right now, the adjutant said. Okay, wait a minute. I will inform several other Zhai owners. If we go in, many things will be unclear. Guan Kuan thought for a while and said, This kind of time is not a time to make a profit. If you dare to be the first to go in, someone dared to buckle his bull. By the time it was unreasonable, he would be no match for the joint efforts of a few companies. Next, Guan Kuan informed the other 4 village owners and finally decided to march on the manor together. Now the communication with the manor has also been interrupted. There must be a lot of things inside, and almost everyone has an idea. Several village owners led their own people towards the manor. They were fully armed, with 1,000 people, and some also had light-duty potash trucks, which seemed quite imposing. At the same time, after counting the number of people, each of the Zhai owners found that some of his secret whistle were removed. The closer you get to the manor, the more you see more and more unlucky ghosts, the more fear in the hearts of several village owners. It's dark at night, and the opponent can solve so many people silently. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. Came to the outside of the manor and surrounded him. At this time, there are only insects and birds around the manor, and there is no more noise in the past. There was no one on the fence, and the door was closed tightly. Several village owners took a breath one after another, with a faint chill behind their backs. All the people in seemed to be dead. Go, open the door. Guan Kuan ordered one of his men. The subordinate didn't dare to talk nonsense. So many big guys looked at him. If he leaked a timid look, Guan Kuan would probably give him a shot for the sake of face. He threw the AK hanging on his neck behind him and walked to the door quickly. He pushed hard and found that the door was locked from the inside. So he climbed up the wall with the help of a few people. As soon as he saw the situation above, the subordinate yelled in fright. There was no way. As soon as he climbed up, he saw a dead face close at hand. Even if he was mentally prepared, it was not this kind of psychological preparation. What's wrong? Guan Kuan asked quickly. The man resisted the fear, slowly climbed up the wall and looked around, then turned and said with a trembling tone, Dead, they are all dead. While speaking, his legs trembled slightly. The people outside were also terrified by their brain replenishment scenes. Guan Kuan is also a person who has experienced wind and waves and directly ordered, Okay, you go in and open the door. Yes. The man turned in, opened the door, and a group of people walked inside. Looking at the dead on the ground, there was still a little blood dripping from the guard tower. Everyone felt terrible, and many of those who believed in it almost knelt down. A person with a discerning eye is a one-to-one battle. Naden's more than 100 guards don't even have a chance to shoot. Guan Kuan pushed aside the wooden houses for lodging. Is also full of guards whose necks have been wiped. Looking at the scene in front of him, none of the Zhai masters spoke. Guan Kuan broke the silence. Let's go and take a look at Naden's house. Entering the room, sure enough, watching Naden was lying on the bed with a peanut in his head. He was not angry. His eyes were wide open, as if he saw a monster. At this time, Guan Kuan's adjutant came over and said, Big brother, those women have been rescued, and the weapon seems to be ignored by the other party. Nonsense. What kind of weapon would this kind of person look at? Where are the things I found in Naden hidden? Guan Kuan said in front of several Zhai owners. Since Naden is dead, those belongings are naturally unowned. It is impossible for anyone to take possession of it. Everyone can share it. There is a cellar in the arsenal. There are a lot of rough stones in it. It seems that the valuable jade and precious stones and gold have been taken away. Do we want to chase them? From the direction they cleaned the sentry, they were from the sand. Kai Jaiju then retreated. The adjutant said, They have all left our territory. What's the use of chasing them? Sha Kai said in an angry voice from the side. Guan Kuan gave orders along the way. Of course he couldn't say a word. Besides, he has the greatest responsibility for running from him. If several people agree to chase after him, he will not take this kind of work. Yes. the adjutant said with a smile, and the spirit ghost wanted to chase those terrifying guys. In this way, hold a funeral for Naden and burn them all so as not to cause illness. After that, we will discuss how to go in the future. Another Jaiju class said. I agree. I agree. The purpose of the funeral is to end the orthodox. The next discussion is the highlight. As for revenge, let's forget it. They are already very dissatisfied with Naden, the guy who killed his father. No one would want to avenge him, not to mention who did it. Why bother to provoke such a powerful enemy? Several people are pregnant. Everyone wants to take over Naden's turf as the boss, so several people know that if the talks are not good, they will be in big trouble. If they fight, they are likely to be defeated and annexed by outsiders. At the same time, they have other things to do, and that is to accept those mines, which were controlled by Naden's people before. Now they are tacitly taking over the mines in their respective areas before talking. Some of you will be busy next. First develop, and then talk slowly. But like Bangkok, the group of people in the command room are doing everything they can to calculate how it is possible to give them too much time to sit down and talk. What they can't expect is that all kinds of good shows will appear in turn. They haven't reacted yet. Their era is over. Tang Qing listened to their conversation in the command room. A faint smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. Tang Qing thinks this trick is particularly good today. Is a bit like the US hitting those countries with unique talents that hold a lot of mineral resources. There are many contradictions within those countries, but there is a powerful Big Brother level suppressor, so he is relatively restrained and dare not mess around. Then the United States started. First kill the fixed mountain stone, and then disperse the main force under him. At last, it can be justified to say that due to domestic public opinion pressure, funding, or other countries' reasons such as pat on the bottom and leaving a mess. After things are simple. Without the fixed mountain stone, all the monsters, ghosts, and snakes appeared, and the US achieved its goal without much effort. It would be naive to think that the US withdrawal was due to the pressure of public opinion. Everything is calculated. In a war, how could this situation of public opinion not be taken into consideration? It is just a scene. Everyone is playing with each other to achieve the goal, and then people all over the world follow the plan of the United States to create a "I am cheating" mine. The protest was effective, so that the powerful United States had withdrawn its brilliant history. It's really boring to think about it sometimes. So Tang Qing seldom paid attention to and commented on this kind of news in his previous life, because he always felt silly and naive to join in. There is really nothing to take part in the Yangmo who was calculated. Of course, it is undeniable that the effect of this method is simply not too good. Tang Qing has used it twice, once in Bangkok, once here, and may still use it in the future, or even use it a lot. After all, the United States has played it again and again. I am also ready to continue playing, looking like I'm not tired of it. After the several Zhai lords dispersed, Tang Qing did not leave directly, but listened to the next plan of each Zhai lord in the command room. As soon as they separated, they immediately ordered their subordinates to enter the highest state of alert, guarding against other Zealand owners and surrounding forces, and at the same time stepping up the integration of the internal affairs of their own territories, and connecting the various mines with the previous Naden. The people receive their subordinates to accumulate strength for possible changes in the future. It is also the nature of human beings who like to group together. In less than 10 minutes, the various village owners have found allies. Guan Kuan has reached an alliance with another more than 200 people's stakeholders, and the other 3 have also formed alliances. It's not them. Well informed, but that Zhai Lord was originally relatives with Guan Kuan, and the 2 naturally had a tendency to be in alliance. Once the 2 were in an alliance, the 3 of them could only contend with each other in terms of strength. This led to the so-called two-legged standing situation. Since the fighters have bug devices on the bosses of various forces, at home, and even on their bodies, Tang Qing also learned that these village owners are actually doing two-handed preparations. They will either negotiate a plan or follow the current situation. Each is king. This situation was also anticipated in the command room. After all, those people are old and must fight for life. Although they want to be the boss in my heart, they still weigh the gains and losses. The fearless conflict is not them. If you want it, you won't be taken advantage of by others. If there is no Tang Qing's participation in the future, The command room judges that this group of people has a 70% chance of plotting and ruling, each guarding the current turf and becoming the real Chad owner. However, like those in the underground forces in Bangkok, the ideas are beautiful, but the reality is cruel. From the information sent by the soldiers, it was learned that this group of people, like Naden, were sinful and guilty of death, and many of their subordinates are the same. 1/3 of Tang Qing's values are worthy of death. In the future, if his people rule here, these people will also be punished as they deserve. His sphere of influence will never allow evil. People are at large, he is not a saint, but there is a way of heaven, and if he has the ability, he will naturally take his place, letting those desperate innocents know that the world is still somewhat fair. Well, this one is a bit bigger than Tang Qing. In addition to the previous annexation of Wei Jun's site, Naden's site now covers an area of nearly 3,000 square kilometers and has a population of more than 50,000. It is basically farmers and miners. There is no industry. Of course, the handicraft industry of the family workshop is still the ones that exist are generally made of wood products and bamboo products, and some hunters, medicine farmers, and the like. In the future, he intends to use a variety of medicinal materials and crops here, cut all the flowers, dig more digging, and develop the local economy. Since he has knocked down this place, it will be his territory, and no one can take it away. No one can take it away. As long as he has money, Tang Qing can have almost unlimited explosive soldiers and explosive equipment, coupled with the powerful combat power of the soldiers and the assistance of the teleportation node, who dares to grab his territory. Then people will face endless nightmares. Even if possible and necessary, he will seek greater benefits, expansion. But it's still early. There are still more than 20 days before the completion of this plan. When the time comes, we will spend some time thinking about the local industrial structure. It should not be difficult to figure it out. Seeking survival and further development is the same as doing business. As for the subsequent urban infrastructure construction and management, it will only be tens of thousands of people, Sozi. Seeing everything is running smoothly, Tang Qing no longer pays attention to Guanquan's side. Let the soldiers follow the plan. As for how many people will die here, he can only say that he is sorry. When making the plan, he said that he should try his best to reduce the number of people who shouldn't die. As for the accidental injuries, he also said that he was sorry. Can only take care of each other's family. Tang Qing withdrew his gaze from the projection screen, remembered something, and asked, Tang Yi, what's going on in Bangkok? Now the planning time in Bangkok is almost half past, and the progress has not been paid much attention to. Commander, the second phase of the plan over there is about to come to an end. In 3 days, we will control 10% of the underground forces in Bangkok. Tang Yi said simply. Well, not bad. Tang Qing nodded and said, he doesn't care about the specific content of Bangkok. He only cares about the progress of the plan. The target for the second phase is 10%, and the total plan target is 30%. It may not seem to be much, but this 30% is basically, they are all urban forces. 30% of them are already very big. It can even be said to cover the sky with one hand. After all, many small forces open night markets. They don't belong to any forces. Such people will also be counted as denominators. Position. The forces above the scale will be basically shuffled in this reshuffle, but it will not be too obvious. The fighters sent in the past are not necessarily the biggest bosses. Some are just the big bosses below. Although these fighters, there is no owner and rights in control of this force, but his subordinates are also counted. If there is a need, as long as there is another opportunity, these fighters will directly take the position, which is very easy. Basically, the underground forces in Bangkok have been fought hard, and new situations are happening every day, and the status of various fighters has become more stable and stronger. Not surprisingly, in half a month, the underground world of Bangkok will be his final say, but Tang Qing did not have the consciousness of being a big brother at all. There is nothing to be proud of being the leader of a group of gangsters. He has no interest at all. If not for Uncle, he won't get involved at all. Then what happened to the other people? Tang Qing said naturally the fighters and intelligence analysts who entered Thailand's public servants, as well as the robots doing business. Back to the commander-in-chief. We have all completed the set goals. Tang Yi said, is there any conflict? Tang Qing asked again. Return to the commander-in-chief. No. It's just that some of the reviews are quite strict, but we have handled them well, and no one has discovered that the tale has been resolved once and for all. Tangy said, That's good. Take this ancillary plan slowly. Don't be too radical. Tang Qing warned. It's not that he talks a lot of nonsense. This group of guys originally existed for fighting and conspiracy. In many cases, they simply do everything. Didn't care about human lives at all. So he also reminded Tang Yi from time to time that he would take a look at every task that would cause more casualties, and be gentler if he could use a gentler method. Ugh. It is really troublesome to have a group of subordinates who use extreme methods when they disagree, but it is impossible for him to ban it completely, otherwise he will not be able to do anything. Yes, Commander in Command. Tang Yi agreed. Seeing here is nothing, Tang Qing teleported back to his luxurious office in the Tang dynasty. Yes, he skipped class again. There were a lot of things this morning. He was going to do it all at once. He was wondering what the reaction of Guan Kuan and others would be all night, and Shi Yin had urged him several times to try those customized in the end. Do Jiao would come back this morning. He wanted to take him to dinner, so Tang Qing simply finished it all in the morning as soon as he thought about it, and heard Do Jiao say that there are surprises. Regarding Do Jiao's surprise, Tang Qing, I didn't expect it at all. It's certainly not a serious surprise. Sit in the boss chair. Tang Qing did not go straight, but played a legend in the office for a while. There are really no fun games. He didn't look interested in other online games in 2005, and the large-scale standalone games that he liked to play basically did not come out. Can't play games in the command room again. There is no computer, and there is no dedicated communication chip. Not only is the communication server, but even Shower does not provide wired and wireless network connections here. You can log into online games on the Shower's projection, but there is no mouse, although it can be used as play with touch, but I'm used to it. I always feel uncomfortable if I don't grab something in my hand. Just like the glory of the king of later generations, using a mobile phone always feels awkward, and it is not interesting without a mouse. This time he was playing Shanda's official uniform, which was very slow to upgrade, but once he had money, he could be brought by someone. In the end, Tang Qing was forced by the mobs, so he directly found a power leveling to help him upgrade and equip him. What's going on in the future? He wants to dominate the whole server. Cough. This is naturally a delusion. It is not a journey. One person can pick one country, and a few people with similar equipment in the legend can work together to kill him. After sending the game account to the other party, Tang Qing turned off the computer. Go to the second floor. As soon as he arrived at the top of the stairs, Tang Qing heard the whispering voice again. Every time he passed by, he felt that he had opened a fake clothing company with a group of fake designers. Turn right to the place where Qi Yin usually works. At this time, Qi Yin is bowing his head to sort out his clothes. As soon as Tang Qing came in, sharp-eyed Xin Yin immediately stood up and said, "Hello, Mr. Tang." "Well, you are fine too." Tang Qing nodded and replied. Qi Yin looked up and saw that Tang Qing was coming, with a bright smile on his face, and beckoned to Tang Qing. "Little boss, come and try on the clothes. This time you have to try these clothes before you can leave. It's not appropriate. Let's change it again." At the beginning, Tang Qing's clothes were prepared and piled in the cabinet. After making a lot of phone calls, Tang Qing said that he didn't have time to come. This made the company designers who wanted to see Tang Qing wear clothes of her own design very depressed. Muttering, "Sister Yin, your design should fit well, don't try it." Tang Qing smiled bitterly. There are 50 or 60 clothes in this cabinet. He is not a woman, so he really has no interest in trying on clothes. Qi Yin stared at Tang Qing as soon as he heard it, and said, "Well, it doesn't matter if the clothes don't fit properly. You have to see if they fit. You have to wear them to tell them." "Sister Yin, I think these are pretty good. They will definitely look good to wear." Tang Qing stepped forward and flipped through the clothes in the closet and said in praise. Qi Yin shook his head and said, "No. Okay, today you have to try one by one. We have waited for so long. You can't just leave it in such a hurry. After you wear it, we can also accumulate design experience, and there are many designs. They are waiting eagerly for you to try their clothes." Huh? Tang Qing was dumbfounded. Is he going to be washed again? Haha. What's your expression? And it's not on the execution ground. Qi Yin was amused by Tang Qing's expression and said with a stubborn mouth, "Behind you." "Behind?" Tang Qing turned his head in a puzzled look. Good fellow. A group of designers walked in, looking at Tang Qing with bright eyes one by one. Good for Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang, you are here. The flowers we waited for are all thankful. Are you fighting a landlord? Tang Qing was full of black lines. Sister Yan, don't let it go. Just try on the clothes, if you want to come and watch. Tang Qing said helplessly to Qi Yan. No way, it was originally designed for you. And who told you to be such a good-looking body? You are completely a perfect model. Qi Yan said with a laugh from the side. Tang Qing wanted to say that you don't work and want to put on the boss's airs, but looking at so many eyes that don't know if it is hope or excitement or something, Tang Qing really can't open his mouth and rush straight away. People, be surrounded by a group of beauties to change clothes. This treatment, how many men dream of? Okay, try it, you can't lose the meat. I have spent so much energy helping me make the clothes meticulously, and I haven't been here for nearly a month. It is understandable that the designer wants to see the effect. Well, I'll try, but hurry up. I still have business at noon. Tang Qing nodded and agreed. Seeing that the designers were happily looking at the panda, Tang Qing didn't know whether it was joy or sorrow. No anger. With such a lovely employee, what are you doing when you are angry? Don't worry, little boss. I'll try it on for you before lunch, and go get a change of clothes. Qi Yan said, handing over a piece of clothing that was being folded just now. In the following 2 hours, Tang Qing was appreciated by a group of designers many times. That's right, he was indeed admiring handsome guys. Let's not say, although they are all well-fitted, there are still 1/3 of the clothes that everyone looks ugly, and they can't find anything to match, so Qi Yan directly put them aside and forbid him to wear them out. In her words, failed works have no existential value. Everything else is fine. Tang Qing is indeed a clothes rack and has been a good model. Take a good pose and be handsome. After all, they are clothes recognized by 20 or 30 professional fashion designers. Of course, they are not bad. Qi Yan also said that they are all specially designed for him. There is only one style and will not be made again. This makes Tang Qing a little bit the feeling of being flattered. After the test, Tang Qing put a pile of clothes on the car. Of course, it is impossible to take all of these clothes back. He put part of them in his office and part of them in the Audi car, ready to take it home. After taking the clothes, Tang Qing hurriedly left in the eyes of the designers reluctant to part. Tang Qing knew that they never had ideas about themselves. After all, the age was there, but it was a pity that such a perfect clothing shelf was just like this. Slitting. When he left, Tang Qing also took away some premium membership cards of Shangtang clothing. These cards were ready before Xingtang's stores were fully opened. After the opening, they took some to do public relations as gifts. Although these stores are all, it was the relationship that Lu Gan looked for, but the Tang dynasty could not be too arrogant and ignore others. The future relationship still needs to be maintained by himself. As chairman, Tang Qing also asked them to keep some. For example, these cards he took, the biggest discount is as low as 20%, which is basically a loss-making business. He is going to give it to someone who has good relationships, such as Wang Yin, Li Kai, and Han Long. It is not reluctant, but inappropriate. In fact, there are also free cards. A total of 10 cards have been made. He has 1, Lu Qian has 1, and the other 8 are in the office, ready to be given to his family or important partners. Although it feels very cheap compared to the card Lu Gan gave him, it is also a kind of heart and attitude. When his own industry gets bigger and bigger, this card will become more and more valuable. When the time comes, the industry will get more and more valuable. Guang will definitely change Lu Qian's card. Not only that, Shengtang also cooperates with various local industries under Lu Qian, and all purchases of them are given away with Shengtang cards or coupons. Of course, Shengtang also has many of their company's coupons like things. Children, customers can choose. Shengtang is also actively promoting this model, and even set up a new department to do this kind of thing and cooperate with more merchants or companies to promote the business as much as possible, or it is a try. At least for now, it still has a significant effect. Leaving the Tang dynasty, Tang Qing and Sun Chao came to Tianyan. It was already noon, and Dou Jiao had returned an hour ago, waiting for him in the office. Tianyan's office area. At this time, the place is a bit crowded. There were a lot of things in the past. Recently, Tang Qing has added a lot of work to them, doing a lot of market research and research reports, so they have been hiring people continuously. The small team of people has nearly 70 people, but it is still crowded. Do Jiao also did not rent a new office space in consideration of cost saving. Even so, no one in the company complained, but one by one was full of enthusiasm. Because the employees of the company have already known the news that the new headquarters of Tianyan is under construction, the entire renderings are hung in the office area, which can be regarded as an incentive method, and the effect is still very good at present. Knowing that the boss spent tens of millions of RMB to build an office building for them, and they can settle in within 2 months, there is nothing to complain about. Those who can do this these years are all big companies and large groups. When I think of not using them in the future, the elevators are squeezed every day, the company's special car is delivered to and from get off work, and the high-standard staff dormitories and environmental layout are really full of motivation. Tang Qing just got off work when he came here. Seeing Tang Qing lie, the employees of Tianyan consciously stepped aside, looking at this little boss who rarely came, but very unassuming, with a look of admiration and joy. Tang Qing was not hypocritical, smiled, and walked directly in. Good for Mr. Tang. Good for Mr. Tang. The employees of Tianyan greeted respectfully one by one. Tang Qing also responded one by one. The boss is still so handsome. It seems that the clothes were made by Sheng Tang. Yes, I decided, for such a handsome boss, I will only wear Sheng Tang clothes in the future. Nympho, get out. Do you think we will get any discount? We can all get the employee price for the things of Mengyun Group. There should be. After all, it's just open now. Wait a minute. Sheng Tang has made so many cards to be issued. Well, I'll buy it once the card is issued. People from other companies on this floor met with various inquiries and learned that Tang Qing is the owner of this strange company that does not operate to the outside world. He was not envious, not surprised, but really envious. The entire floor knew about this. The company's behind-the-scenes boss was wealthy and directly smashed tens of millions of yuan to build the headquarters building. Many people wondered if they would jump over. Came to the door button of Do Jiao's office. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Qing knocked on the door several times. Please come in. Do Jiao's voice sounded. Tang Qing opened the door and walked in. It is very different from the last time. The messy boxes are gone, and the floor is clean. At this time, there are 2 people in the office, Do Jiao, who is sitting and reading documents, and standing beside him, looking to report. He Zixin is working as the deputy general manager. Mr. Tang is good. He Zixin nodded respectfully and said, Hello, I haven't got off work yet. Tang Qing said with a smile, and closed the door smoothly. Before He Zixin spoke, Do Jiao took the first look at him and said, Of course, you don't have to do anything. I'm also very busy, okay? Tang Qing said sophistry. He is really busy. Isn't it busy going to school? Do Jiao smiled and said, I know. You are a student, baby. Manager He. You should go to dinner first, and we will talk in the afternoon. Okay. He Zixin went out and closed the door after finishing talking. Let's talk. What's the matter? It's a pleasant surprise. If it wasn't for a pleasant surprise, I wouldn't deduct your salary. Tang Qing said, sitting on the chair opposite Do Jiao. Do Jiao didn't care about wages, and said with a grin, Little boss, meet me with a friend later. Friend? What does it have to do with me? Don't go. Tang Qing said with a face of arrogant. He wouldn't be pretending to be a boyfriend or girlfriend. Tang Qing was suffering from a chill, so he shouldn't be so nonsense. Do Jiao didn't know what Tang Qing was thinking. Seeing him so uncooperative, he pouted and said, I don't know good people. This time it is a business matter. This is a very familiar friend of mine. Their family is similar to Mr. Liu, mainly for the development of commercial real estate, especially in the coastal provinces. The relationship network is very strong, which is very helpful to the development of Shengtang in other provinces. Hearing that it was good for the Tang dynasty, Tang Qing became energetic as soon as he heard it, and said, That's okay. When will they come? Just now. I was just talking about it, and I was grateful to Do Jiao in my heart. This elder sister was not white. Acknowledge, so consider him. Just at noon, he went for a self-driving tour in various cities in our province. I came here today at noon, and will spend 2 days in Qingyan City. I just want to have a meal with him and get to know you and do you a favor, otherwise I won't be back early this morning, Do Jiao said. Hee hee, thank you, Sister Jiao Jiao. Don't worry, I will give you a big red envelope when it is done, Tang Qing promised. It's almost the same here. I didn't sleep well when I got up so early today. Let me tell you. Do Jiao recounted all the trivial things she had encountered in the morning. Facing Do Jiao's broken thoughts, Tang Qing could only listen patiently, interjecting a few words from time to time. After 5 minutes, Do Jiao finally finished speaking. Tang Qing wiped the non-existent cold sweat as well, and heard 2 words like natural sounds. Let's go. After talking, Tang Qing followed Do Jiao. Amount. Nima, it's here again. But think about it. The person Do Jiao wants to meet is a super rich second generation, and he must go to the best place to stay and eat, and the largest and most luxurious hotel in Qingyan City is not Lu Gan's Tianfu Hotel. Tang Qing followed Do Jiao to a luxurious box on the 8th floor. At this moment, there were 3 people sitting inside, 2 men and 1 woman, chatting. The 2 men were in their 20s. Tang Qing guessed that the women were in their early 20s at most. It's pretty good-looking and tall. Isn't it the dude? Keep a model? Tang Qing frowned. Seeing Do Jiao, the handsome young man without a female companion hurriedly got up and said with some excitement, Jiao Jiao, you are here. Yeah. Do Jiao saw that the man's expression was a little unnatural, but she was definitely not disgusted. Tang Qing looked at the expressions of these 2 people strangely and touched his chin with his hands. Weasel, long time no see. Do Jiao turned her head and said to the man with her companion. Hearing Do Jiao calling him by his nickname so shamelessly, the man felt bitter on his face and said, Sister Jiao Jiao, someone is here. Don't call me this name? No, you have an opinion. Do Jiao completely ignored him and sat down with Tang Qing. The young man who was ignored by Do Jiao also sat down quickly, looking at Tang Qing slightly hostile. No, absolutely not. How dare I? By the way, this little brother is. The young man, nicknamed the Weasel, quickly waved his hand and changed the subject. The younger brother I recognize is also my boss, Tang Qing. These 2. Do Jiao introduced. But before the introduction was finished, he was interrupted by the disregarded young man. Boss? Jiao Jiao. What are you kidding about? He will just go to high school. Do Jiao gave him a blank look without answering. Jiao Jiao, are you working for him? Another young man quickly cleared the siege after seeing the scene. Both of them are great gods and can't afford it. Yes, you also have opinions. Do Jiao said in an angry tone. No. The Weasel shook his head quickly, and the other person lowered his head and said nothing, for fear that Do Jiao would be angry. Tang Qing was a little speechless watching this scene. How many people have been poisoned by Do Jiao? All of them are afraid to be like that, just like a mouse meets a cat. Can they all form a sorority party for victims? Up. The 2 people in front of them must have had an unknown, sorrowful past. Thinking of himself, Tang Qing feels very lucky. No matter how little Tang's brother or the little boss sounds better than the Weasel, TSK, sympathize with you. Looking at Tang Qing's strange eyes, the 2 couldn't help laughing bitterly and added Tang Qing to the ranks of victims. Although they have not been formally introduced yet, they have unconsciously gotten closer. Do Jiao didn't notice everyone's mysterious smile and continued to introduce. This is Tang Qing, my boss. This is Huang Qi, the 4th child in the family. You can also call him Weasel, Huang Xiling or something. And that is Panyu. Anyway, he is a very annoying guy. You can just call him Yuezi. Hearing Do Jiao's introduction, Tang Qing was speechless. What is your name? Can you go for a snack? Although Tang Qing wanted to complain, but he didn't dare. Of course, it is impossible for Tang Qing to call someone who has just met someone who is older than him. So he said, Brother Huang, Brother Pan, how are you this one? After finishing speaking, he looked at the female partner next to Huang Qi and asked. Huang Qi was also very satisfied when he heard that Tang Qing didn't call him by his nickname. Although I don't know why Do Jiao invited this meal. It seems that Tang Qing should not be able to get rid of it and introduce him. This is my girlfriend Tan Yusin. Hello, Miss Tan. Tang Qing smiled and nodded in greeting. The sister in his mouth was not screaming, and those who were unfamiliar and disapproved were directly called honorifics. Haha. Hello, my little brother is so handsome. Tan Yusin said with a sweet smile. Yes, he is just Huang Qi's temporary girlfriend. This kind of marriage of rich children is not what they can call the shots. They can mix with a lover. You will be content with your identity, at least for the rest of your life. You don't have to worry about your livelihood. What a whirring voice. Tang Qing was uncomfortable hearing it. Thank you, Miss Tan. You can just call me Xiao Tang. I don't know why, but he didn't like the eyes and smile of the woman. I used to follow Li Kai to those high-end places. Although I haven't touched it before, he doesn't. The representative is ignorant. This woman is definitely a master who catches a trick and is called the younger brother by this kind of person. The word brother is okay with Do Jiao, Qi Yan, and others. He feels very relieved, and there is no wickedness. Forget about other women, goosebumps are all up. He would not scream the word elder sister casually, and he would not allow others to scream the word younger brother. What's it called, Xiao Tang? It's Mr. Tang. Huang Qi saw that Tang Qing's expression was unnatural and knew what was going on. Do Jiao didn't seem to like it, so he hurriedly rounded the court and gave Tang Yusin a light glance. The meaning was obvious. Do Jiao, the younger brother you recognize, is anything you can call. Yes, Mr. Tang is good. Tang Yusin hurriedly said in a normal voice. It seemed that Do Jiao was the boss. She didn't dare to be presumptuous, because the skill of acting like a baby was useless. Jiao, what kind of business does the company you work for? Pan Yu asked curiously. Information consultation. Do Jiaoxi's words are like gold. Tang Qing looked more and more sure that this person should be Do Jiao's suitor. Do Jiao looked at Pan Yu and didn't hate Pan Yu. He just evaded for some reason. He couldn't figure it out. Forget it. He's not an expert in sentiment. What are you doing? Pan Yu, who Jingqiu did not have the same relationship with Do Jiao, said happily. Then the relationship is good, and my company just needs consultation. Sorry, our company is not open for business. Do Jiao directly poured cold water on him. Now it was the turn of the few people on the table to be surprised. Closed? What kind of money do you make? Pan Yu asked. Not open? Where does your salary come from? And how do you feed your subordinates? No, our family always gave it to Tang. Do Jiao pointed at Tang Qing and said. Pan Yu frowned and said, Bai Yang? Hearing this, Tang Qing was also anxious for this person's IQ. This brain is really true. It is not suitable for falling in love. Brother Pan, of course not. This company only provides consulting services for my other companies and does not operate externally. Tang Qing said. Your company? What do you do? Pan Yu also blushed a little, wondering that his mind hadn't turned around. It's nothing, the clothes seller. I still have some shares in a jewelry company. Tang Qing said briefly with a smile. Then Mr. Tang must be doing big business. Huang Qi said in admiration. Can there be a special information consulting company to serve him? Can the business be small? Also, Miao Xiao can accommodate Do Jiao, the big Buddha. Do Jiao said with pride after hearing this. Of course, this meal is because our little boss's clothing company wants to expand its business in other provinces and wants your help to win some shops in good locations. Tang Qing did not speak, and Do Jiao was right. There is no local relationship or influence. It is easy to open a store, but a good location is not so easy. Many locations cannot be entered with money, and there is no suitable location to enter. Originally, he planned to not worry about the quality of the position when spreading across the country. First spread the stall a bit bigger, and then consider the position when the popularity went up. Unexpectedly, Do Jiao also discovered this shortcoming of the Tang dynasty and took the initiative to help with personal relationships. This love, he really couldn't refuse. However, if the talks are concluded, the next step of Shengtang's capital injection plan may be advanced again. Forget it, advance ahead of time. This is the only industry he can say. He earns 30 million yuan a day, 1 or 2 billion. Really? It's enough to save for a few days. On average, you can earn more than 20,000 per minute. The speed of making money is no one. If it is a physical enterprise, the profit is so large, how can the market value be more than 100 billion yuan to achieve it? And the market value of 100 billion yuan is now the absolute richest man in China this year. It seems that last year, in 2004, Huruan statistics, the wealth of the richest man in the country was only 10.5 billion renminbi. He can make more than this in just 1 year of arbitrage. In terms of profit, he is already the richest man in China. Amount. Tang Qing had a headache. This logic felt so powerful but weird, but it really made sense. Although the total value is still incomparable, The money he earns in a year is many times that of the richest man in China. He can also be regarded as half the richest man in the country. Wakaka. It really is. Ugh. Life is so lonely. In the next second, Huang Qi called back Tang Qing, whose thoughts floated to the sky. This matter is not easy to handle. Huang Qi frowned and said, Nonsense. I'm looking for you if it's easy to handle. If it's not easy to solve with money, please give me a quasi-trust. Do Jiao glared at him and said. Huang Qi was stared at by Do Jiao with a wry smile and said, This, Jiao Jiao, some are easy to handle, but some are not easy to handle. After all, many places cannot be handled unprincipled. If there is no reputation and strength, I would not be good to talk to my family. Say, I don't have that much face yet. He is the fourth eldest in the family, as well as an elder brother and 2 elder sisters. It is not easy for him to intervene in the company's affairs at home. The elder brother manages them. What are the requirements for popularity? Do Jiao said directly. She believes that Tang Qing is not a big problem, because Tang Qing has given Tianyan a few days ago to investigate and research some key industries. This is also the work of Tianyan people recently. The main reason for the enrollment expansion was that although he didn't know how much money Tang Qing could spend, it would never be a trivial mess, because Tang Qing's request this time was a bit too bold. Huang Qi thought for a while and said, At least you have to have advertised or named in CCTV and other large mainstream media. People have at least heard of it before they are easy to handle. At least more than 200 million. What you mean is that as long as you advertise on CCTV, you will be well known in the country, and you will have a little strength. Do Jiao concluded. Well, although this is a bit reluctant, but as long as it is reached, I will persuade the family to help your brother get some well-located shops anyway. Huang Qi nodded. His meaning is very straightforward. This is because Tang Qing is the younger brother you recognize. Otherwise, even if it meets the requirements, even your boss will not handle it. Faced with Huang Qi's rejection of favors, Tang Qing could only smile bitterly in his heart. It seemed that Do Jiao had to give Do Jiao a free card for the Tang dynasty. It was not reluctant, but unaccustomed to the language of these people. Do Jiao looked at Tang Qing, and Tang Qing said immediately, Then there is no problem. We will handle these things, and we will discuss the specific cooperation matters in detail. I didn't expect Mr. Tang to be quite capable, Huang Qi said with a smile. It's just a little money. Tang Qing said humbly. He is really humble, but in the eyes of others, this is definitely a pretense. This set of propaganda and cost is not tens of millions. It is impossible to play. If it is more or even hundreds of millions, it must be cash, which is still a small amount. Do Jiao's boss is not very humble. Seeing the different colors in the eyes of the 3, what else can Tang Qing say? It's tens of millions to hundreds of millions. Don't you just save for 3 or 5 days? It's really a small money. Anyway, we are not half the richest man. Just a little money? It's really young, and the tone is not small. If this is all small money, then they are almost like the pauper. Listening to Tang Qing's brilliant words, Huang Qi and Pan Yu looked at each other and smiled disapprovingly, but they could understand, because they were almost the same at Tang Qing's age. They had a big tone and ran the train with their mouths full. With Do Jiao's big sister, the next meal was very harmonious, especially Do Jiao's unobstructed mouth, which shook out many of Huang Qi and Pan Yu's previous embarrassment and wanted to block it. Can't stop it. Do Jiao said that the core purpose of these is not to enliven the atmosphere, but the last sentence. So the little boss brother, you must not learn these bad things from them. Except for business matters, don't fool around with them, you know. Do Jiao gave them a glance after finishing talking. That means it goes without saying that Tang Qing is not allowed to be broken, otherwise you will look good. Tang Qing could only nod her head constantly. Huang Qi grinned bitterly while rubbing his nose, because Do Jiao was basically talking about lifestyle issues, such as changing girlfriends, drag racing, fighting, etc. Do Jiao was also very well measured and more private. Not a word of derogatory words. However, if Pan Yu quit, he didn't have any stains, at most. He was a little silly. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with me? I haven't done anything bad. I'm not the same as Brother Huang. Pan Yu said unconvincedly. What does it mean to be different from me? I haven't done anything hurtful. Huang Qi said irritably. Xindao, this teammate is selling too fast. He knows that Pan Yu and Do Jiao had been in love at school before, but Do Jiao's family didn't agree with him and specifically talked to Pan Yu. At that time, Pan Yu couldn't stand his youthful spirit. They separated from Do Jiao and went to study in the United States. They only came back last year, and then they did some business with the help of the family. This also caused Do Jiao to be frustrated with her family. She ran off the blind date one by one. She also ran back to the city where her grandmother was looking for a job. He is still single. Huang Qi is also here, and she reads countless women. Naturally, it can be seen that Do Jiao still can't let go of Pan Yu, and Pan Yu has also been unable to let go of Do Jiao. Until now, she has not talked about a girlfriend except Do Jiao. It is simply a strange thing in their group. But no one dared to laugh at Pan Yu or take him to play around. After all, if Pan Yu and Do Jiao were to be together in the end, those who were doing things would be unlucky. Even if Do Jiao didn't take care of them, those brothers of Do Jiao also make him look good. Therefore, the current plot is a little bit bloody. Pan Yu wants to reconcile, but there is no chance, so he follows him to travel here, preparing for a chance encounter and then think of a way. Huang Qi can only give this compound method, barely not considered an idiot evaluation. If Tang Qing knew the Tao inside, there would definitely be a feeling of déjà vu. Anyway, Xiao Tang can learn from me. Pan Yu said confidently. I took you out to play at a loss. It's so unrighteous and preoccupied with friends. Huang Qi said with an expression of friending inadvertently. You bite me. Pan Yu said proudly. In front of Do Jiao, she must not match Huang Qi in style. You this. Well, anyway, you are not good people, little boss. Ignore them. Just 2 generations who are rich in the family. Seeing that the two were fighting again, Do Jiao hurriedly stopped. She knew that if she didn't stop them, the two would keep fighting. It would not be annoying for these 2 guys to fight for an hour. Pan Yu quickly closed his mouth when he heard it, and muttered, Xiao Tang is not yet a 2nd generation. After hearing this, Do Jiao looked at Pan Yu with an expression of hatred for iron and steel, and said, At least brother Xiao Tang is doing some serious business. It's like you, always taking advantage of your own company. Weasel, just say you still don't make money by providing materials to your construction company. Although your business has nothing to do with your family, your 5 million startup capital is not given by your family. Don't think I don't know. Huang Qi and Pan Yu didn't know how to talk when they heard it, and Do Jiao was right again. But Pan Yu was very happy in his heart. What does this mean? It means that Do Jiao has been paying attention to his news. This is great news for him. He really likes Do Jiao. He has wanted to forget for so many years, but the more you want to forget, the more you can't forget. Anyway, he decided to stay with Do Jiao no matter what. He also knew that Do Jiao still had him in his heart. It's just that Pan Yu brained his brain and didn't dare to look for it so abruptly that he had a plan to follow Huang Qi for a self-driving tour. This emotional intelligence is really true. Huang Qi is funny just thinking about it. Okay, Jiao, don't read our old bottom. Talk about your brother, we don't know much yet. Huang Qi said. Let me tell you. Then, under Tang Qing's signal, Do Jiao briefly talked about several companies under Tang Qing. After that, the 2 people looked at Tang Qing with different eyes. After learning about Tang Qing's assets, both of them were frightened. They were so rich in their assets at a young age. They were much richer than the 2 of them combined. They have a wide network of relationships, but their family is only a dozen or so. 1 billion assets is still family money, and their assets are at most tens of millions of yuan. There was a billionaire in front of him, really live on a dog. The money in their pockets at this age is no more than 10,000, let alone assets. But Tang Qing is more than 10,000 times theirs. In comparison, the 2 of them are really poor, and very poor. People. I don't know where Mr. Tang's house is. Huang Qi asked carefully. He can give so much money to make children, and it looks no worse than their 2 families, or even stronger. I can't help but carelessly look at Tang Qing do. It's as if it comes with a halo. It's nothing, it's just a small business. It's related to jewelry, and there is a relative who is still doing jewelry wholesale abroad. Tang Qing said with a smile, there is nothing to hide the news. The 2 of them found out as soon as they investigated. It might as well be generous. Do Jiao was also the first time he heard that Tang Qing reported his family. She had never investigated before, and she kept on thinking about an overseas rich family. No wonder the province had never heard of a rich man surnamed Tang, who turned out to be a foreign country. Yeah, this way, it must be done a lot. Huang Qi wanted to continue to probe. Yes, not small. Tang Qing nodded and said. Huang Qi didn't dare to ask more when he saw that Tang Qing's points had been reached. It was enough to find out his background. Tang Qing obviously didn't want to go into details. He was also interested. Besides, he wanted to know if he could go back and check. Annoying. Pan Yu looked at Dou Jiao's expression of excitement, a little depressed, as if he had thought of something again. I don't know if Xiao Tang is interested in getting involved in real estate, Pan Yu said suddenly. Huang Qi also thought of something when he heard it. His face immediately became happy and looked at Tang Qing. What does Brother Pan mean? Tang Qing questioned. According to Dou Jiao's introduction, Huang Qi is not a second-generation official, and his family is just a merchant family, with more assets than Lu Qian, but his strength is limited. Pan Yu's words can be regarded as a second-generation official. His parents are in the chemical business. His uncle is the top leader of a certain coastal province of PetroChina. His uncle is the second commander of a certain province. He is a bit strong, and he himself did not go to the home company after studying abroad. I started my own business, doing foreign high-end liquor agency business. So Tang Qing called brother directly. Dou Jiao wouldn't like it if he was called Xiao, and it would be too raw if he was called general. Does this mean to attract investment? That's it. We want to do real estate development. There is a relationship, but the funds are a bit poor. Huang Qi said first. He was one of the main investors in this, and Pan Yu did not participate because he was not interested at first. He hasn't been in business for a long time, and he has no money. Pan Yu's money is basically on those goods. Can't you play the empty glove white wolf game? Tang Qing questioned. Isn't the general real estate business here? These guys still need to invest? It's unscientific. Xiao Tang seems to know a little bit about real estate, but you don't know something. Not all projects can be played like this. Yes, ordinary real estate companies can do this. Our relationship is not a problem, but this time I am not planning to build a general residential building, but a villa area. It is the first time for me and many friends to do it. We must come safely and show it to the family. It is a model and an experiment. So this time it does not use the model of buying land as mortgage, nor can it borrow money, but honestly pull investment for development. Huang Qi said slowly. It means investment is needed? Tang Qing said. Huang Qi understood what Huang Qi meant. This time the development of the villa area requires money to buy land and build a house. This kind of test, as for what to test, there will be more, cooperation, relationship management, and use, doing what you can, making friends, learning interest alliances, etc., can pull out a lot of things. Well, yes. Huang Qi nodded and said, looking at Tang Qing with hope in his eyes. How much? Tang Qing asked. With Dou Jiao, he is not afraid of being cheated by these people. Besides, no one can cheat his money except for his family, especially his cousin Qin Shiqi. How much can you pay? Huang Qi said carefully. Tang Qing laughed. How much money can it cost to build a villa area? And said indifferently. Hee. It depends on how much you need. Huang Qi became excited when he heard this. After more than a month, there are quite a few shareholders, but there is still a little distance from the startup capital. Now he finally sees hope. He actually understands the meaning of the family. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not. The goal is to learn how to get a group of people together to do one thing. The things learned during the period and the friends you make are the most precious. Huang Qi rubbed his hands and said, 60 million yuan. As long as there is another 60 million yuan, we can get the project we fancy. When it is developed, it will be guaranteed to make more than double the profit, and you will have 3%. 10 shares. Tang Qing thought how big the project was. It would add up to more than 1 billion. What a small project. Only a few days of profit. It's also that Tang Qing's recent contact with the money is too big, so I don't feel much, but it's definitely an astronomical figure for Huang Qi. After all, this is just the beginning of 2005. The wealth of the richest man in China is only 60 million yuan, purchasing power in future generations. 1 or 2 billion is not bad. Well, I agree, 60 million is no problem. Tang Qing nodded and said, if the money wasn't for Shengtang apparel store problem, and he didn't have much interest in investing it, it would be a return for Huang Qi to do well for his company. The faces of several people on the table were different when they heard it. Huang Qi was excited. Pan Yu and Tan Yusin were shocked. Pan Yu originally thought that Tang Qing would pay 10 million yuan to the sky, but he did not expect to directly give the remaining share to Bao Yuan. Yes, that's 60 million, and I don't necessarily get it in my own family. And the younger brother Do Jiao acknowledged in front of him agreed, without blinking his eyes. He didn't care about his expression at all. This is so rich. As expected, Do Jiao's vision is different. No, you have to investigate carefully when you go back. A bit. Otherwise, Pan Yu's heart is itchy, and Pan Yu is thinking carefully. Tell me about that project, Tang Qing said with his fists holding his head. Huang Qi immediately picked up his mood and introduced. That's it. We are going to develop a high-end villa area this time. The address is located in Liuzhen, south of the Shanghai New District. Although it is far from the city, it will definitely be in the next few years. It's very valuable. So many of our friends made up 140 million yuan. The initial construction can be paid by the construction company. However, the lowest price of the land by the local government is 200 million yuan in cash. So it's been so long. When do you need it? Doesn't that piece of land need to be auctioned? Tang Qing asked. Yes, as soon as the money is in place, we will go through the auction process immediately. We will have other shareholders to handle this matter. That piece of land will not be able to escape, Huang Qi said confidently. The relationship has been in place for a long time. It is the local heavyweight relationship. Unless there is a strong dragon, no one can beat them. Tang Qing nodded slightly, as long as he didn't worry about it, and said, well, just talk to Sister Jiao Jiao about this matter. What? Huang Qi was shocked, looking for Do Jiao? Do you want to be so miserable? Brother Huang, I'm still in school. All business matters are done by the consulting company Jiao Jiao works for. I just give the money. Tang Qing explained. When Huang Qi heard this, he said with envious expression, Xiao Tang is so chic these days, so we also want to start a consulting company. Do you still need consultation with your broken company? Do Jiao immediately made up for it. Jiao Jiao, don't hurt people like this, Huang Qi said with a wry smile. No way. Well, I can bear it, but Brother Pan, you can't bear it. I can bear it too. With these two active masters, and Do Jiao, the great swordsman, the atmosphere of the next chat is very harmonious. Tang Qing finally feels that he is not being bullied alone, and there are so many fellow men. Huang Qi and Pan Yu tried their best to make friends with Tang Qing, and they almost called eldest brother. Although Huang Qi is rich, he still feels a little poorer than Tang Qing. Pan Yu hopes Tang Qing can help to speak good things, because he sees. After coming out, although Do Jiao also bullied Tang Qing, there was a meaning of pet in it. After eating, Tang Qing hurriedly went to school, while Do Jiao took the three of them around Qingyan City. After discussion, the day after tomorrow Do Jiao will go to the Shanghai stock market to investigate and evaluate with them. Although verbal promises are made, even this kind of investment will definitely not be enough to pass the money. It is a joke, so the capital injection is estimated to have to wait until the next. After separating from Huang Qi and his party at the entrance of the hotel, Sun Chao took Tang Qing back to the school. Today's dinner was not Tang Qing's home. He was not familiar with the other party before, and the things he wanted to talk about were not suitable for Sun Chao. Therefore, Sun Chao he didn't go in, but ate at the bottom of the hotel. With Tang Qing's orders, the hotel didn't dare to neglect. All kinds of delicious food and drinks were entertained. Entered the classroom. Class is about to begin at this time. Except for Tang Qing's seat, the others are already full. Seeing Tang Qing walk in leisurely with his hands empty, the classmates once again received a huge injury. They wanted to come to class, and wanted to ask for leave. Sleeping to sleep. Where is this to go to school? It is simply a vacation. Tang Qing took a seat, took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yan, and said, Here. What? Wang Yan picked up the card and flipped through it, then looked at it and asked. The senior member card of Shengtang clothing? I just went to get it. Tang Qing laughed. This card of Shengtang only has the logo of Shengtang, and other places are some exquisite and prominent color landscape paintings, which feel a bit like ceramics. The weight is quite heavy, but not as rich as Lu Gan. The Shengtang card is only a little more expensive than the ordinary card, and the cost of one is as high as 1,200 yuan, which is simply horrifying. Premium membership card? How much discount is there? Wang Yin asked, placing the card carefully in the small handbag in his school bag. Looking at the excitement and joy in Wang Yan's eyes, Tang Qing didn't know what he was thinking and said softly, 2 discounts. To Wang Yin, he actually wanted to give a free card, but it's not appropriate to think about it. Don't care. He is afraid that Wang Yin thinks too much. After all, his relationship with Wang Yin is not very good in this life and can only be regarded as good friends. Well, I will take care of your business this weekend, Wang Yin said with a smile. She had promised at the time that she would wear clothes from the Tang dynasty in the future, so she was already thinking about bringing her parents over to buy it on weekends and buying more to take care of the business. After all, whoever buys it is not buying it. As for this card, I didn't want to use it. The 20% discount was almost a loss in the Tang dynasty. She didn't want to take advantage of Tang Qing's advantage. She was very happy with this card. Okay. Tang Qing nodded and said with a smile. He didn't know that the girl in front of him didn't want to use his card to buy things at a discount. The bell rang at this time. Class. After the first get out of class was over, sharp-eyed Li Kai leaned over and stretched out his hand and said, "My card." When Tang Qing gave Wang Yanka to Wang Yanka, he accidentally saw it. He didn't react at the time, but one lesson was enough for him to think that this should be a discount card for the Tang dynasty. So naturally, he couldn't fall behind. How come you are everywhere? You can't disappear for hundreds of chapters. Tang Qing said helplessly. How is it possible? I can't be concealed when I am handsome. Come on, I know I have mine, and hand it over soon. Li Kai raised his head and bent his 4 fingers and said, "Yes, remember to keep it secret." Tang Qing handed out a card that was the same as Wang Yin. He didn't want the class to know that he started a company. Otherwise, it would be strange if he didn't explode. Suzy Wang didn't dare to talk to his classmates at all. Mentioning this matter helped Tang Qingzong. I see. Li Kai took the card and looked at it, nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "Is it free?" "No, like Wang Yan's, only 2 folds. Tang Qing curled his lips. Wang Yin didn't dare to give it free, and it was even more inappropriate for Li Kai to give it. Stingy, Li Kai muttered. Tang Qing glanced at him and said, "I'm afraid you have emptied the shop." "I meant it, you found it all," Li Kai said with a smile. "No Wakai. Cut. With the card, who will take care of you, goodbye." The next day, morning, Tang Qing came to the prosperous Tang dynasty again. Do Jiao and he Zixin also came with him, because tomorrow Do Jiao will go to Shanghai with Huang Qi and the others to inspect the Shanghai stock market, and Do Jiao will be needed as a bridge in the later stage of the store affairs. So Tianyin is also the time, let Shengtang know, and at the same time, Shengtang's next expansion plan needs to be carried out in advance, so yesterday afternoon, Tang Qing notified Yang Kai to hold a board of directors today. Shengtang clothing large conference room. Tang Qing sits in the main seat, Yang Kai on the left, Do Jiao on the right, Qi Yin, He Zixin, and other vice presidents and secretaries seated in turn. The manager level did not allow them to participate today. After all, it is not a summary meeting, so they did not sit. Full. Everyone is very curious why the meeting is in such a hurry. Tang Qing came here yesterday morning without notice. Obviously, this was an idea that Tang Qing came up with yesterday afternoon. At the same time, everyone looked at these 2 beautiful women who didn't know him curiously. What are you going to do this time? Is it to arrange for relatives to come in? Tang Qing glanced at a few people, smiled and said, "Everyone must be very curious why I held this meeting urgently." The people below did not speak, but looked at Tang Qing. Tang Qing went on to say, "I am very satisfied with the development of the Tang dynasty during this period, so I am planning to let the stores of the Tang dynasty open all over the country in advance. Plus now there is something like last time. Mr. Liu helps us with such an opportunity. Someone will help us contact some good store locations, so I temporarily decided to inject capital into Shangtang in advance." After finishing speaking, Tang Qing turned to Yang Kai and said, "Mr. Yang, tell me how much money is still needed." Yang Kai came back to his senses and quickly said, "Tang, I don't know how many provinces your partner can solve the store problem." Seeing the energetic look of several people in charge of the Tang dynasty, Tang Qing smiled and said, "It's fine if there is no problem. I can only do this. The rest is your business, if there is still a shortage in the later period. Let's talk about the money." The capital injection and expansion this time does not mean that Shengtang stores will be opened in all cities across the country. How could it be possible that 150 million will not be enough? There are thousands of cities above county-level cities across the country. You can't afford to open one in every city. Therefore, in the early stage, it can be guaranteed that there are at most 5 to 10 stores in the capital cities and municipalities of other provinces, and some developed prefecture-level cities have 2 to 3 stores. Later, they will slowly enter the market of general prefecture-level cities. As for county-level cities, it is estimated that the market will have to wait until the end of the year. At that time, it is estimated that Tang Qing will need to inject capital again. If the Tang dynasty does not make a big move, Tang Qing will not plan to inject capital into it, because then it will completely use bank loans. Then Tang Qing remembered one more thing and said to Yang Kai, "President Yang, there is one more thing. That is, at the end of April or the beginning of May, I want to reorganize the Shengtang group. By then, the conditions should have been met." "Yes, Mr. Tang. By then our conditions will definitely meet the conditions for registering a group company." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Registering a group company is not difficult. With a total registered capital of more than 100 million yuan, 5 subsidiaries will do. There are some small specific requirements, but as long as Tang Qing's money is in place, it shouldn't be too simple for the Tang dynasty. Although the establishment of the group is the same as before, it is their unified leadership, but the group sounds much better than any other company." Tang Qing nodded and said, "That's good. Let's talk about the last thing. This is another purpose of my coming here today. I have someone to introduce to you. I think everyone is very curious about the people around me. Who is this beautiful lady? Her name is Do Jiao, the general manager of Tianyin Information Consulting Company." Seeing Tang Qing's domineering and confident look just now, who was usually bullied by her, Do Jiao was also surprised, because she had never seen Tang Qing like this, and had never held such a meeting in Tianyin before, but she was really handsome. Seeing Tang Qing introducing herself, she nodded to herself. Do Jiao immediately stood up generously and smiled, and said, "Hello, my name is Do Jiao. I am the general manager of Tianyin Information Consulting Company. This is our company. Deputy General Manager He Zixing. It's the first time we meet, so please take care of me." The people below were confused. Consulting company? Does Shengtang need to consult? It seems necessary, but it feels useless. At this moment, the thoughtful Yang Kai's eyes lit up and asked, "Mr. Do, I remember you seem to be repairing the headquarters building." Do Jiao nodded and admitted, "Yes, Mr. Yang also knows it." At the same time, she wondered if Tianyin was already so famous. How could this be possible? And they were not open for business. Yang Kai smiled and said with an expression of "I remember it like this. Well, one of my classmates and you are neighbors and work on the same floor. I also heard what they said, saying that your company has invested thousands of dollars. One has built a new headquarters building, which is very luxurious and huge, and the company's treatment is so good that they are too envious. Many people are thinking about changing jobs to your place, but your requirements are high in all aspects, and very few people can get in. And they are all elites." When Do Jiao heard Yang Kai's exaggeration, her face was full of smiles. Although she is not her own company, she doesn't even have any shares, but this is like her own child, praised by outsiders. Of course she is happy. "Haha, Mr. Yang has praised. Yes, that's our company." Do Jiao smiled. It is really proud to repair office buildings with tens of millions of RMB. Although they didn't know the purpose of Do Jiao's coming, they felt the strength. But what did it have to do with their prosperous Tang? Looking at everyone's doubts, Tang Qing explained with a smile. "Everyone must be wondering what a consulting company is doing here, because Tianyin Consulting is my company, mainly responsible for serving my industry. Shengtang is just me, one of our industries, but we don't have time to manage, so we have the existence of Tianyin, supervising and reviewing the various situations of my own industries for me, and serving them at the same time." After a few seconds, Shengtang's management digested it with a surprised look, and then said, "Tianyin only helps me see all aspects of things, and guarantees that the company will not make major strategic mistakes. Therefore, it does not have any relationship with you. Any subordinate relationship, I hope you can understand." The following people have heard and understood the purpose of Tianyin, which is to supervise the company's finances and strategies and give feedback to Tang Qing in time. To put it bluntly, like the name Tianyan, it is Tang Qing's pair of eyes to ensure his interests. There is no loss for some avoidable reasons. The people below are silent. Yang Kai can't be silent, and he said with a serious expression, "Mr. Tang can be assured, we can understand, and there is no other thoughts. On the contrary, I am very happy that Mr. Ong has this idea. To be honest, so with a lot of money and such a big right, I'm a little bit afraid that one day I will get rid of it, and now it's fine. With President Do's escort, we can do it more confidently and boldly." What Yang Kai said was true. Tang Qing did not place any of his people into the management of the entire company. Qi Yin is not counted. She can only say that she is a partner. This is not normal in ordinary companies. Which leader don't control the vital department with his confidant? Tang Qing's throwing his hand at the shopkeeper made him a little scared. Qi Yin said secondly, "That's right, Mr. Yang is right. This shows that you are a mature little boss, and I am very happy. To be honest, it's just you. I used to be afraid that you would be deceived." Others also expressed their opinions. Even if they are uncomfortable, they are all at once. It is very simple. Others smashed in with 1 or 200 million and are often not at the company. It really makes their hearts feel a little hairy and feel that Tang Qing's personality is a bit sloppy. Although Tang Qing, he was very rich, but I was afraid that he would mess around. Now it's all right. With heavenly eyes, Tang Qing has been prevented from messing around, and I feel more at ease. A boss who only pays money and doesn't matter. Employees who are a little bit more pursued will get confused, except for those who want to do things. That's good. Tang Qing is very satisfied with their attitude. Regardless of whether they are true or not, their rights must be restrained. Otherwise, once someone changes their minds, the Tang dynasty will be messed up, and it will be very troublesome to clean up at that time. If you stare at it, you can try to avoid those dog blood troubles from happening. Seeing that the introduction was over, Qi Yin let go and asked curiously, "Yes, Brother Xiao Tang, what other industries do you have?" Do Jiao also stared at Qi Yin with wide eyes when he heard this name, kind of feeling like a fellow. Others also looked at Tang Qing curiously. It was the first time they heard that Tang Qing had other industries. Nothing. Others do not have absolute holdings. For example, Mingyun Group, which you are cooperating with, I own 40% of the shares. The acquisition of this company is also the company's full participation in the acquisition. She will go to Shanghai tomorrow. The city inspected a project in a villa area, so I called this meeting urgently, lest it be delayed for another week. Tang Qing explained with a smile. Mingyun Group? Tang Qing actually owns 40% of the shares in this company, and they thought it was wholly owned by Lu Qian. Everyone was stunned at this time. In the past, they thought it was Lu Gan who took special care of him to fully cooperate with Sheng Tang. It turns out that their president Tang is also the major shareholder of Mingyun Group. 40%, that's worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and everyone can't help but once again express feelings about Tang Qing's wealth. The introduction is complete. After that, Qi Yin and Do Jiao suddenly became good friends and talked fiercely, constantly talking about work topics. When I learned that all employees of Tianyan could buy Mingyun jewelry at the internal employee price, several bosses were too envious. However, because the relationship between Sheng Tang and Mingyun Group is not connected, only Sheng Tang managers are above. Only the management of Mingyun Group can enjoy the staff price of Mingyun Group. Others can't. Unlike Tianyan, as long as they are Tianyan, they can enjoy this treatment. Tang Qing can only offer such conditions. After all, Mingyun Group shares are mostly owned by Lu Gan. Yukangshu.com is not easy to mess around, but even his own company is not prepared for such a large-scale pouvoir. If that is the case, there are now thousands of people in the Tang dynasty. When the shops across the country are opened, the Tang dynasty is flourishing. There are even tens of thousands of employees, and everyone enjoys this kind of treatment. I'm not so generous, and other people can enjoy the activity price at any time at most. But the Sky Eye is different. There are only a few people now, and at most a few hundred in the future. 1,000 people will be up to the sky. Coupled with the particularity of the work content, it is not unexpected to have this treatment. He will not feel distressed either. Jiao Jiao, you can come to play more if you have time. Your body is very suitable to be a model for us to try on clothes. Sister Qi Yin, I wanted to come a long time ago, but our black-hearted boss said that the time has not come. Don't look at me. I'm innocent. But when you come up, you will buy our President dough in front of me, saying, he Jushin. Tang Qing said, it's the opposite of you. Be careful we scratch you together, and why don't we have a headquarters building in the Tang dynasty? It's not where you stay. Besides, Tianyin has no source of income. It relies on me to get my salary and proximity. But Shengtang can earn money, so I will repair it by myself. Huh. Meanie. I reluctantly accept this reason. After chatting for a while, Tang Qing left Shengtang, and Do Jiao continued to have meetings with Yang Kai and the others to discuss matters such as dispatching personnel. After all, you can't always use Tang Qing's mailbox to send messages, right? Communicate the scope and methods of future review and what services Tianyin can provide to Shengtang. Knowing that Do Jiao was busy, Yang Kai and others quickly decided on the docking matters. The next day, 9 in the morning, Beijing Airport, Lu Gan and the monkey stood at the pickup gate, because today not only the soldier Tang Kai lent him will arrive, but also the day he went to the United States. The plane at 10:30 is out of respect for the strong of this level. They did not go in first. Both of them were carrying luggage, but Lu Gan obviously didn't need to take anything. Both boxes were pulled by monkeys. As long as the plane on which the soldier takes is not late, he can rest for half an hour after he arrives. Lu Gan didn't find a place to sit, but stood there and twisted his waist. After sitting for a long time every day for these years, he also had some problems with the lumbar spine, which could not be cured, so he could only take good care of it. Looking at the monkey who was constantly looking around, Lu Gan shook his head helplessly and said, Monkey, don't look. You'll see it later. Hey, isn't this exciting? The monkey said embarrassedly. Although he said that, his eyes kept looking at the crowd coming out. Lu Gan chuckled and said, I think after half a month of getting along, it shouldn't be difficult for you to make friends. Besides, it's okay even if he doesn't teach you. After all, now is the world of firearms, no matter how powerful the force is. It can be stronger than those cold weapons. After saying that, he also comforted the monkey. The monkeys have been in such a state of excitement these days. He is really afraid that the last soldier who ignores the monkey will give the monkey a shadow. Yeah, I see. The monkey nodded and said, his excitement calmed down a little. He also thought about the situation where he couldn't learn anything in the end. After all, after living for so many years, he must be prepared for failure, but he didn't want to give up the opportunity to become stronger. Ding ding ding. Lu Gan's phone rang. The last time he learned that Tang Qing's ringtone was this, he also changed his phone to this ringtone. Don't say it. I'm used to it after a long time. This rushing sound is it sounds like a moving feeling, nostalgic. Taking out the phone, looking at the number, Lu Gan smiled, connected, and hung up. Don't worry the monkey. It's not him. It's Xiao Chai. The monkey was still a little disappointed and looked at the door with Lu Gan. This is the arrival of their fellow travelers. After a while, a young man in his 20s came from outside the airport, followed by 2 bodyguards, and one of them pulled a large box. Lu Qian and the monkey hurried forward. This was an existence that he couldn't afford to offend, and he had to respect them. This is the super second generation he met through Tang Qing's US dollars, Chai Run, who has done a lot of business in China, mainly in resource projects, and based on his family relationship, he also followed those large central enterprises in many foreign countries. There are mineral companies, and the family has great power. Because he helped a little last time, the relationship between the two was good. Lu Gan also found out the temperament of this man. Chai Run was different from those dudes. This man used to stay in the military camp for a few years. In terms of personality, he is very outspoken, which is why he dares to wait for the soldier here. Otherwise, he would be unhappy if he encounters a bad temper, but Chiron won't. This time they went to the United States to talk about a project, and Chiron saw that he was very good, and his strength was good, so they took him to play together. This is an African iron ore project, but the ownership is in the hands of an American company. This time I came to talk to that company about the acquisition, because that company has taken iron ore for more than 5 years and has not mined the iron ore. The local government of that African country I was very dissatisfied and told them to start construction and mining this year, and how much output must be reached. However, the U.S. company had a problem with its capital chain and was unable to mine, so it held an auction to auction off the mining rights of that mine. That's why the two of them went to the United States together. They all expected that the domestic steel demand in the next 10 years would be very large. Even if the price is higher, they can still make a profit, and there are a lot of hidden benefits, so they are prepared enough. The money is bound to be obtained. Xiao Chai, you are here. Lu Gan smiled. Well, early, Mr. Lu. What is the person you are waiting for? Chai Ren asked with a smile. He also heard that Lu Gan would take someone there, but he didn't ask, nor was he angry. If he was so stingy, he wouldn't be able to do much even if his family's power was overwhelming. Not stiff. It was a bodyguard I specially hired and asked a friend to borrow it. Lu Gan explained. Borrowed? It's fine if you have a monkey. Besides, it's not going to any dangerous place this time. What are you afraid of? Chai Ren asked in confusion. Borrow a bodyguard? Lu Gan shouldn't be too expensive to hire a bodyguard. Lu Gan explained. Chai Xiao didn't know something. This time it was mainly the monkey who wanted to learn a trick with that person. Otherwise, I would only take the monkey. Originally, the monkey wanted to ask Chai Xiao's bodyguard for advice. But they are shouldering the important task of protecting Chai Xiao. How dare I? Lu Ganyan didn't forget to compliment Chai Ren. This kind of small swipe pot skill was easy for him. Chai Ren heard a lot of these things, but what Lu Gan said is really comfortable. But if he believes it, he will be brain disabled. This person must have special abilities, so he couldn't help but curiously said, Oh, it seems that person. It should be great. Lu Gan smiled and said, It's okay. Chai has nothing to eat. Or you can eat something first. I'll wait here for a while. He didn't want to talk too much about the soldier, as the monkey couldn't take any tricks. It's not just a slap in the face. Tang Kai said on the phone yesterday that he should keep a low profile as much as possible. Lu Gan also believed that he didn't know who was behind this kind of fighter. He didn't dare to show off, so as not to cause trouble. A cultivator, like the monkey said, killing him is like slaughtering a chicken and a dog, and is dead. You Mr. Lu? Haha, it seems that this person is really interesting. Even I am going to dump it. Chai Ren laughed when he heard it, and he couldn't hear such a covert change of topic. Haha, how dare you? Lu Gan said, ashamed. Although he felt so stupid in his heart, life is like a play and it depends on acting. Chai Ren didn't get entangled when he heard it. No matter how soon he would know, he hadn't seen anything in these years, and his curiosity about this kind of thing would dissipate within a few seconds. Go for breakfast. The capital is getting more and more congested. If it's not for fear of being blocked on the road, I will come back after eating. After finishing speaking, he took 2 bodyguards to the breakfast shop beside him. Lu Gan and Monkey continued to wait here. The airport had already broadcast before that the plane had arrived. After a while, many people came out from the airport. As one of the busiest airports in China, the pickup station was full of people, and many people were holding signs. Lu Qian and the monkey were not prepared for this thing. They kept staring at the exit. Suddenly, the figure of the soldier appeared in the vision of the two of them, but when Lu Gan and the monkey were about to wave, the soldier stared in his direction and nodded. Lu Qian and the monkey's movement stopped. I couldn't help but shocked. Good recognition ability. Those who have taken over know that even if someone is holding a sign, they usually look for it for a while, at least for a circle, but this soldier locks their position in just a second without any movement to look around. This alertness and vision, monkey ashamed, not at all, and far inferior, and my heart is suddenly full of respect. How did they know that all of this was done with the assistance of the second in the command room? But the entire visual image of 0 and 1 millisecond had appeared in the database in the command room, and then the second in the microsecond time found out the position of Lu Qian was determined, and the focus was marked in the soldier's field of vision, and the soldier didn't need to think about it at all, and even the thought of it hadn't come out, and the whole result was in front of him. Before knowing that fighters have this kind of convenient ability, Tang Qing also wanted to have it, but obviously this is impossible. Although fighters have flesh and blood, they are indeed robots. Many structures are still very different from humans. Tang Qing cannot directly planting a communication chip into his brain. Even if this function is suspended, Tang Qing doesn't want to compete with something in his brain. He can only hope that there will be external devices that can provide such services in the future, for example, similar to Google Glass. Contact lenses are the best and look less obtrusive. He actually wanted to experience the ballistic assistance, but then Xiao Air poured cold water on him again. Only soldiers can have this kind of things and services, not just the subtle level of thinking and reaction ability, but when necessary. Second, it can also force the command of body movements. Otherwise, the warrior will not be able to fully control the ability to hide from bullets. This disappointed Tang Qing, but only for a moment. It's a big deal to train this ability by yourself. Why do you have to be a junior? An expert watching the doorway. The monkey was shocked again, and Lu Gan was just surprised. Brother Yuan, I'm bothering you this time. Lu Gan stepped forward and said with a smile on his face. This is the soldier's name, randomly selected by the system. The name is Yuan Ming. Although the soldier's certificate is 27 years old, which is much younger than the monkey, Lu Gan can be embarrassed to call him Xiao Yuan as a soldier, but generally speaking, this soldier has no affiliation with him, and if it weren't for Tang Qing, others would not care about him at all. President Lu is polite. This is my job, and it's equivalent exchange. The soldier said lightly. Without much words, he stood next to Lu Gan and started to enter the role with a small bag in his hand. If it hadn't been arranged by Tang Kai, the soldier would not have brought these cumbersome. Brother Yuan, hello. The monkey said to the soldiers around him. He smiled bitterly when he saw that the soldiers didn't take the initiative to care about him. As before, he had this attitude towards the weak, irrelevant. Mr. Monkey is good, the soldier said faintly, and then there was no more. Seeing that the warrior was still like a hang, Lu Gan felt a little helpless and said, Well, Brother Yuan has worked hard all the way. Have you eaten yet? Let's have some time to have breakfast together. I've eaten, thank you. The soldier said thank you rarely. Both Lu Qian and the monkey felt grateful for this kind of politeness, really. Once accepted this setting, there will be strange reactions. After speaking, Lu Gan took the two into the breakfast shop where Chai Run was, when Chai Rin just finished eating. Mr. Lu, this is the bodyguard you mentioned. It's not bad, it's very powerful. Chai Rin looked up and down when he saw the soldier and exclaimed, Brother Yuan, this is Xiao Chai, and those two are his bodyguards. Lu Gan introduced. Hello, said the soldier still with the expression of take care of my birds, not even giving a smile. Lu Qian and the monkey looked helpless. Chai Rin didn't care about the soldier's attitude and laughed. Haha, you bodyguard is quite individual. I also hope that Chai Xiao will forgive me. This little brother has such a personality, but he does his duty and doesn't like talking. Lu Gan sighed and said. Hearing a gleam in his eyes, Chai Rin looked at the soldier again, nodded in admiration, and said, It can be seen that I have also been in the barracks for a few years. From the moment he walked in, he watched everyone around him vigilantly, including me and the two bodyguards, and even the monkey's eyes are full of vigilance. Mr. Lu, I have to say, you bodyguard is definitely the most professional one. This kind of focus and disapproval. Attitude, neither of my two bodyguards can do it. After praising, Chai Rin then said to his two bodyguards, You two can see that. This is professional. Apart from protecting the target, no one else recognizes it. The two bodyguards behind them also lowered their heads in shame. They had to admit that they lost the warriors professionally. It was also caused by the domestic environment and Chai Xiao's social circle, and it was difficult to encounter any danger. At this time, the monkey was reminded by Chai Rin. He turned his head and found that the soldier was even wary of him. He couldn't help but smile. He could hurt Lu Gan or not. He didn't know how many times a day he was depressed with this kind of person. But the admiration in my heart is even better. Lu Gan was reminded that he had also discovered the soldier's situation, and he was envious of him. How could he not have such a bodyguard? The $2 million were worth the money. Last time he discovered that the eyes of the two soldiers next to Tang Kai were not right. Now it seems that they are treating themselves as potential enemies. But let alone that, there is always an inexplicable sense of security to be protected by such people. Mr. Lu, how much did he spend on borrowing? Chai Rin asked curiously. He didn't want one too. For his family, the bodyguards couldn't be arranged by himself. He had to be innocent. Lu Gan stretched out and said, 2 weeks, 2 million yuan. When Chai Rin heard this, he almost dropped his chin and said, You. So expensive, it's not 4 million a month. What kind of bodyguard can be so expensive? He also counts. He has a lot of knowledge. He really hasn't heard of a bodyguard of 4 million renminbi a month. If it is a bodyguard team, it is almost the same. But what he didn't expect was that this fighter really had a team, still an extremely powerful team. If you know his strength, you will understand that it is not too expensive, Lugan said with emotion. Oh, then you have to take a good look when you arrive in the United States. Chiron showed interest. I don't know if the Yuan brothers agree or disagree. Lugan also knew that he had missed his words. After finishing looking at the soldier did not look squinted, spoke, and watched the surroundings, say, "Sorry, President Liu, I am only responsible for protecting your safety, and you have no right to order me to do this kind of thing. Only Tang Qing's first-level security level. Only the protection target is qualified to let him do something. Tang Kai can, but Lugan obviously doesn't have this authority. At most, he can serve tea, pour water, and carry a bag. Fighting and killing people are impossible. So arrogant. Haha, I like this temper." Chiron laughed loudly. "Xiao Chai, forgive me." Lugan smiled bitterly. Chiron waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I am also a soldier. I have a natural sense of closeness to this kind of conscientious fighter. How can I be angry? I like you. Everyone will be friends in the future, Brother Yuan. I have something to do in the future. Don't be polite." The warrior just said thank you in no way. Chai is less atmospheric. Lugan complimented. Then the two didn't talk about the soldiers anymore, but talked about some of the situation of the auction. Lugan and Chiron chatted for 10 minutes. After seeing that the time was almost there, they got up and went to check in their luggage to go through the security check. After a while, they boarded the plane. After all, they were both local tyrants, and of course they were in first class. The professionalism of the fighters also gave Chai Renren's two bodyguards a sense of comparison. Not to be outdone, they have been learning the fighters to maintain this high-intensity vigilance. But at this moment, you must pay attention to everyone around you. Things are not something that humans can persist for a long time. Even the tried and tested special forces can't last long. Sure enough, they were too tired in just 1 hour. The body is not tired, but the spirit. I slowly developed a sense of irritability in my heart. The brain swelled. This is a signal that the brain refuses to process this type of information. If you do something you like or focus on someone, it's okay to say, but this is to pay attention to everyone, or constantly repeat attention. Normal bodyguards will relax their vigilance once they are sure that the people around them are harmless. For example, they know that Lugan can't hurt Chiron, so they pay little attention to Lugan. Even the bodyguards of the Central Security Bureau are the same, and they cannot always guard against protection. The target's family, relatives, and other leaders can never do like fighters and never trust people outside the target. Of course, except for Tang Qing. All the redeemed fighters have absolute trust in the commander and are also the highest security level. If Tang Qing and Tang Kai encounter danger at the same time, the soldiers will definitely guarantee Tang Qing's safety as soon as possible. It is a setting that cannot be modified or changed, and is the most fundamental law of action for soldiers. Throughout the journey, they took the 2 million RMB bodyguards and thoroughly served them, because even the soldiers on the plane did not relax or rest at all for more than 10 hours on the plane. They kept their eyes on the people around them, even Chiron. He didn't talk to him very much at all. It was always a formulaic answer, one asking 3 questions, and an attitude of "I don't believe you. Don't get close to me." Chiron didn't know what he saw. The bodyguards who were cheating had to be respected after they knew his identity, but this soldier didn't hang him at all. Like the passerby, Chiron had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. But there was no anger. It just felt very strange. What a fantastic journey. The next day, New York, USA. The weather is clear and cloudless. The plane flew for more than 10 hours to JFK International Airport in New York. At this time, it was already more than 12 o'clock in the morning in China, but it was noon here. People had just finished their morning work, but as the world's busiest airport, it was naturally crowded to death. The group took their luggage and left the airport. Stopped 2 taxis. Yes, no one came to pick them up. Although it was not the first time for the 2 of them to come to the United States, they did not have an industry here. There were a lot of friends, but time was tight, and they didn't want to bother others, so they had to take a taxi first. "Mr. Liu, you and me are in the same car. We sit in the back and Brother Yuan sits in the front." Chiron thought for a while and said, "I don't know why, just like Lugan, there are soldiers by his side. Although he is not the target of protection, he also has a strong sense of security." Chiron's words also made his 2 bodyguards laugh bitterly. They have always been elite bodyguards in China. They used to be bodyguards of leaders at the provincial, and ministerial levels, or guards of important institutions. They used to be proud of their professionalism. Yes, but when they met this professional to abnormal fighter, they really felt like they were amateurs. Lugon smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, monkey, you take the car behind and ask the driver to follow our car." "Okay, Mr. Lu." The monkey nodded and agreed. After finishing talking, the group of people got on the car. The soldier sat in the co-pilot without squinting. "Brother, take us to the car rental agency. The better one. We don't want the ordinary car," Chiron said to the black driver in English. Anyway, after studying in the United States for 2 years, he often runs around the world, but English is naturally not. The question is, he knows several other mainstream languages, but he was not studying in New York, but in Washington, so he didn't know much about the situation here in New York. "Okay, no problem." The black driver leaked his white teeth and said with a smile, a sly flash in his eyes, but no one saw it. Basically, they encounter this situation every day, and they usually take it to a car rental company that they are acquainted with to earn some extra money. After speaking, the car drove into the city, and the cars behind slowly followed. Lugon and Chiron chatted. "Mr. Lu, when things are done here, I'll take you to find a friend to play. He has a huge farm with all kinds of guns. We can hunt well, especially those wild boars, one shot at a time." It was enjoyable, Chiron said in a slightly excited tone. He came out of the barracks and loved firearms at home. "Oh, that's good. You can try it hard then," Lugon promised with a smile. In the country, even his identity can get access to pistols. No matter how powerful it is, he will not at all dare to think. "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. This time I'll have fun with you. I tell you that when I was in Africa last year, I specially tried the anti-tank." But before Chiron finished speaking, he was told by the fighters. Interrupted. When crossing an intersection, the soldier suddenly said in English, "Driver, you have gone wrong. Turn right ahead." Chiron and Lugon were not angry, but they didn't expect that the soldiers could also speak English and were so standard. They looked at the soldiers curiously, wondering why they had to turn right. "Why turn right?" the black driver said suspiciously. The soldier continued, "The nearest high-end rental car shop is 1.3 miles ahead on the right. You are taking the wrong route." No, there is no car rental spot there." The black driver shook his head and said, although he didn't have any good intentions, he had never heard of a car rental business in that place. The soldier said faintly, "This was newly opened last Friday. Apart from that, the nearest car rental shop that meets other conditions is 5.3 miles. So, now, please turn right at the intersection ahead. The place I take you is cheaper," the black driver said quickly, and he didn't want to fly the duck. "Turn right ahead and follow my instructions." The soldier looked at the black driver with cold eyes, so scared that he almost slammed on the brakes. If you don't have one, you have to pay me double the car price," the black driver said angrily. "No problem," the soldier said faintly. It is not that the soldiers are nosy, nor is this shop opened by other soldiers, but that the soldiers who came here first shared the information of the entire New York Police Department, and a considerable part of it. As soon as I saw the license plate, all its information was transferred from the second-level database, including the owner's information. It's okay for ordinary people, but the owner of the car has repeatedly pitted the foreigner who rented the car because of taking people to a specific car rental point. Those cars have problems, so the fighters said to stop them, otherwise the fighters would not be interested in helping them. If a person rents a car, he is only responsible for protecting the safety, and the safety of the means of transportation must naturally be thought of, otherwise, renting some garbage trucks will cause trouble. The city model of the entire New York City has already been built in the command room. It will be updated every half a month, combined with the government's registration information and on-site image data collection. To put it bluntly, there are 2 fighters who will every street in New York ran once, and it took 2 days for the 2 fighters to run. The efficiency was quite low. Last Saturday was the day when the map was updated. As for the distance, it's fine. Wasn't there a tracker before? This kind of millimeter-accurate tracking and positioning device, as long as it is released, only one is needed, and a coordinate system can be established, and then each fighter itself is like a tracker. It is very convenient to find the range. The range error of the large target is less than 10 centimeters. Quite practical. GPS and the like are completely abandoned. Lugan and Chai Ren were also surprised. This soldier seemed to be quite familiar with this place. The black driver didn't dare to talk nonsense. After a while, following the guidance of the soldiers, a big car rental company stood around a corner. It seemed that there were all kinds of luxury cars, which were quite big. The soldiers paid and got off the car. The money was naturally given by Lu Qian. As pocket money, paying for the car obviously fell into this category. The black driver had an expression of eating SHD. Brother Yuan, you have been here before. Chiron asked curiously. Lugan didn't speak. He knew that soldiers had been protecting Tang Qing in Bangkok these days, so how could he fly here? No, I heard. The soldier said lightly. Fuck. The black driver raised his, as he watched several people get out of the car. This directly caused the 2 and 3 bodyguards to turn their heads and glared at the driver, and no one was impulsive. After all, this is the United States. The ghost knows whether the driver has a gun in the car. It is not domestic. Everything can be settled. The soldier on the side sneered and walked forward to lie on the window. The black driver was not afraid that the foreigner would dare to beat him. He looked at the soldier viciously, as if saying, "You are coming to bite me." The soldier randomly said, "Eddie Spar, didn't the Merc boss suffer enough from the matter last time?" This sentence stunned the triumphant black driver. How did he know this kind of thing? Last time there was a big brother who took his car in a hurry. His name was Merc. Then he took a detour and delayed other people's affairs. The final outcome can be imagined. He was beaten severely by others when he arrived. After that, I was almost killed there, and then I was lying in the hospital for more than a month before I came out. I don't know much about it. Either it was the gangsters, I was lonely, I didn't even notify my friends. No, there were the police. You, how did you know that? The black driver said nervously, no matter what he did not dare to say anything harshly. Roll. The soldier was not interested in answering his questions. Yes, I'm leaving now. I wish you a pleasant journey. The black driver said respectfully, and then dashed away with a kick of the accelerator. No matter what the identity of the Asian face fighter, he didn't want to do it again. Several people were curious about what the soldier said to the driver. The black driver who was hanging just now walked away respectfully. Could it be that the person behind this bodyguard is still in power here? Do you want to be so hungry? Chai Ren became even more curious about it, and Lugan was also a little confused. The next few people went to the rental car shop to choose a car, and finally decided on an extended Lincoln and a Cadillac off-road vehicle. Although it is a bit expensive, these 2 people are the owners of good money, and they are based on the most expensive. Naturally, Lugan pays the bill. Do you have a driver here? Chai Ren asked the young male manager with a full face. Mr. Liu, I have an American driver's license. The soldier rushed to the manager and said that if a bodyguard was hired, it would increase the risk, so the soldier offered to be a driver under the security rules. Everyone looked at the warrior with amazement, wondering why there are you everywhere in their hearts. But in the end, a driver was hired. After all, the off-road vehicle is also driven by someone. Although Chai Ren also has an American driver's license, who dares to let him drive? The group of people got into the car, and the 2 big men sat comfortably in the back. The co-pilot was a bodyguard of Chai Ren. Sitting beside the soldier, he was a little restrained, and Chai Ren couldn't help but laugh. Ms. Liu, where are you going? The soldier asked. Although Chai Ren is the boss here, there is no difference between the soldier's eyesight and the passerby. Lugan looked at Chai Ren. Look for a hotel first. Hilton is good. I have their VIP card. Do you know the way? Chai Ren said. Okay. The soldier nodded and replied. Starting smoothly, the fighter's driving skills have also been praised by several people. 10 minutes later, the soldier didn't look at any map and drove around to the nearest Hilton hotel. Everyone truly believed that the soldier was familiar with New York. Entering the Hilton hotel, the 2 opened 2 large suites, both of which had 2 bedrooms. Lu Qian thought that there were enough surprises today, but this is not the case. Not long after entering the room, boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. The monkey was about to open the door, and the soldier said first, "Friend." The monkey was very curious about why he knew it was his friend who came. Could it be the way and frequency of knocking on the door? The soldier opened the door and saw a big white man in a suit standing at the door, wearing sunglasses, holding a box in his hand, expressionless, and after handing the box to the soldier, he turned away without saying a word. The soldier closed the door and put the box on the table. Brother Yuan, what is this? Lugan asked curiously. Weapon. The soldier finished speaking and opened the cipher box. There were 2 pistols and 4 full magazines. The yellow-orange bullets looked so dazzling. Both Lu Qian and Monkey were shocked. What does it mean? Lugan stammered. President Lu, the law and order here is not very good. This kind of long-range weapon can better protect your safety. The soldier said slowly. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the American police? Lugan said worriedly. I have a legal certificate for holding a gun, the soldier said. They are already a little numb to the warrior's omnipotent ability, especially the big white man. Should he also be that friend's subordinate? This friend has a lot of cheating. Could it be that the other party's power in the United States is not small? The soldier ignored the 2, put the gun away from his waist, put the magazine in his pocket, and put the box away. The monkey wanted one very much, but he didn't have a certificate, so he didn't want it. The soldier who had done all this stood aside, silently standing in the most suitable place to watch. Both Lu Qian and Monkey felt messy. Anyhow, he is also a billionaire who has met the world before, and Lugan quickly stabilized his emotions. He really wanted to ask the soldier, can you fly a plane? But thinking about it, it's a bit making things difficult to ask, so I stopped this idea. Fortunately, Lugan didn't ask, otherwise he would feel that his whole person is not good, because soldiers can really fly planes, as small as gliders, as large as fighters. The proficiency of all soldiers' skills is not fake. Vehicle-like weapons driving proficiency is one of them. Tang Qing has always wanted to drive fighter jets in the vast space of the training room, but now he can't buy them, let alone airplanes. He doesn't even have to drive a car, so he can only ride on a skateboard or a sightseeing car in it. Wandering around. Because these 2 things have done compulsory speed limit processing, driving is not exciting at all. Seeing the soldier standing on the side like a telephone pole, the monkey is not easy to sit and rest and learn to stand aside honestly. Although he can't learn the strong vigilance of the soldier, he still looks like that. This made Lugan also a little embarrassed. Well, Brother Yuan, if you take a break, if there is a sofa there, you can sit and protect me. Lugan smiled bitterly. Generally, monkeys sit in the house unless there are special circumstances. After all, the house is not like that. In foreign countries, the protected villa area is not so easy for people to come in. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, this order is unacceptable. There is no bodyguard sitting to protect the target. The soldier said lightly. The monkey twitched the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Lugan glanced at the monkey and said cautiously, Brother Yuan, can you be accommodating? I'm sorry, but I apply for security principles. The soldier said. Lugan stopped persuading him to persuade him. He was not angry. It was a brain dead to be angry with the person who was protecting him. He said this. Okay, monkey, you can sit down for a while. He said to the monkey. He also learned about the temperament of these fighters from Tang Qing. It was absolutely dedicated to their duties. Before he thought that Tang Qing had said this on purpose, but now that it is really the opponent's principle, Tang Qing has changed everything. No more. Lu Qian has more and more questions in his mind as to who can have such a perfect bodyguard. There is also a gun certificate that can be obtained in the United States. Hey, I don't want to. Anyway, it is a force he can't afford. He doesn't even dare to investigate. Knowing too much is not a good thing. No, Mr. Lu, this is what it should be. The monkey swallowed and said. At this time, the monkey also had the feeling of lifting a rock and smashing himself in the foot. He wanted to learn martial arts, but when he was so troubled, he taught himself such a profound lesson. It seems that I can only stand. He can really sit down. I don't believe you don't rest, the monkey thought to himself. He knows the same is true for soldiers on airplanes, and they haven't had much rest for more than 10 hours, but he slept for a while to see if you were sleepy. 10 minutes later, Lugan, who was settled down, was called by Chai Run to have lunch. They were all super rich. On the plane, they didn't have much interest in eating even first-class food. Besides, they arrived at noon. Why should they eat those things? Come to the restaurant on the 3rd floor of the Hilton Hotel. Everyone ordered some Western food. Although they often eat it in China, it is impossible to come over to Chinatown to eat Chinese food. They really didn't have such interest. Brother Yuan, what can I eat? Chai Ren said to the soldier who was still standing after he ordered something. He really liked this kind of rigid and unkind soldier. When Lugan just heard that the soldiers had guns on their bodies, He was also taken aback. Although guns are flooded in the United States, the gun certificates of such foreigners are managed strictly and can be obtained. Yes, the Cliff is not a simple character. He can't get it. Bodyguard? The more he looked, the more dissimilar he became. Whatever, said the soldier. How about steak? Chiron asked. Can. Chiron pointed to the picture and said to the blonde waiter, I want a serving of this steak. How many servings do I want for Brother Yuan? He knew that the appetite of this group of people was huge. 10 fun, 80% ripe. The soldier said lightly. Chiron said in surprise, Huh? Okay, here are 10 copies. See what you want. After that, he handed the menu to his 2 bodyguards. They also ordered the same as the soldiers, both of them. The same goes for monkeys. Next, the dishes will be served one after another. A few people didn't start eating directly, but stared blankly at the soldier eating the steak gorgingly. This was really gorging, and swallowing it without chewing a few mouthfuls. Brother Yuan eats slowly. Don't choke. Don't need to be so fast. Lugan cared about the soldier. He also heard Tang Kai say this style, but it always feels weird to eat like this in a restaurant like this. In order to better protect the target, it is necessary to reduce the time of eating as much as possible. The soldier continued to eat after speaking, with a cold expression. Eating. Good term for professional. Several people were speechless. The other 3 bodyguards also opened their mouths wide and looked at each other. They started eating frantically. People were more deadly than others. They deeply felt that they even ate faster than them. How could this be tolerated? You also follow crazy. Chiron smiled bitterly. Now it's the meal, and many people are staring here, watching the soldiers and a few bodyguards eat so sweetly and swallowing their saliva unconsciously, with a feeling of appetite. Is it really so delicious? Xiao Chai, Brother Yuan is right. He really showed me what a professional bodyguard should do, and I am also a bit ashamed. A bodyguard said firmly in his eyes, losing everything to the professional bodyguard. This warrior, they boasted of being an elite, blushed with shame. They can block the bullets for Chai Run, and the combat effectiveness is not weak, but these professional details are incomparable to the fighters. This is definitely a blow to the depths of the soul. Okay, don't choke. Chai Rin said helplessly, but I was very happy. Warriors, just want to fight. Must have fighting spirit. Fighters can train their 2 bodyguard or, at the same time, make up his mind that after the things here are completed, you must get to know that Tang Kai. This kind of person, not to mention how much money he has, the strength of the fighters alone is worthy of him. Even so, in front of the special eating skills, they had eaten 2 yuan, and the soldiers had eaten all the other 8 yuan, wiped their mouths, and stood behind Lu Qian. At this time Lugan remembered that Tang Kai said that these soldiers generally ate very high-calorie foods, eating only 1 meal a day, and drinking at most water at other times. Now it seems that these 10 steaks are the amount of a soldier's food for a day. Many other customers who watched the soldiers finish 10 steaks couldn't help giving their thumbs up, but the soldiers didn't hang them at all. If it weren't for the group photo, fashion hadn't been so popular, and the pixels on mobile phones wouldn't work. It's estimated that a bunch of people ran away. Come here in the same frame. Everyone finished a strange lunch. Xiao Chai, what are we going to do this afternoon? Lugan asked, wiping his mouth. I won't go anywhere in the afternoon. I will sleep for a while. When it comes to jet lag, the auction will not start the next morning. Tomorrow morning, we will go shopping and have fun. We will visit the chairman of that company at noon tomorrow. Chiron said. All right, Lugan agreed. After speaking, they went back to the room. Lugan and the monkey both slept for a while. Now it's early in the morning in China, and their physical functions are a little uncomfortable. However, the soldier is standing by Lugan's door conscientiously. It is impossible for the monkeys to compete at all times. He understood that compared with the fighters, he was definitely looking for abuse, or being abused in a decent way. 5 hours later, 6 o'clock in the morning, Father Tang and Mother Tang came to the store early. At this time, even the salespersons hadn't come. Few shops opened the door so early. In the past few days, Tang's father and Tang's mother came here at this point. Many people still feel it. Believe me, who would buy jewelry at this point? You are sure it is not a joke. But Tang's father and Tang's mother don't think so. This is a new starting point for their family's career. Of course, the 2 of them are very interested. Compared with the small clothing store in the past, this store is now simply better. I don't know how many grades, bright and clean, decoration, as well as those jewels that radiate a variety of colors under the light of the cabinet. They are happy to see these. It's like looking at the fruit of a harvest, although it hasn't been realized yet. Every night when the shop was closed, Mother Tang would check whether the door locks were properly secured. Every time she checked it several times. Father Tang often said about her, but Mother Tang still enjoyed it. She remembered the thief stealing the jewelry store on TV before. In the news, Mother Tang started to worry when she got home, and she kept talking about it. After all, there are nearly 10 million things in there. Can you not worry about it? But this shop has no place to live, so she can only be in a hurry. I can listen. The second old man could not have thought that Tang Qing had arranged for someone to stare at the two shops. He didn't want a thief to steal the two jewelry shops one day. He didn't want to encounter this kind of plot, although in the end he relied on his own. The forces found that the problem was not big, and it was a trivial matter, but it would also worry the family for a long time. After all, once a person received such a big blow, what happened was not what he wanted to see. It's too late to regret at that time. If anyone dared to steal these two jewelry shops, his order to the soldiers was to simply scrap one hand. It's not enough to kill. He's not so cold-blooded yet. Father Tang and Mother Tang came to the shop, opened the shop, and checked the quantity of goods. The two of them looked at the quantity countless times. They knew the quantity of goods clearly. Seeing that there was nothing missing, Father Tang went to buy breakfast, so early. They don't have time to make breakfast anymore. They are eating outside these days. After that, Mother Tang fetched water and mopped the floor. In fact, these things can be done by the clerk, but Mother Tang is not that kind of mean person, plus she is a bit addicted to cleaning these glittering things every day, so she did it herself again. It's not that they have no hands or feet. The two have not yet turned from the thinking of a mom-and-pop shop, or that they don't want to do it at first, just like cleaning up these valuables. At this moment, a young man walked in. Go directly to the most expensive jade jewelry area. Boss, how is this sold? The man asked, pointing to a jade bracelet. Mother Tang hurried over and took a look and said, well, 40,000 won. This is Hotan. But Mother Tang was interrupted by the young man before she finished speaking. Well, I want it. This one, the soldier said, pointing to another jade pendant on the side. Want it? Mother Tang also said with joy. This, 6,007. I want to take it too. Please calculate the ledger. The young man nodded and said. Mother Tang hurriedly took out the calculator to calculate and said, the total price is 47,700 yuan. We will give you a big bargain for the opening of the business. We will give you a 9.5% discount. After wiping out the fraction, it is 45,300 yuan. The jewelry here is not fully refundable. If the goods are returned within 1 week, we can only give 90% of the original price, 85% within 1 month, only 70% after 1 month. Mother Tang looked at the young man after speaking, and to be honest, he was also a little afraid that the other party was here to play her. As for whether there will be a loss in the return, how is it possible that the prices of jade jewelry and the like have been increasing over the years, and the return may also appreciate? Okay, swipe the card. The young man took out a bank card and handed it over. Mother Tang hurriedly took over the bank card and started to operate. Although she was not a cashier, she hadn't learned how to swipe the card, and that was what it was, and she did it a few times. The card is not maxed out. Mother Tang breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that this person was here to tease her. Seeing that I can really brush, I am also very happy. This one can earn a little bit more. The top of the previous clothing store earned a few months. Walk slowly. Mother Tang enthusiastically packed the young man and sent it to the door, waving her hand to watch the bold young man go away, until the background of looking at the young man disappeared from the field of vision. After that, I turned around and went back to the shop, neither sitting nor standing, walking back and forth excitedly. Today, I transferred the funds and labor wages for this month, which was a great surprise. That's right, this person is naturally the soldier arranged by Tang Qing. They are all those who secretly protect them, but they have gone through subtle disguise, otherwise it would be embarrassing if they saw that they were recognized. Tang Qing's goal is to spend 500,000 yuan a month for a shop, but of course the money will not be spent all at once, but spent time and time again, each time ranging from 3 to 5 to 80,000. If it is less, Every day you can't get out before you go. In fact, you can also find a buying agent. But those people are not reliable, or their own people are more reliable. Plus those who have more professional camouflage skills. A little change will be fine. In fact, the upper limit of 500,000 is not absolute. There are many months in the plan and few months, but on average it is almost this number. For this reason, Tang Qing has already set aside all the activity funds for the next year. Save it to Xiao Air, and the soldier can take it directly from Xiao Air to avoid coming to Tang Qing every time. 5 minutes later, Father Tang came back with breakfast. Seeing Mother Tang wandering around in the store, thinking that something had happened, she quickly stepped forward and said anxiously, "Wife, what happened? You crow's mouth, what's going on? I won't call you if something happens." Mother Tang said angrily, "Haha, it's also haha." Father Tang said a little embarrassingly, and then asked, "What's going on?" As soon as she said this, Mother Tang said with a look of excitement, "Today we made money." When he heard about making money, Father Tang lost interest, and he walked to the checkout counter with breakfast, put it down, and said, "Really? I opened it once it opened. What's exciting about it? How much did you make?" "A few hundred." "Guess again." Mother Tang smiled. No matter how stupid Tang's father is, he knows that his confidant has guessed low. Interest came on his face and said, "Could it be thousands?" "Guess again." Mother Tang shook her head. Father Tang's face also became wonderful. His heartbeat accelerated, and he said, "It won't be tens of thousands. 10,000 this." But their income in the previous 2 or 3 months has gone. Mother Tang nodded quickly, sharing the news, and smiled. "Hey, you guessed it. Just now a young man came and bought something for more than 40,000 yuan, which is still the most profitable jade bracelet and jade pendant. I will forget it this time." In one fell swoop, I made nearly 136,000. 1,006? So many. Father Tang exclaimed. "No, that bracelet has the highest profit. I sold it." Mother Tang said triumphantly. "SHD luck." Father Tang muttered. "What are you talking about?" Mother Tang said angry. "I mean, good luck today." "Huh, it's pretty much the same. If this continues, as long as we follow the previous sales level, we can earn tens of thousands at the end of next month. TSK, the top one earned in the previous year." Mother Tang thinks and gets more excited. But she hasn't had any brains to show off everywhere, especially her own family. But what she didn't expect was that Tang Qing treated equally. On the third day, a young woman came to Lin's jewelry store and bought something for nearly 60,000 yuan, the last count. In fact, the two of them. The difference in the profits made by the shop in a month will not be too big, but the guarantee is there. At night, Tang Qing returned to the room. Qin Shichi got in again. "Brother, red envelope." "What kind of red envelope?" Tang Qing said puzzled. "My aunt made a lot of money today. Would you give me a red envelope?" Qin Shichi said with a smile. "I didn't earn it." Tang Qing was speechless. "That's what your parents earned." Qin Shichi said confidently. Tang Qing didn't care and said, "How much do you want? Look at it." Qin Shichi didn't know how much she had earned, so her aunt didn't tell her, lest she missed out. Tang Qing took out all the money in his pocket and counted it up. "Look at, 76, 2 cents. Tang Qing basically rarely shows a large number of 100 yuan bills in his pocket. How much is used to allow the system to withdraw how much? "Humph. Why do you always have a bunch of change, big votes?" Qin Shichi said dissatisfied. "The bank," Tang Qing said grimly. "Well, 70 yuan is mine, and 6 yuan and 2 cents are left to you." Qin Shichi took all the money, lost the big money, and handed the small money to Tang Qing. "You can take it all at all," Tang Qing said, laughing and crying. Qin Shichi put 70 yuan into her pocket, shook her head, and said, "No more. These money will be left for you to increase your wallet. Goodbye." After speaking, he turned and left, leaving behind a happy back. Looking at the 6 yuan and 2 cents in his hand, there were 2 old 5 cents among them. Tang Qing could only put it back in his pocket. This little money was not money. He could buy a bunch of melon seeds. America. On the west side of New York, there is a huge European-style villa built by the river. The clear river flows slowly along the side of the villa. There are patches of fallen leaves on it. It seems that the water quality is very well protected. The villa not only has a huge outdoor swimming pool, but also there are tennis courts and a huge garden. But after all, it is only a villa, not to the point of a manor, plus it is located near New York. Although it is a suburb, the price is definitely not low. Wanting an exclusive golf course is still a bit for Polk, the chairman of the Nast Group. Little expensive. At this time, Polk was painting an oil painting on the second floor of the villa. The whole studio was filled with all kinds of tentatively called works. They were put outside for $10, and no one bought them. As an oil painting hobby. Although Polk's technique is very poor, he just likes to paint, and he paints for fun when he has nothing to do, which is his main hobby. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked like a housekeeper walked in and said respectfully, "Boss, there is a Chinese visiting from outside." Polk stopped creating after listening to it, and he didn't show any expression to the butler's direct interruption. Anyway, he broke the jar, and he also knew that he painted these things that no one appreciated. So he could say what? Just draw and play. In the past, there was a way to learn to be a little righteous so as not to be disturbed by others, but later found that it was useless at all, so I paid attention to it. Just take a picture of a happy one. Chinese? Hee. They like this when they do things. They come to set up relationships in advance. How many companies will come at the auction tomorrow? Polk put down his paintbrush, found a chair to sit down, and asked. 6 families, the butler replied. Who do you think will win the bid? Polk took a sip of cold water and smiled. I think it's that Chinese. The butler thought for a while and replied. Boko asked curiously, Oh, why do you think so? Because they have money. The housekeeper suddenly showed a smile on his face. Although Chinese travel and shopping are not so crazy now, it has already started, especially for those entrepreneurs and their children studying here. Arrogance. Polk smiled. Hee, really, they are really outspoken in buying things, and they can finally get rid of this burden. Let those annoying things give the Chinese a headache. Yes. Do you want us to ask someone to raise the price again? The butler suggested. Yes, but don't be too obvious, and don't be too high, otherwise it will scare others, and we will probably be embarrassed. Polk nodded and said, Understood, I'll call them in. The butler finished speaking and went out. Later, under the guidance of the housekeeper, Lu Gan and his party entered the villa. They are all people who have met the world and are also rich. They are not surprised by the scale of the villa. If they are willing, they can build one in the suburbs of Beijing at any time. Big. Polk has a lot of bodyguards, but no one checks whether Lu Gan has firearms on them, because they have checked the background of all the people who participated in the auction. Not to mention the identity of the second generation of Chai Rin Super 2. Lu Gan is a rich man. Whether they can get a gun or not is still a problem. Even if they can get it, it's impossible to do anything against Polk. There is no motivation. Lu Gan and Chai Rin glanced at them and shook their heads. This is the difference between professional and amateur. Who can imagine that someone can bring a gun in? The huge waiting room on the first floor. Hello, Mr. Polk. Long time no see. Chai Rin shook hands immediately when he saw Polk. Do you know me? Polk asked puzzledly. He thought for a while, but he couldn't figure out where he had met with Chai Rin. You may have forgotten that you met at the Sotheby's Autumn Antiques auction in Washington last year. I remember that you bought a Ming Dynasty calligraphy and painting from our country, and we talked about it at the banquet afterwards. Chai Rin said slowly. If you don't know him, you won't come to visit. After all, this auction is impossible to trade privately. The main reason is to find a chance to meet Polk again and make friends. He knows that this guy has a lot of assets all over the world. Part of it is his and part of the company's other major shareholders. A good deal with Polk will be very beneficial to the development of his company in the future. I remember. It's you? Then we can be considered old friends. Polk laughed. He also thought of the polite young man at the time, but he had changed a lot after not seeing anyone for a few years. Yes, I want to take that iron ore this time. If your company has good minerals in the future, you can give me priority. The price is not a problem. Chai Rin said with a smile. No problem. If I knew you were a big buyer, I wouldn't hold any auctions, but I can't cancel it now. Polk said. He previously offered $250 million to sell the mining rights of the iron ore and found no one to take over. Finally, he had to hold an auction. First deal with the project that was originally pitted. Otherwise, he might lose all his money. Return. The money for this iron ore was of course not paid to the country in one lump sum, but in installments. However, unexpectedly the situation in the country was suddenly changed, and a force of occupying the mountain as king suddenly emerged and made many unreasonable demands. Want to continue mining will face huge risks, so the construction has not started. The over 200 million US dollars paid in advance are also stuck there, and the government of this country cannot return it because they breached the contract first. If they fulfill the agreement, they will definitely lose money. Now they can make money for as much as they can sell. Excessive methods are used again. No, I can only admit defeat and leave. It's okay. It's all the same. It's nothing more than a few more competitors. Chiron said nonchalantly. His psychological price can far exceed the estimated ceiling price of ordinary companies, and he does not think it will be difficult to win this mine. Yes, I like to deal with upbeat people like you, Poke said with satisfaction. Although from the bottom of his heart, he said that Chiron was being taken advantage of, but his gratitude was true. If you continue to consume it, you will not be able to settle the account. This is still bank money. Thank you for the compliment, Chiron said humbly. Then Chiron kept chatting with Poke. Lugon didn't say much throughout the whole process, and at most occasionally cooperated with a smile. After half an hour, Chiron and Lugon left. This is not a domestic visit. When you go to someone's house, you have to play until dinner. The culture is different. Everyone is busy. If it is not a holiday or a special banquet, it's best to leave as soon as you finish talking, or it will be annoying. Out of the villa. Xiao Chai. It seems that there must be no problem this time, Lugon said a little happily. Chiron smiled and said slowly, Haha, Mr. Lu, don't be too naive in business matters, especially when doing business with these savvy foreigners. I have sent people to investigate, and the iron ore mine is working, being guarded by an armed force and forcing him to pay high protection fees. Otherwise, how could he kindly sell this iron ore? Lugon was startled and said, Then we should buy it? Chiron comforted. Don't worry, to tell you the truth, the son of the current president of that country and I used to be classmates. The relationship is very good. I have already contacted him, and he promised to help me mediate this matter. That's it, that's good. Lugon was relieved when he heard that Chiron had been prepared, too. Chiron was not such a person. Brother Yuan, what do you think of that person just now? Chiron asked suddenly, not knowing what he was thinking. Just want to see the soldier's observation. What about it? Said the soldier. Your judgment on this person. The soldier paused and said, Poker, who is 16.8 centimeters tall and weighs 71 to 72 kilograms. He often uses banned drugs in large quantities, and his body functions have begun to decline sharply. The last time he took drugs was 8 hours ago. Have high blood pressure, heart disease, and long-term medication. The warrior spoke for 3 minutes, from head to toe, and even mentioned the deformity of the right thumbnail and possible causes. The 3 people in the car were speechless. Is this your observation? Whether to be so detailed, the key is that you still remember it. Brother Yuan is so insightful. You can be a doctor. Chiron smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the soldier's observation ability to be so microscopic, saying that this is something a bodyguard should observe. The co-pilot's bodyguard lowered his head again in shame. What the soldier said, except for his height and weight, he did not observe anything. Then Chiron asked with interest, Brother Yuan, see if I am sick. Visual inspection of physical health, no obvious pathological characteristics. The soldier said without looking back. This kind of information is not confidential information. The personality analysis report and habit data are, just like bassoon, every soldier comes into contact with it. Everyone will enter the P2 database to establish a separate character and behavior analysis model and report. This is the core thing. Warriors will not reveal half a word to anyone, except of course Tang Qing, because Tang Qing is the biggest one. Boss. Chiron laughed and said, Haha, Yuan brothers are definitely professional. I went to the general inspection a few days ago, and the doctor said that everything is fine for me and my body is absolutely healthy. What about me? Lugon asked curiously. High blood pressure, moderate lumbar muscle strain, 2 cavities. The soldier said without looking back. Of course, these cannot cure diseases. They just judge the external symptoms. Unexpected disease fighters, such as cell carcinogenesis, are still unable to find them. They are not gods. Besides, this skill is not used in this way. They only care about killing and healing injuries, regardless of treatment, at least for now. It's really all in. Lugon said in surprise. The soldiers became more and more mysterious in their eyes. In the afternoon, the soldier drove the car and took Lu and gone around in New York. Chiron had been here, but he was not so familiar with the driver here, so he just went to a few famous places. A few people did not go to any entertainment venues. After all, both of them are personalities in China, and there is absolutely no shortage of women. Come to New York to find excitement. They are not so free yet. The next day, Chai Ren and his party came to the location of the auction poker's house, to be precise on the lawn of the villa. When Lu Gan and his party arrived, there were already chairs on the lawn, and there were already 3 groups of people there, doing their own things on the chairs, and their bodyguards stood around to guard. Chai, please here. Our boss is talking on the phone with the governor. I'm neglecting. The butler stepped forward and received respectfully. It's okay, you go and work, we just sit down. Chiron said. After speaking, the 2 of them sat down. Several auctioneers formed their own circle, or the others were a circle. Lu Gan and his group were a circle, and the others watched Chiron talking and did not come up to reason. These people are so arrogant. Lu Gan whispered in Chinese. It's normal, it's not a cocktail party, plus it's a competitive relationship now. It's normal to ignore us, and it will be fine afterwards. Chiron said. I thought they were very enthusiastic. Lu Gan said. Haha, you watch too much TV, Westerners, or these capitalists, have no interest, who will really care about you. So too. Chapter 1. There is one more chapter, and I can finish it around 11. After a while, 2 more competitors came, both older than Chai Run. At this time Poke and the housekeeper were already standing on a simple stage. Seems to be there. The next step is routines, various welcomes, various introductions, various boasting of commodities. Looking at the following people who are full of interest, Chiron doesn't know if these people really don't know about the iron ore, or Yi Gao people are bold and have a solution, but they still show poke face. Or someone among them came to make up the number. Well, there must be. Both Chai Run and Lu Gan have this consciousness, but they are not too worried. If the price is too high, no one is a fool, because fools can't afford the transfer fee of hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, the introduction is over. As long as this iron ore is bought, it will definitely make money. The price starts at 80 million US dollars, and each increase must not be less than 100,000 US dollars. Poke said that he was embarrassed. Then, he became more playful and personally took up the work of a hammerman. He had been a hammerman for 2 years when he was young, and he was naturally competent. 100 million US dollars. Chai Ren took the lead and couldn't lose in momentum. Other people are not surprised, who can scare this old routine. $110 million. 111 million US dollars. $112 million. 100 million and 1,000. This group of local tyrants added up to 1 or 2 million unhurriedly. Poke bought the entire iron at a price of 1.3 billion US dollars, and an advance payment of 200 million US dollars was paid. In the following 10 years, the remaining 1.1 billion US dollars was paid according to the mining progress. Therefore, the mining rights in Poke's hands, the appraised prices of their companies are all around 250 million US dollars. It's still early, just play it as a report. Of course, this is pure value. If all risks are deducted, it's only 200 million US dollars. If it's not that the African country is too messy and complicated, a lot of other investment needs to be made. To be another safe country, this iron ore is not worth $2 billion. 150 million US dollars. Chiron added it directly to 150 million. He is also impatient, and it's meaningless to call it at such a low price. $153 million. $154 million. Is a little bit more, Chiron said directly. 180 million US dollars. No one has just added it randomly. 180 million US dollars is close to the bottom line. Is there any higher? Poke said with a smile, and he was reminding him that it was time to make a move. The voice just fell. 190 million US dollars. One person said. Chiron glanced at him and said lightly, $200 million. $210 million. $220 million. 230 million US dollars. Others basically don't make an offer, because this price has become a high-risk item, and Chai Rin and the smiling fat man are still bidding. $290 million. 300 million US dollars. Chai Rin gritted his teeth, as if I couldn't bear it no matter how high it was. You won. The man opened his hand and said kindly, accepted. Chiron clasped his fists and smiled. The man smiled. Lugon also sweats a little on his head. 300 million US dollars. This is worth all his net worth. Xiao Chai, would that person be a support? Lugon leaned over and said in a low voice, it's okay, the dust has settled, and I will give you the bottom line. As long as it does not exceed 400 million US dollars, I must take it. Chiron said confidently, can you make money like that? Lugon worried. He also read the report of Chiron's company. The highest price was only 260 million US dollars. Even if there are classmates over there, his father is highly important, but this is a risk. It's too big. Where is Chiron's self-confidence? And he is not in China. Go back and talk about it. Chiron didn't say any more. Great. Poke stepped forward to shake hands with Chiron and said, congratulations. Thank you, and congratulations too. There are 300 million US dollars in the account. As long as the exploration report comes out and the real reserves are confirmed, the money will be fine. Chiron said, that line, I will ask someone to cooperate with you. Poke nodded and said, of course, there is no problem with reserves, as long as it is not bought due to the situation. Thank you. The next group of people who participated in the auction handed over their business cards one by one. The attitude was far different from the previous one. After all, a person who can get 300 million US dollars is definitely worthy in this era. At this time, Chiron discovered that there were 3 steel groups and 1 mining equipment manufacturer. There is also a textile group. Chiron took a look at the corner of his mouth. You are selling textiles to participate in some iron or auction, and the last suspected trustee is not this, but the mining equipment manufacturer. This made Chiron look at the man who was very enthusiastic selling mining equipment in surprise. You are not here to sell mining equipment. Just join in the excitement as a support. The more Chiron thinks, the more likely it is. Don't tell me, he guessed it right. It's just an intention now, and when the contract is signed, they will be invited again to have a party. After having lunch together, chatting, and getting acquainted with those new friends, Lugon and others left. They still need to make a lot of arrangements, contracts, prospecting, and other plans. There are too many things to die, of course. This is the business of Chiron Company. Lugon basically came to travel, and at most he paid some money in the end to take up some shares. On the way back, Chiron and Lugon chatted happily, and Chiron also said his plan. It is very simple. This iron ore is an asset that can obtain many privileges. In it, he also promised part of the shares of the president's son. That's not to say, depending on the relationship between the other parties, many of their country's mineral resources will have a certain priority by then. When the iron ore is built, taxes will be brought, and employment will be brought to the president of that African country. It is very advantageous. For this reason, Lugon nodded his head after hearing stupid and wanted to say something. Do you think I believe it or not? Can you think that others can't, but dare not show it? Chiron didn't say any more. This kind of thing is up. How could it be possible to talk to Lugon heartily? He can do it now, not only because of his second-generation status, but also because of his purpose of doing things. He has enough money, and greater power is impossible. There is only one layout for all his overseas mineral resources. Purpose. That is to become one of the suppliers of the country's external scarce resources. This is undoubtedly something that is of great benefit to himself, his family, and even the country. Money is not important. The important thing is continuous money and peace of mind. This is also the reason why he has mainly invested in resource companies for so many years. The purpose of foreign mineral resources is to add points to his family. When his family is now, the power is basically over. The main thing now is to maintain the current position, and the second is to make money. There are many other methods, but the core point is to do more things that are beneficial to the country. Solving the country's shortage of resources is one of them. Of course, it is impossible to tell Lugon. This kind of thing can only be done, not said. Just then, Chiron's bodyguard suddenly said with a serious face, Xiao Chai, someone is following us. Oh, where? Chiron was shocked and asked. Just behind us on the right, that black off-road vehicle, you can see it after several turns, the bodyguard said. After speaking, he looked at the soldier a little proudly, as if saying, this time it is the danger I discovered. Brother Yuan, Get rid of him quickly. Chiron said quickly. He also wanted to ask the soldier why he hadn't noticed it. It's unscientific to use the soldier's alertness, but it's hard to say anything. Maybe the soldier was careless. After all, he is still driving. The soldier shook his head and said, "No. This kind of traffic environment is very difficult to get rid of. The probability is almost zero. They have 3 cars following. Except for the one on the right rear, the white Toyota sedan on the front left, and the third in front. A black Volkswagen off-road vehicle." Chiron didn't expect that the fighters already knew so much, so he didn't panic and asked, "Brother Yuan, what should I do then?" The co-pilot's bodyguard lowered his head again in shame, feeling blushing. The soldier said, "It's okay. Our people will take care of it." Chiron was startled and asked in a low voice, "Your people? What do you mean?" He knew that the soldier knew someone here, but would the other party handle this kind of thing? "Do you care about this kind of nosy?" The soldier did not return. Just then, the first officer's bodyguard exclaimed, "Look at Xiao Chai." "What?" Chiron asked in confusion. After finishing speaking, he followed the direction of his bodyguard's stare. "I saw that the car on the right rear had already drove to the front, and it was next to the off-road vehicle where the monkey was sitting behind, half a parking space behind. Is now waiting for the traffic light. The surrounding cars stopped. I saw a Westerner wearing casual clothes, directly open the door of the opponent's back seat, and punched in. Because of the perspective, Chiron didn't look very pleased, but the monkey at the back was really looking at him. The 2 big guys in the back seat were punched in the head one after another, and they fainted in an instant. As for the driving position in front of the monkey, they couldn't see clearly. Click, the sound of glass breaking. From a hole in the front windshield, you can find that the person inside actually fired a gun, just with a silencer. 5 seconds, the battle is over. The red light turns green. The Westerner drove away and disappeared at the intersection ahead. Lugon and Chiron also hurriedly looked at the other 2 tracking cars. As expected, all was subdued. Lugon and Chiron have seen many passers-by who have found something unusual covering their mouths, and some seem to be still calling the police. This, really? Lugon and Chiron stared at the dramatic robbing in amazement. "Brother Yuan, those people are all your friends?" Chiron stammered. No wonder the soldiers weren't worried, but were prepared. "Yes," said the soldier. How could this kind of low-level tracking escape the eyes of the soldiers, especially the command room assistants? As soon as the soldiers find that there is a problem, they immediately ask for assistance. The response speed of the command room is extremely fast. The information in the database is compared with the shared monitoring. I found out the number and background of the other party within minutes, and made a solution very quickly. Those who did it were the second batch of soldiers who came to the United States. They belonged to the expatriate soldiers who were investigating the people behind the money laundering organization. They had their own affairs, but they could use them immediately when needed. As for the security company that protected his cousin, didn't participate in it, you found them a long time ago? Chiron asked again, feeling that he had asked an idiot question after speaking. Yes, the soldier replied. Who are those people? Chiron asked. A professional kidnapping gang. The soldier explained. Then where will they be taken? Chiron asked carefully. I do not know either. I didn't know that Lu Qian and Chiron felt cold when they heard the words of the soldiers. You don't even know? Who do you lie to? Will not kill them all. Several people in the car swallowed. Various complex emotions are intertwined in the eyes. There are fear, happiness, admiration, and curiosity. But one thing is certain, this person is definitely not an ordinary person. Bodyguard? I believe in ghosts. I dared to start directly on the streets of New York, USA, and did not hesitate to know the identity of the other party, and just did it. The other party didn't know whether he was alive or not. Is too arrogant. I feel that you are more arrogant than the kidnappers. Seeing the warrior's expression of it's nothing to do with me, Lu Gan, Chai Run, and the co-pilot's bodyguard all wanted to stay away from this dangerous person. Although the warrior is now his own, it's not true after all. His own person is only temporary. If one day becomes an enemy, then... The three shook their heads vigorously. This is definitely a nightmare. Of course, the monkeys and others at the back also found those with good intentions. But just like the bodyguards in front, they only found a problem with one car, because these three cars did not follow them all the time. Two of them drove everywhere, sometimes approaching, sometimes circling around. Only the one on the right rear has been following. The purpose is to come by surprise. Even if it is discovered, the number of people has increased by 3 times, and any preparations made by Chai Ren are in vain. Unexpectedly, the group of robbers did not expect that after the command office briefly took over the city traffic monitoring network in New York, it was directly found from historical monitoring that the 3 cars belonged to a group, and they knew exactly where they ended up. Of course, they settled. The point is not in the surveillance, but is calculated based on some other information. The group of robbers are not fools. They are planning under the surveillance cameras. Brother Yuan, will you cause any trouble for you by doing this? Chai Ren said a little worried, and Lu Gan looked at the fighter a little nervously. After all, this incident caused the forces behind the fighters to provoke some desperados for no reason. Although he gave money, it is not the money to deal with this matter. No, you only need to know that today you haven't seen anything, heard nothing, and nothing happened just now. The soldier said slowly, and continued to drive the car. I know. You just have not seen anything, and you are not allowed to say anything, you know. Chai Ren quickly agreed, not forgetting to order Lu Gan and his bodyguard with a serious face. Regarding the fact that the force the fighters are in is clearly capable of leveling it out, they don't want to hold back, and even from the police report from passers-by just now, they even guessed that the New York police might ask them for questioning. Understood. Lu Gan and the bodyguard said at the same time, they are good at keeping things secret. At this moment, Chai Ren's phone rang, and it was from the bodyguard in the car behind. Chai Ren confessed a few words after the call. If there are policemen asking them, they can say what they see, and they can't talk about any speculation in the car behind, because they know that those people are friends of the fighters. There is a white driver behind, who wants to say nothing and can't see it. Isn't that a problem? Hung up the phone, Chai Ren didn't know what to say. Although I encountered the kidnappers, there were surprises, or the surprise was not that someone kidnapped them, but the way the forces behind the fighters handled it, which was quite simple, rude, and unreasonable. Evacuated and fell silent for a while. Mr. Liu, it seems that we have to leave here as soon as possible. We will go to my friend's farm when we go back and pack our luggage. Chai Ren thought for a while and said, if those people didn't die, in order to avoid those people's revenge, he had to change the plan and find a place to avoid it. Okay, no problem. Lu Gan immediately agreed, and he didn't want to stay in New York City. After Chai Ren finished speaking, he thanked the co-pilot soldier, Brother Yuan, in order to thank you for your help this time. When we go back, President Liu and I will collect 10 million yuan for you. I hope you don't feel too little. What can I do without being paid for helping so much? Thank you then. Of course, soldiers will not refuse this kind of income. They were born for war. But war represents not only destruction, but also plunder. How can the gaining command room be extrapolated? Of course, with the exception of Tang Qing's relatives, their good command room will not be occupied, and they will not dare to occupy it. Even if they are given, they will make all kinds of excuses, because Tang Qing is their heaven, and their existence is to implement Tang Greenwill. As for Lu Gan and others, the wealth and background of the two are nothing in the command room. It's just a passerby, so you won't be polite. At this time, Tang Qing was also watching the action in the command room. This is the afternoon in America, but it was early in the morning in China. Tang Qing was bored and watched from the sidelines. It was like watching an American blockbuster, but this blockbuster was not exciting at all, and it was over in a few seconds. Tang Qing also lacked interest after reading it. He is also hesitating how to deal with these knocked out people. 3 cars, 14 people, these are all the members of that team. According to the data, these people are basically retired soldiers from the United States. They did this kind of thing because of livelihood problems. If they were killed, it would be impossible, and they did not offend him. I just wanted to kidnap Lu Gan and them, and it didn't happen yet. If his family members were kidnapped, these people would definitely not survive tomorrow, but what did Lu do? It's not worth his order, which resulted in the lives of these people. But it is obviously not appropriate to put it directly. Tang Yi, how do you think it would be better to deal with these people? Tang Qing threw the pot straight away. Tang Yi said without hesitation. Commander, his subordinates think it can be used by himself. Oh, reason? Tang Qing questioned. He has no shortage of people, and this is not like other places, whether it is Bangkok or Myanmar or the security company. There will be ordinary people involved. but that is a special situation. This person is not recruited to do ordinary things, but to perform tasks. So many things are not very safe. Back to the commander-in-chief, I know your concerns. The reason for this suggestion is that the soldiers are too powerful and their origins are basically impossible to investigate. Therefore, we need some people to do the vulnerabilities, Tang said. Flaw. Tang Qing felt that it made sense. These fighters were indeed too powerful. The performance in front of Lu Gan and Chai Ren was too horrible. They needed something close to ordinary people, and sometimes they needed some vulnerabilities. Leave hope to the enemy. Whether it is a core task or a non-core task, you can't always take the opponent away without losing a single piece of hair. Although this seems a bit brain-dead, it is quite necessary. There is no way. He has an oxhead character under the water. In the future, the core missions will be completed by the soldiers. Some unimportant ones can be given to these people. Otherwise, there will be no casualties in each action. That is, picking things, and he will feel distressed if the soldier dies, other people. He is not from his own country. He is not a good person, and he does not have so much compassion. Besides, this is only possible, and he won't really give any orders to kill him. The more Tang Qing thinks about it, the more reasonable it is. Indeed, he should start preparing for non-core force. And an extra express is not. That's okay. Tangy, think of a way to recruit them. Let them do their jobs, maybe. We can also get a share of their business as normal exercises. We don't care for idlers. Tang Qing smiled mysteriously. Don't these guys like kidnapping and asking for money? It's good to collect their raise by themselves. It is impossible for him to let soldiers do kidnapping for money. Oh, Tang Qing sighed and felt that he had become a bad guy again. The one who collects the kidnapper's protection fee is worse than the bad guy. Tang E, that's the decision. We will receive them from his subordinates and adopt a loose management method. All actions must be reviewed and approved by us. Every time they receive, we will draw 50% of the income. The others decide by themselves and agree. If we do, we can also provide some small help, but we are only allowed to grab those who are unkind, and we are not allowed to tear the ticket. As for the ransom, don't be too much, just ask for about 10% of the assets. Our total the principle is, don't participate, don't encourage, don't kill people. Tang Qing said slowly. If there are more U.S. profiteers who can't get it, it will be boring if there are less. Yes, Commander in Command. Tang Yi agreed. Well, I'm going to bed. Tang Qing saw that it was all right, so he was ready to go back to sleep. Mada, is this kind of thing right? Tang Qing didn't know either. Is it a help to abuse? Perhaps. It's a big deal. It's not enough to use the money to do good deeds. Anyway, it's money from foreigners who are unkind for the rich. They won't tear their votes, and they won't go bankrupt, so why not do it? Is really evil self-defense. Go to bed. The other side. 3 cars of the hijacked robbers drove on the road. It's okay to say that the other 2 cars, but the car with the punctured windshield was not suitable for driving on the road, and it was definitely stopped by the American police a few times, so this car drove into a small alley with no people. Later, he transferred people into 2 other cars, which was naturally abandoned here. According to the registration information, the car owner has nothing to do with these people. They were all stolen this morning. Think about it. That fool would use his car to kidnap him. The New York Police Department that received the report also immediately dispatched police, ready to deploy surveillance and tracking. Judging from the description of the police, those American policemen are the least willing to participate in this kind of thing. Their guns may not be as good as no one's. If it's not good, it's abrupt. But today I don't know why, there was a problem with the surveillance server in that area, and it was a bit stuck when reading the video surveillance, and it was urgently repaired. This made the New York policeman who rushed to the scene scolded. If you don't tell me where to go, check it with a hammer. Forget it, take a stroll. Southwest seaside of New York. In a small wood near the sea, there is a small road next to it, and the traffic is small. 2 cars stopped on the side of the road with warning lights flashing. In the small forest more than 10 meters away, there were 14 unconscious people lying all around. Because of the luxuriant leaves, the people on the road couldn't see what was inside. 3 people stood there blankly, 2 Westerners and 1 man. In order to avoid problems, except for security personnel and some special tasks, Tang Qing did not plan to send soldiers with Asian faces. The soldier did not splash the water directly, because it was time to wake up. At this time, there was a light rain in the sky, and he was not in a hurry, so he waited. But 5 minutes. The rain is getting heavier. The boss of the whole team, Johns, woke up first. After regaining his perception, the memories from just now poured into his mind. He immediately realized that he had been counterattacked. He thought that his car had been arrested, but looking at his unidentified companions around him, he understood his team. It was all over. Wrong. Who are these 3 people? E.G. Ling, who was stimulated by the rain, stood up immediately and touched his waist with his hands. This is not the time to remember. But nothing was touched. Of course his gun was taken away, and Johns could only smile wryly, watching the 3 grim-faced big men warily. Ah, it hurts. Where is this? Wake up soon. At this time, a whole cool breeze blew, and his team was awakened one by one, and those who were not awake were shaken by their companions. Looking at his sober companion, John suddenly gained a bit of confidence and said loudly, "Who are you?" At the same time, he put on an attacking posture, and the others were also in a fighting posture. They have served in the army. They are not gangsters. Although the 3 fighters did not form an encirclement, and the number of them was not dominant, it was a brain injury to run away directly. The ghost knew how many people were hidden in the forest, and seeing this, the other party didn't want to kill them. Otherwise, they wouldn't wait for them to wake up, so they just watched the 3rd brother strangers vigilantly, and quickly grabbed those who could be as few as dead branches and stones in his hands, gaining a sense of security. But thinking that his gun is in the hands of the opponent, this sense of security is only a little bit, but it is better than nothing. The 3 soldiers did not move, even their expressions. "Johns, hello," one of the white fighters said lightly. "Do you know me?" Johns asked. Of course, the former army sergeant served for 6 years. He was discharged on June 9th 3 years ago and participated in many wars. The white soldier said, "Of course the command room knows more than this, but I am afraid to frighten them if I say too much, because many things are classified files." "Why do you do it to us? You are the bodyguards of those Chinese." Johns asked with a frown. "No, we are just more interested in your business." The soldier shook his head and said, "Of course." He could not admit that there was a relationship. Besides, the soldiers are not wrong. They are not Lu Gan and their bodyguards, not even bodyguards, but the executor of the other plan is nothing. "What do you mean?" John said. "First of all, you have to be clear. We can kill you all. So next, I hope you put your position in the right position, listen to me carefully, and don't make any dangerous moves." The soldier said coldly, "What are you going to say?" Johns took a step back, a little scared. He has been retired for so many years, but he has the courage to die. He has to believe the other party's words. The facts are there, and his life is true. It was leaked out of the hands of others. "I know that you have been doing business to kidnap the rich. Up to now, you have succeeded in 6 cases. You got $32 million in capital. You got $8 million. Recently, you bought a villa and a car and spent it all. So prepare this action was completed," the soldier said. "What do you want?" Johns didn't dare to get angry when he faced the soldier Guzwa twice, and asked again. What he didn't know was that this was just a psychological game and implied strategy for soldiers. "It's very simple. Join us. You can continue to work in your old business, but in the future, we will have 50% of the income. Once needed, we will assign tasks to you. Don't worry, it will be paid and paid." The soldier stated the purpose. Johns immediately understood that this was to incorporate himself. But 50% of the income has to be turned in. Johns didn't get angry when he heard it, but remembering the warning from the soldiers before, he immediately calmed down the anger in his heart. "Why?" Johns gritted his teeth. "By the way, if you don't agree, all of you will die here today, and it's not without benefits," the soldier said as soon as he turned his words. Although Tang Qing did not say that he would kill them, it is definitely impossible for the command room to be clear. As for what would happen if the other party didn't agree, the analysts in the command room hadn't thought about it. Their existence had only one purpose. They would complete the task assigned by Tang Qing at any cost, if Johns refused to agree. The gang in the command room are not good men and women. They will let him agree. The salary matter is also very simple. Soldiers can work for nothing, but other people are likely to have a family and a mouth, so they have to give some protection. Johns knew that he had no bargaining chips, not to mention there was a salary, and his resistance was much smaller. He asked, "What are the benefits?" "As long as we follow our rules. First, the U.S. police will not have evidence to prosecute you. Secondly, funds can also help you with safe transfers, and we will also provide intelligence and other support." The soldier said, "What's the rule?" John said, "All targets must be reviewed by us, and votes must not be torn." The soldier said, other conditions did not tell him, but as long as the review process is held, the basic problem is not big. Johns hesitated, thinking about who was behind the person in front of him, as well as his own gains and losses, and other people can't intervene. After all, there is no second master here. It is the boss of Johns who makes the decision. What can you say, disagree? Isn't that looking for death? The soldier went on to say, "Don't worry, we won't hurt you. We also want money. Give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you agree, we will go. If you disagree, you die and we will go." Is this the tone of discussion? Everyone wanted to scold people, but they didn't dare. They rushed to see the warriors who looked confident. The tragedy might be themselves. They were once on the battlefield. Judging the situation is definitely the only way to survive until now. People who are impulsive in war. I went to see God long ago. Johns was in a battle between heaven and man. He didn't want to be better than fighting power. Now he was curious about who the other party was, who spoke so ruthlessly and so arrogantly that he could solve legal issues. But it is absolutely true that it is very powerful. Maybe there are many gunners in ambush in the dark. The rain is getting heavier. His mind was in a mess. There is 1 minute left. The soldier reminded him without looking at his watch. The command room has a real-time time service function and what to do with the watch. Johns took a deep breath and looked at the old guys around him. He understood what they meant and wanted to live. He took a deep breath and asked again, "You can really do what you said. More than you think." The soldier said with a rare smile. Johns nodded and said, "Well, nothing else. I just don't want to die." He also has a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. He has no choice, can only agree. Now, Spine, only Spine is alive. Johns, you are very smart. Yes, you will call this phone number for future operations review, intelligence, salary, help, etc. Someone will help you. We don't care about these things, but if you act privately without our consent, don't blame us for being polite, and keep it secret, so you can do it yourself. Goodbye. The soldier handed over a cell phone and said, "This cell phone is Johns's. There were only 3 numbers in it before, and now there are 4, as long as Johns is not. Brain damage, can definitely tell." After speaking, the soldier drove away. Only 1 car remained. Leave a wonderful face of Johns and his men. "Johns, what shall we do?" "What else can I do? Be honest and obedient." Who do you think they are? The one who can't afford to offend. At this time, the monitoring server of the New York Police Department has returned to normal, but the whole thing has ended. The police only found a stolen off-road vehicle with the front windshield broken. Nothing else was found. The other 2 vehicles seem to be disappeared the same. In front of Shower's powerful special effects production, those monitoring contents have already been modified, and they naturally can't see anything. Of course, it's not as simple as disappearing directly, but a professional robber escape route was made based on the blind spot of the surveillance. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching. No bodies were found, no missing persons, and the police in New York were not surprised. In this place, they haven't seen anything. It must be another unpredictable case. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.